用那个歌词成的
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36个国的是吧？07年注册的8年，那这个哪一年就是11年概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday. Let's crush them, dun dun. Did you see this coming?
Tôi là làm sao lũ, tôi là chết công thái sơn nhìn, là xa sụ minh cố, xa sụ phân số cái chân sinh nhìn.
在小虎的嘴巴，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要乘风
我小时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平安計可以教我定路腳步。我爺對我講，平安鐘是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿起嘅平安鐘對着正在看待新年，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平安鐘嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去讓路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人偉大老都唱對歌，其實都是平安包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我將啲細事隻怪運對平安嘅熱愛進行落去。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平安鐘。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平安嘅傳道中嘅一員。愛也是平安，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩用的歌词成这样，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年36个国六是吧？07年自闭症58年，像这个哪一年这个11年概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win.
Hello everybody, I'm Gutmoxie, this is Severio, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's trios, it's day one of bi-weekly free and serve. We have some incredibly explosive teams that are ready to make their mark heading into this regular week, and one of them is WBG. I'm so happy WBG is back. Sleepwalker got to stand on the stage and sign his name on an MVP scroll yet again, and you could tell from the interview, it means the world to this guy. He's been working for 2 years to be able to come back and be that absolute gargantuan player that we know he can be. With this Justina, it's definitely making an impression.
Yeah, it's crazy because the Justina in the first week, we saw Alliance bring it up to make it into its first appearance for the 2024 Spring Split. And they performed it in Holoroth first time for the first round, and then they brought it back into Mars off for round 6. Then we started seeing WBG showing up with that and just dominating it with the scores. The stats don't lie. But just like the stats don't lie, make sure you guys are on Twitch. You guys binding your account, because if you don't know, you get free rewards for it. 15 minutes watch time gets you the Tay, 30 minutes gets you the Silk, 60 minutes gets you that Laudation Trial Choice gift, and just making sure that you do have your account binded towards your NARAKA account. That way you can receive the goodies towards your account directly. And most importantly, if you can see the bottom row, those bi-weekly final drops, those are super duper limited time. Make sure you guys do not miss those. Those happens during the finals whenever we have them, just like how we had it last weekend on Saturday and Sunday for both solos and trios, where you can obtain one of the selected gifts by the bi-weeklies that are accrued towards this. For this instance, we're going to have the champion bubble choice by week 3's end, and then by week 4 we'll have the conquester background for your avatar, or not for your avatar, but for your card background, if you want to, you know, show the drip whenever you drop into those matches. And just like drip, Laudation Unlimited, Hong Sword, Panda Man / CDY from Team Wolves' signature weapon, most definitely, considering of what he can do with it. But more importantly, this weapon has been available and has been on discount for you guys to get it at a low time, limited time discount, and of course for a low price, 1250 gold. You got it. Make sure you guys pick it up, because this thing has some sick effects with it, just because you can just wield it on standby for anything of the command that you choose to do so.
I mean, it doesn't just look sick in game, it looks real sick in hot potato mode as well. I love playing that mode. I versed Dunk, I versed Poovy, I versed Raven, and having that Laudation skin on the Hangsword when you're going for that play just makes it extra juicy when you're able to spike the ball as a Viper with that F ability. Speaking about Vipers, we're probably going to be seeing a whole lot of them. It is trios, we're still seeing a lot of those compositions that we saw in J-Cup very much ruling the meta, right? Sand Siphon not going anywhere, Viper, Tessa, and Wuchan also not going anywhere, but we do have a couple of new compositions coming on through. Sand Siphon got a little bit of a tweak in terms of how it's ran. That's because everyone saw JL on regular week 1 getting to absolutely blitz down Cannonball by, instead of pacing their ultimates, actually spending all 3 of them in one go right off of the rip inside the Realm of Yangs. And ever since, a lot of these teams have actually started adopting that strategy. Something else that these teams have started to adopt is indeed that Justina that we talked about, where you have that Justina coming through instead of the Farrier. for the Cannonball variety. Like you said, Alliance were one of the first teams that started doing that. WBG was also one of the earlier teams who started going for this playstyle, and ever since a lot of these teams have seen that it's gotten value, it's been able to pick up wins, they've started adopting it too. One thing that I am really excited to see, however, is whether or not we're going to see some teams adopt the Tessa, Kurumi, and Monk Transformers trio that WBG has been making work, because it just absolutely shreds through Cannonball.
Yeah, the cultivation of that type of build, I like nicknaming it Holy Vixen because it has the Kurumi and the Monk, and then on top of the Vixen being Tessa. The power of that build being introduced when we first saw in the Holoroth under week 2's usage for WBG was that when they had used it, the confirmation of the enchant on the person within the hand of the Monk or the Vajra form allowed for them to aim at someone else on the ground, and that just gives you a guaranteed enchant on the person that's been grabbed. And the meter dump that can happen from the Kurumi if she's in the backline to catch some bow shots, auto crossbow shots, anything that's ranged pretty much to allow for her to just melt down that person, allows for then the Monk to just slam down for the neutral damage if he's not looking for a double grab, because depending on the enemy opponents that are in the distance, he will then have a guaranteed grab the second time due to the enchant then popping, and then putting that person that, like, Takedas won't have a field day if they get killed first, right? And then that's just the basis of how that comp just goes through, with the Monk just grabbing him out the out of the wazoo. And of course Tessa just being able to confirm a guaranteed enchant. It really does marks against Cannonballs though as well, where once you do see the enchant come off against a Fairy Shen, or rather anyone hits inside the mech, they'll go into a little drowsy state moving forward, and that gives Monk a free grab to just deactivate the ultimate by grabbing the rider inside of it.
Yeah, I call it the smash and grab.
Oh yeah.
Because basically, like, what you do is you force DRG find this like the hard way, actually. WBG took a very early fight against DRG in the bi-weekly finals on Sunday. And DRG, like, they went through the usual motions of Cannonball, which is your Yoto opens up the fight with the V3. But of course, then the Tessa came in with the V1, and the Yoto had to jump cancel the ultimate early so that she didn't get enchanted out of her ultimate, hopped inside the Farrier V3, and of course, like, the Teva still stuck to the Yoto, so she got enchanted, immediately lost mech when Sleepwalker went yoink, this is mine now, and it all just fell very rapidly apart for DRG. WBG were actually able to, with that composition, make it all the way to end zone. It was TE, however, who walked away with the MVP by playing their usual shenanigans around positioning inside those final zones, making it incredibly hard for you to be able to push onto them by bunkering up in cave when final circle headed on over to Shadow Jade Mines. One team, however, that is definitely going to have personal feelings against WBG is going to be OUG, because that bi-weekly finals was an explosive ending. We had so many teams contesting for MVP, and OUG was definitely the favored ones going into that bi-weekly final, given their performance in regular week of bi-weekly 2. The problem was everyone knew that they dropped on Salvation Podium early on to solve box and equip themselves as quickly as they possibly could, and we had 3 teams, including WBG. One team immediately dropped on top of them. 2 other teams decided to plan timing attacks, which meant that they dropped a little bit away, looted on up, and then pushed on through when they saw that OUG were being contested. So OUG and WBG, there's a little bit of a vendetta that is to be worked out, as we can have a look and see which compositions all of these trio teams are going to be working through the first game with.
Yeah, they're gonna have that. They're gonna quench out their bloodlust against one another. I mean, it's the competition between one of these teams, whether or not, since we do know that these guys play on a basis every single day. But more importantly, I do see JJH's comp, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, wait a second, Wolves is rocking the same thing. This is a comp where it involves Tumulch, Tianhai, Fairy, Shen, just to give it to go through. It kind of reminds me back when Hitbrain was bringing up the point about the Pacific Rim comp, but that was just because you had a Fairy, Shen, Weishan, and Tianhai. Now we're switching out the Weishan for the Tumulch.
It's Sunformers. It's like Sunformers with Farrier. But I mean, I'm a little bit concerned. Maybe they're running the Tumulch so that they can keep the Kurumi and cycle the Kurumi between the Zit for Sand Siphon, because like we have seen as of late a lot of teams picking up the Kurumi and swapping her in to Sand Siphon, given the fact that F3 with that insane damage reduction, plus the fact that it now heals as well, is really strong. Oh, KLA's gonna be going for the Justina coming on through. XEG, there's the Karumi version of Sand Siphon. What did OUG decide to field into the mix? Looks like it might just be Cannonball. But they're thinking about it. They had the Yodo, and then very quickly they swapped out that second hero, and they're going to be putting the Justina into the mix. Yeah, they thought about going for traditional Cannonball, and then they went, no, let's go Justina.
Yeah, you being the Yodo Hime, I'm excited for that one. And I'm thinking about the Sand Former, or rather the Tumulch, the Tianhai, Fairy Shen. Depends on the ultimate for Tumulch, I think. Basically, if the Tumulch, if we see him run the V3, this is where he's going to be able to go through control. It's a high risk, high reward type move, because since he won't be able to have a combo breaker by just passing through barriers, he'll have a hard time just being able to escape those tested enchants and coming through. So we've seen DRG try to attempt to go for it, and it works out to some success, even though at some points when they come to use it, they really should have not had V3 at that point in time, because until Much was able to get out, he would have gotten out from a tested enchant. But if we look at towards, if they do use it for the V3, they guarantee whisk throws on multiple occasions where Tianhai can then, or Tianhai can grab smash and then a re-whisk for a re-grab, potentially. Repositioning
I
that
wonder if it's insurance against the Justina as well, because Tumulch Ultimate is really annoying for Justinas to play into. I am concerned, however, that because you lack both the Karumi and the healing that comes alongside it, if those Transformers do make it to end zone, they are going to be absolute sitting ducks when that Tumulch ult isn't up.
Yeah, no range shots to go through here, but let's take a look at the skill set, because this is the biggest bulk of the pie. I want to see what Wolves has got for that ultimate skills and seeing where we can kind of rock through and thinking about it. It's going to be V2 for the Tumulch. ZK is going to be rocking that, and we're going to see pretty much the standard for the V2s for the Tumulches between Kakaxi, Lane, XEG to ALL, and on top of that, just having the basics Cannonball build for Bauda. Now looking into GG, they're going to be rocking F3 V3 for the Viper, F3 V3 for Lee from J Team. We are going to see the Justina with the V1, and then the F3 from the Yodo as you is going to be rocking that one. And off of this end, I'm not seeing anything else besides the usual V3 F3 for Vipers all across the whole entire board. And that's just that rush down, just go ring and just rush anyone down that is going to be by themselves, and just connecting with Tessa with the enchanted gate guarantees.
Serve. We're starting the vendetta off early. OUG and WBG are dropping right next to each other on the tab. Like I said, there's feelings there that need to be worked through, and they want to get it out of the way right away, as J Team are not going to be dropping City of Tang. It is instead going to be BBE 521 and GG. There is the confirmation of GG and OUG. KLA is going to be dropping solo on Salvation Podium. Something to note as well is that the other team that were running that Tumulch also opted for the V2 with their Tianhai. So no one's going to be running that V3, which does mean it's going to get pretty interesting when they run into these teams that are able to just melt the monk down very, very quickly. I can't wait to see if they decide to take a realm of Yang or if they play for Morris. And actually use that Tumulch box composition. But WBG and OUG immediately scrapping it on out. Baige unfortunately has a great sword, and that's not the greatest in a 1v1, as OUG's you will be able to come through with those dual halberds into the charge. LMB fully commits it too, to be able to get all of the damage as quickly as possible. You incredibly low, however, is going to go down to that third party, as it looks like one of these teams, OUG, must have been running something like full discount, because they immediately bought a Moonbane and tried to drop it on top of WBG. And after that, they will be able to get the revive onto SS and then move over to stick you as well. At least they're trying to. JJH, or XEG rather, have showed up and are griefing poor old OUG, who find themselves back into bi-weekly finals where they had to contest 4 teams, dropping them on Salvation Podium, but they have been able to pick everyone up, and XEG can't make a move until that Morris Blessing's gone. Or the Moonbane.
Jinyu was able to buy that Moonbane in such a quick manner of speaking, but City of Tong, we're going to see some fights. Pompey goes down from BBE's Fat Milk. As you can see, Yin is trying to chase this down with 1 HP, and he gets parried, and as a result, we see a horizontal release coming out from CGS at a GG. That's a quick armor reset. 3-3-0 trying to get res out here from CGS, but we do see his, a chance for these guys to just looking to back off here. I'm not sure who bought the second Moonbane, considering how much action has been happening in the beginning for OUG to get that guaranteed first kills, but we're going to see A-Shot go up against OUG's Xingyu, and with that, Yu finds the elimination off a Sleepwalker, a dash coming out from SS, looking to try to connect with Yu here, eliminating A-Shot, who does have V2 ultimate ready to go. looks for the grapple against SS as he is one hit away, one pistol shot away, but the V2 had to be used to mitigate, and as A-Shout is burning through here, trying to find a position to reconnect on SS's behalf and just trying to get the kill confirmation. Yu is just putting the pressure here. Nice hold check coming out. But with the V2 proc and 1,000 healing coming to A-Shout's presence, Yu now has to really play this into a 1v1 mindset. There it is. Catching him into the uppercut. A-Shout's looking to go ahead for the blue focus. F2 is already initiated here from Yu. He does have his chance. Waiting it out. That's going to be it. OUGU just coming back to get the team back up and running. And with the amount of gold, they can go fourth.
Oh,
you can see Baige. Baige wants to run this, bro.
The Zip called that the Yoda doesn't have the F2 and was low and is in a 1v1 situation. And if the fight goes long, Baige is going to be able to come in with that ultimate. Yu, however, doesn't have that Yoto, will be able to come on through with the V3, confirm the kill onto the Takeda, but the Takeda falls in
Bring it on.
Sleepwalker. WBG are like, okay, do you know what? You've defeated our Takeda, you've defeated our Sleeping, now you have to defeat the final boss. This is going to be Sleepwalker versus Yu. Yu already being able to force the F combo breaker out from that tumult. Here we go. The Zip revives to be able to try and stick the kill onto this Yodo as well. Nice confirmation of the Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz to pressure Yu into throwing out that F2 early. He's going to be able to get a couple of light attack hits. Sits in the golden focus and goes into parry to see whether or not WBG tried to clank it. Gets the jump parry onto WBG Sleepwalker. Baige's revived. Comes back in with the ultimate. But OUG's Yu has called reinforcements. Gonda calls for aid. And SS and Jinyu pick up the call. Yu now trying to chase down onto WBG, who realize that they have made a horrible mistake. They've burned all of their revives on the salty run back serve, and they're going to go out of the lobby because of it.
Light the beacons, y'all. Yu is the true king. He calls upon your name. I am the one who survived. You know, the crazy part is that they came by individually. They didn't come into a group effort. They're like, listen, I'll do one part of this project, and then I'll hand it off to you the next part, and then Yu is just, 404 doesn't, it was
the baton relay chase.
The crazy part is that OUG now comes up on top with 6 eliminations and just beating it out there. Yu just really just showcasing what he's got. And then going through, though, we got to keep the fights going because Alliance is looking up against JJH, and Moran is at a low enough point here. Gets a parry. Nicely done. Avoids the parry as Bo goes ahead and gets a backline vertical blue focus. And enough said. He's got no ultimate, but he's got the pleasure of just having enough HP not to worry, because with JJH going down here for the first set of lives, this is going to be a chance to see an Alliance pick up those early game eliminations. And then we're going to Camel Hump, and as OUG makes their way towards this, they're chasing that A-Shout as he's getting himself almost caught into those ice flower or the ice butterflies that could just freeze him in his tracks. But over to the frigid ice pools, Wolves looking to try to lock down J-Team. They find Ice. Ice goes down, and as EG is looking to see these low held targets from BBE, as Zill does get himself at a low enough point, the Wuchen port gets BBE out there, but EG is already hunting. He knows exactly where the lineup was. Once he grappled that Wuchen, he was able to lock into that position of where the port was going to head towards. And Ben has purple pole sword. Fat Milk has a blue fan. Both of them are low. And once this comes out, the Wolves, they're hungry. They smell it. They know where their targets are going to be. And Fat Milk, he's going to get gnawed on really quick here. If once these grapple sackers work into the favor of Wolves, they'll be able to get elimination and then catch their third one into the bar. But Fat Milk finds that armor. Yeah, he's got 750 HP. Now they're going to have to worry about that. At this point, 8 grapples in a dream.
Is this where the dream becomes a nightmare for WBG? Yes it is. OUG are able to knock WBG out of this lobby entirely because that team just fully gave into their emotions and went for the salty run back individually onto OUG. And as you said, this has allowed OUG 7 kills. Unfortunately for them, it hasn't really allowed them to absorb all of the loot because WBG, by going for the salty run back, sacrificed everything that they were previously carrying. So OUG are going to have to now try and play into all of the loot around them inside ruins and then scale up for that Realm of Yang to be ready. XCG, one of the teams who was also in the area that we saw thinking about third partying when they saw the Bane's Ref had been dropped early on. Now in Matab thinking about taking a fight onto Bauda. There's a team running around with legendary weapons, so GD have been stopping at Salvation Podium to be able to pick that one up. as we can head back and see Wolves now dealing with J-Team. This is a rematch, I believe, because when we saw Wolves chasing all of those other members previously, J-Team's bodies were actually in the area. And yeah, there it is. That was J-Team's last lives as well. And this is now Wolves getting an insurance policy. They have 3 soul blooms to be able to pick between if they do put themselves inside a realm of Yang with that Tianhai and they lose it, as GG with the legendary Hong Sword are gonna go hunting, trying to find some of these players in the area, checking to see whether or not there's a Trios team looking to hide before that realm of Yang comes through. This is a composition that does not do well traditionally inside the realm of Yang. They are much happier to just scout the area and see whether or not they can grief a team trying to go on through that portal and nab themselves a couple of cheeky kills that way.
Yeah, Morris Blessing being nearby would be the icing on the cake for them with that comp as well. So we're gonna take a look over the map. As we can see, Mystic Might all the way out west of Igneous Mound, and you can see XGG is making their way towards the northern end of that region into the ravine, but also alongside with GG. And now think about how the Viper F3, we were mentioning how much that rushdown build comes into the works. Having a gold weapon, that's going to be like 600 damage off of the bars of armor, and that can really just put a testament towards zipping or sandbox comps where they don't have a cleanse. That's why we see Kurumi's more often, because when the ultimate comes out, she can cleanse any of the heals. But if someone has the weaken heal for 8 seconds, I can make or break their salvation coming out from the V2's passive, the Sedate Soul. And that's just where you can really see the see how it works best. But with this Romiang starting in here, Wolves are not gonna be kidding around. With 6 eliminations and enough loot to kind of work into this matchup, they're gonna be the first ones entering.
It would be really funny if they go up against the other Transformers team.
That'll be amazing. I was like,
that would be absolutely amazing. We'll see whether or not they are going to take a challenge, or whether or not some of these other teams are going to prioritize going for the Morris Blessings. It is risky either way, right? Realm of Yang's, a lot of those Viper teams patrol both the Morris Blessings and the Realm of Yang entrances so that they can look for third parties. This is a composition that likes to skirmish and play off of teams already fighting other teams. So you can come in third party. The fact that Tessa's ultimate is dodgeable means that you want to play off when players are already focused on another fight, sort of like that. As GG are able to come in with a huge Tessa V1 into the follow-up of that Viper and immediately catch out a lot of these players over that Morris Blessing. Oh, no way. Do we actually get it? Wolves and Alliance going head to head there. Yeah, it is. They're running the Cicada. Wolves Egg has not yet transformed. There's the Tumult coming on through. Nice little parry comes out. Egg immediately going to be dropping in with that F1. Now going for the transformation sequence. Is he going to be able to find a grab? They're up against Sand Siphon, which means that they can't go for transformation and immediately cancel out the potential threat of a double grab. He's looking for one. He's trying to find anything that he can, but without that Kurumi, he's going incredibly low. He gets one grab, immediately has to go for the slam, however, because they're absolutely frying his legs. Jam now having to just drop into the mech, but he's already lost one of his players. Alliance also down the Z ping, but they still have 2 purple armor sets, as well as that Takeda still alive. And as we talked about it is incredibly worrying when you see a Transformers team without a Kurumi, especially up against Sand Siphon. You can find a grab, you can even find a double grab, but that Zip V2 is going to proc and it's going to save absolutely everyone before they even hit the floor.
Exactly. The crazy part about it is that they were the first ones able to out here for the Tumult, but we're going to switch this over into this fight right before Big Point. A port out coming out from 521. They were going up against JJH there and got swiftly out there as soon as possible. Things were not turning out so hot for them, especially with the amount of ults that they had consumed towards the enemy, especially with the Tumult ult coming into play there and not being able to have the energy that they would hopefully have when they're going to the combatant zone. Now, Wolves into Romiang depletion. We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left before they can try to find themselves some soloms. Since they had some early game eliminations here, they had kept some early on against J teams, so they could just go ahead and get to the soul altar and find those, unless another team had griefed and picked them up. In that case, they're gonna have to go hunting again. Now, Alliance picking up a gold staff from their win into the Romiang and hopefully finding a jabbing soon, because jabbing a Jade to be talked about is a Jade that is detrimental to any team that they go up against, because once you see the how strong Takeda can just get a quick shot of 800 900 damage with this gold staff and not being able to anticipate how much range it really has, cultivates where the players are thinking they're going to be having this down and it's not going to be fast enough. But I see a Yushan Ruins fight in the zone. KLA rushing in here against GG, and who doesn't get to the portal might just E up zone damage. as KLA, I think, are the ones who are the hunters, as they can't go through the portal just yet, as GG are going to go ahead and have reset. V3 is ready for LXM, but I'm not sure where CJS is in terms of rage. We do have 330 just holding himself onto this corner with that pole sword, but CJS is going to beat that bait. I believe this is what they're going to be planning out here, as an ambush could take place as LXM is on the high ground. Depends on what KLA wants to do here. They're going to get out of the portal. We're going to see this chance right now where CJS, he's at 50% right now. Both shots from LXM here from the high ground. Looking to try to drop in here as fast as he can. Looks for the RB. Nice chance for him to get QGG out of here right then and there. And with everything coming up for this enchant, there's a kill. QGG is down. LXM hunts down Cuckoo. Cuckoo is getting that lethal jab, but the Justina ultimate's going to come out here for one dash. Number 2, it's going to connect off LXM. He gets frozen, and there's going to be a chance for them to look for Cuckoo too, but since Justina can go for a portal, it's their guess as any as to where she had gone through and dissipated from the fight as a whole. And she's going to be the only teammate left from KLA with the one elimination to just trying to find their way back into this match, considering that out of all of it, GG found their way.
Oh, has to be careful that you don't run either into OUG or Bowder, though, who are out and hunting Bowder with Yang depletion. Have to just all in this fight right now. Yuran's coming in with that V3, trying to lock down these kills onto OUG's Yu, who's going to retaliate with a Yoda ultimate as well. That Yoda going incredibly low. Oh, Yuran gets frozen, though, and immediately cooked. There's the fairy of V3, just dropped in time to be able to save that Yoto. And as a result, Yuran will be able to live and can now try to apply pressure onto OUG. So, rather, Bowder's members. Has to make sure that they don't stick too close on the low ground, though, as we do see the Yuashan coming on through. SS going to be dropping potentially to try and find a reset, as he's going to lose his life, but not crucially his loot. They did have Vermilion Bird's Might, so Bowder will be able to find the Soul Blooms and keep themselves in the lobby because they don't have to worry about Yang depletion, something that unfortunately Wolves are incredibly familiar with. It does look, Serve, like someone rolled through the zone where J-Team's bodies were dropped, and Wolves have only been able to pick themselves up the one Soul Bloom. As a result, they have to drop all of their money to that Tumult and have Egg and Gem go out to Zone Corruption Tick so that they can be brought back by Rebirth Charms. Hopefully, he doesn't get absolutely jumped, as they haven't dropped their loot. And this means that the Tumult is still going to be on blue instead of purple armor. Alliance now rolling on through, going to hit the bell, get a little bit of information on the teams in the area, as well as pick themselves up a bounty to be able to put pressure onto Bowder, who are going to be in a state of trying to play as quietly as possible, considering they had to all in on the engagement against OUG. So it's not good news for them, because that bounty score is immediately going to give away where they were trying to hide themselves from the rest of the team with, as Wolves picking up their 2 Rebirth Charms and trying to buy their 2 players back in, as Alliance start to gravitate towards, is it going to be a team kill or is it going to be more of an objective play? It does look like they want to try and take control of this Morris Blessing, as GG have the exact same idea. Morris Blessings do become important, especially when we head towards the final zone, because they can contain things like Flamers. And Flamers, if you look at macro, well, they change the game entirely, quite literally. Having that weapon, being able to put pressure on all the teams around you, as well as burn through a lot of that healing effectiveness, just makes them such a good weapon to try and control. And as a result, we see the teams ignore the second realm of Yang and decide to stick on Box instead. Huge Tetsu V1 comes on through, followed up by that Viper V3. As a result, everyone from Alliance is silenced. The Zip ultimate kicks in, but unfortunately it is not enough. Sedated Soul will proc, but Bo is still going to go down. The Morris Blessing has drawn the attention of 3 teams, and every single one of them is trying to play off of the engagements and ultimates that other teams have already committed so that they can have the last laugh. Bowder coming on through, used the bounty to reverse track the location, and as a result knew the fight was going on top of that Morris Blessing, in with the V3 and that Yoto ultimate. Will they be able to keep control of this high ground? Have they been able to see, however, that Alliance nat 20 on the stealth check from lane? Oh, maybe not. Spoke too soon. Nat 20 rolls away off the table and hits 1, as they do spot, unfortunately, that the Tumult has tried to stick that revive. Lane will go through the portal and try to keep himself alive. will be able to get his way onto Frozen Lake using the Hang Sword and the Shadow Step to try and play around the spacing of Bowder, but the Yodo F2, ooh, that's so close. It's going to be hot in his heels. Tumult F going to be utilized, one of the best combo breakers in game. Lane, unfortunately, now has to take all of the damage as Bowder just all in on top of him, and there is absolutely no way that he'll be able to survive that pressure. Good news for Alliance, however, is that he's taken all of the heat and attention off of his zip. Revenge is able to disengage the fight, just has to make sure that instead of running into Bowder, he doesn't directly run into GG instead. Oh no. GG have spotted the zip. And it's the exact same situation. Revenge is trying to keep himself alive as much as he possibly can, but GG push him into the zone. The zip ultimate comes on through, Sedated Soul proccing, immediately knocking all of the players from GG back, as Revenge sits in that blue focus for as long as he possibly can so he doesn't get stagger locked. But in typical GG fashion, Free finds the kill with the musket, and that is Alliance wiped off the board.
You know, Revenge was like Etsu Brute to 3-3-0. He's like, ha, got him. No scope headshot. Everything came through until Revenge just found GG because they were just hiding out in the tree line. They just see a lone zip and like, oh, perfect. Free elimination. You take those in. It just comes down towards it. Now, we're going to take a look at the replay towards the first Romy Yang, as OUG were the ones who actually won their Romy Yang against Team Bowder. You can see Justina preemptive ult here. Already used one dash. She's looking for a lineup. Like, he gets knocked back with the stagger coming out. Finds her dash through Yaron. Obviously, since the Yodo Hime ult is active, she couldn't get the freeze, but an SS is locked down by the Weishan. He looked for it, gets it. R&B doesn't get it because you're going to see the Bowder's Jing going to go for those cannon shots, but you says, I got you, homie. And if everything comes out for SS to perfectly dodge the Weishan, this gives a granted opportunity for Jing Yu to try to look for those staggers. He's doing it right now, pushing Peak away. The Weishan from Team Bowder can't do anything about it. Jing is now outside of the ferry. Shenmek finds the F3 shot, looks to try to line it up and hits off you, but this is where SS now can fully focus on to Peak. As that parry came through as a longsword, SS had that frame advantage of just having the F2 available to go forth, and that gives his teammate protection. Peak goes down, and with the final kill off of there, there's our victory round for OUG. And now the Honk sword that was in hand as a reward most likely just gives SS the reward. And oh my goodness, this man has all the gold J's in the game.
I mean, the question is, does he have Aurora Burst? We haven't seen it.
I can find out.
We will find it out relatively quickly, especially when it gets to the range phase, and you just use that Soul Jade to sit in that hitbox for as much as you possibly can so that it can just nullify all of the range poke pressure coming on through, which is exactly what a composition like this wants. Since you don't have an allocated healer, you're playing off of someone having advanced heal and group heal to play as support for everybody on the team. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these Justina compositions start to really come through. It's really strong, not just in terms of the attack on Titan counter, because you can use that Justina V1 to dash and chase after the Wuchan once the teleport's removed, but it's also immensely strong into if we see the WVG Transformer composition come through, or other Cannonball compositions as well, because a couple of patches ago, Justina got a rather nasty little buff, which means that she gets 3 seconds of freeze on transformed units, as opposed to the 1.6 on non-transformed units. So especially if you get a multi-freeze, like if you catch that V1 and you utilize the Farrier mech hitbox to obscure the dash, a lot of the time you can actually catch 2 players in the same freeze off of that. It's something that Raven always likes to look for when he sees the Justina going up against the Cannonball composition. And it's something that a lot of these teams are going to be looking to try and frame on up so that they can, in Realm of Yang, take advantage of it.
The one thing that the Justina's ultimates that allow for a 3-second freeze is V2, V3. But the crazy part about V1 is the fact that that 4-second freeze timer now, that's where it like really goes to show like, oh yeah, we're freezing big time. Because once you start going for those freezes, you have a big block of a target, you find another person, that's an easy double and coming off that end. And 1.6 seconds, it may not seem a lot, guys, but a simple R&B from a spear is all you need to delete a good chunk of the health, especially
R&B on halberds. Because like they might get out of the freeze, but they're not getting out of the range of the R&B. That thing is so good at chasing targets down, as no way did GG get another Morris Blessing for free. Well, I say for free, they did have to scrap over the last one. But nope, legendary armor comes on through. They do risk it. They have to now Bane Surf, as they didn't have to use any ultimates, crucially. And oh! GG, LXM. Oh boy. Well, Moonbane giveth, Moonbane taketh away. It's very fitting that it's the Viper that gets hit by that one. She does always like to say, Moonbane favors me. It does apparently not favor LXM in this instance. It does, however, favor LXM in the fact that there wasn't any follow-up and it wasn't a double stack of Bane's Breath, so the Viper will be able to survive the encounter. And GG off of that, I believe they have Tuner as well. I think I just saw the rest emote coming through from CJS to activate that one. As it wasn't a flamer inside one of these Morris Blessings, it was unfortunately the Blood Rippers. Not the greatest when it comes to Final Zone, but hey, having the movement and the purple focus is very good for these teams that are lacking the rotation prowess, and that is definitely something that Transformers does struggle when it comes to inside and outside of the ultimates.
Yeah, and the thing is, CJS also has Heartstopper Kick, and as a Tessa, oh man, that's where things are going to get really dangerous for a team if they're going to get caught by the Viper into the extension of the stagger for free silence on top of it. It just gives Dragon-like Might huge value towards 3-3-0. But it's all up to seeing how GG wants to synergize with those Jades and making sure they can keep their momentum on that board, because right now, with everything in mind into the final 7 minutes, we still have another Moonbane to be casted onto the ground from the game itself. So it's up to these players what happens when. They've been having some sort of treaty when it comes towards Moonbanes and solos where they're like, we're not going to fight near a new Moonbane.
I think Churros have the same idea. Everyone just like sees that the Moonbane's probably gonna come around about the center, so everyone just picks a spot on the edges, like literal outskirts. You could be kissing the corruption damage where you can see all of these players position, at least before they see that Moonbane. And then if someone does overstep and goes into the center and has to surf through it to be able to rotate out, then it becomes open season in terms of things like slow shot on the musket, target lock on the bow, and you just try and keep up the pressure. KLA trying to put themselves into a position where they're going to be able to control this next Morris Blessing so they can get that immediate armor upgrade as Wolves start showing off the fact that they have the Blood Ripper coming on through. So you don't want to try and challenge this Monk, as KLA, like, they know that they're going to be the target of choice when they try and open up this Morris Blessing, especially because that Moonbane is going to be incredibly close to it. Godly's going to throw out the Merciless Havoc on repeat to be able to use the blue focus armor to try and mitigate as much damage in poke phase as possible. And unfortunately for KLA, their plan to take control of that Morris Blessing, hiding their players inside the purple bush and then jumping out once they're ready to all in on the box and complete the loader, has been snuffed out by the fact that Moonbane decided to sneeze and stick the AoE right on top of it.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. You know, this Moonbane's had a little bit of sniffles over here in the snowy forest, but, you know, he has his tissues nearby. In the meantime, BB's Roy is going to hand those tissues out towards Bauda if he's very careful about it, because he's going to give them a reason to want to push into there. And Pompey getting cannon off in the back line. Yina's trying to reset himself as it comes through, but then there's a V3. There's a Tesla ultimate guarantee. Pompey's looking to try to chase down this Fat Milk, and Fat Milk, of course, he's going to get caught to the enchant. There's going to be a quick elimination for Yin to come through on this end, but taking a horizontal to the face. Vampy will look to try to backline here with the F3 coming out from the Wuchen to get the team out as 5-2-1 look to reset. Oh my goodness, not like this, not like this. Oh, not like this. 5-2-1 gets fully sent into the Shadow Realm. Yin living with literally not even a cell or an organism onto his body to try to reset.
No one saw him. No one's following up the range. No one saw him hop into the bush.
They're just that good?
Oh, I was gonna say it's about to be 0 days since we saw a team Wuchen TP directly into a full team wipe. But no, they will keep one player alive at least until Wolves spot them out. OUG's SS coming on in with those dashes and immediately repositioning to the rest of their team. Takes a little bit of poke onto some of these players, tries to find an easy kill for OUG, and then decides to disengage nice and cleanly because they are aware that this fight is about to get incredibly scrappy. The Viper V3 comes on through the damage reduction as well as the potential to turn around onto SS, and as a result he does lose a huge chunk of his armor, but you can already see the reposition coming on out. Hangsword movement just so clean in these instances, being able to hug the cliff and just play off of those shadow steps. As LXM, unfortunately, without that ultimate, does not have the 40% damage reduction to keep himself safe from the attention coming through from JJH. Wolves now starting to make their move. Egg, not able to have that ultimate, is going to hop into the Farrier mech and start to put pressure down. They do lose Gem, but the Tumultuous ultimate coming up through from ZK should be able to clear the way and get the Farrier back on up, as well as allow reset to come on through before that Smolch ultimate dries out. Good cannon connections as well from Egg onto OUG, who were getting ready to push onto Wolves and deny the high ground advantage to the Transformers team the second that the Smolch ultimate had been removed from the field. KLA CXZ looking entirely at JJH, and as a result, Wolves might be able to get a recuperation period. JJH go down to focus coming through from Bowder as Yuan entirely uncontested right now. Everyone is so busy looking at the other mechs and trying to play around this high ground on the opposite angle that Bowder are getting an absolute shooting gallery for free. Yuan has not even had to try and boost out of position to be able to find the reset as he just continues to find interruptions onto Egg so that the Monk isn't able to look for these grabs and is forced back closer towards the edge of that zone. Wolves on 11 kills, OUG also on 11, but lacking that Yoto. Justina and Duation still in play as Egg's going to be able to get another Farrier V3 called on through. Sees that they're going to get challenged as Godly now is on the Monk, and Egg is going to immediately reposition to make sure he doesn't get that mech cancelled by the Transformer as the double grab comes out from Godly. Doesn't manage to find a reverb onto some of these players on Wolves on the low ground. Are they going to be able to cover for him safely once this transformation drops on out, though? The Tumult ultimate is not available. Moran will be able to have a pillar dropped. Will Godly be able to get to it in time? No one actually pressures him, so he's able to hop into the mech once he's been able to cleanse all of that armor right back on up to full as Bowd as Yuan comes on through, trying to put the pressure out, buy as much space as possible before hopping into a V3 of their own. And every single one of these cannonball compositions serve is literally just cycling the Farrier V3 on cooldown.
Yeah. No, the fact of the matter that JJH Godly now into the mech form just gives full consideration, and you can see how Wolves was actually very clean into their synergy of just trying to make sure that EG was able to get to the mech sooner than anything once his D-Vajra forming. But of course, while Godly is on top of this hilltop, we do see EG are trying to go for supplies here. Tumult ult coming in through place, and as Yoran is getting propelled back and forth, Godly with his stanchion Sky Pillar just making work out of it and just keeping his team prepared for anything into the worst case scenario if there's going to be anyone that's pushing. Nice parry from Godly though as he catches Peak up into the opposite ends of the zone, but gets parried as a result. And as Flames was almost gonna get caught into it, Godly did not take any blunt force out of that, and the cannon shots can come out for 3 shots against Peak. Bowder goes down. JJH's Flames finds that elimination. Of course, Wolf ZK finds Yoran out of Team Bowder as the final remainder. But of course, EG has himself against the mech, keep himself nice and tidy. But we see Godly trying to close into EG. He gets the burst for the first jump, and there's going to be looking to try to lock him through. The jetpacks on the Vajra just works, baby. And Godly looking to try to keep himself sustained. Gets cannon shot for the first and second shot, while Flames looks to knock back EG. And out of mech form, he will go through since Flames is putting this pressure on. EG is now outside of the mech form, and he's trying to dissipate from this location. Zedgate gets caught into the grab. Terrain advantage is going to give him enough time to be getting himself into the sky with the F1, but Godly has himself full armor, finds a soul and goes right back into this. Moran is down. Flames is looking to try to go right back up to the point where he can contest, while Zem is getting pushed out here by Godly. ZK gets caught to the horizontal. He's down, and Godly looks to try to get another soul bloom. It's going to be picked up here, and as the RMBs are getting charged up here, F3 shot is confirmed for 3 second silence, but Godly doesn't care about it. Gets parried as a result. You're going to see Zem try to go up against Flames here, and OUG keeps his ground, keeps it cool. He's got transformation to keep him sustained, and Zem doesn't get the elimination, but OUG Jingyu finds 2 eliminations to the final ends, and of course, coming out as MVP with that kill.
OUG, one of the super teams. OUG both in solos with the pickup from Mike, and in trios when they were able to take a bi-weekly 1. Such a strong team, record-breaking. They've been able to drop 20 bombs. They've been able to break 30 bombs. And there they play that macro absolutely perfectly. Like you said, they wait with that Yushan. They know that once the circle starts to close on through and it goes to heal off, they're going to be able to sit on that ultimate, get the immediate health replenish, and come through with all of that spear, with all of that cleave, and get the final hits onto all of the players around who've already invested all of the ultimates in the scrap prior. And as a result, OUG goes from quietly sitting on 11 and having lost a majority of their players to rocketing up to 14 and also having that last place standing, so making it the best kill score multiplier as well. This is going to be a very strong scoring round for OUG. And some of these other teams, the fact that we saw both of those monks, both of those Transformer units able to make it as far as they did despite lacking that Karumi is testament to how good and strong that Farrier V3 becomes when all of these teams are drawn into one space. You can swap to cannon, you can have that flame breath, you can have that rupture gale, you can continue to just push so much damage, push your rage, and skyrocket build up that V3 to be able to drop essentially on cooldown that mech for your monks to be able to hop back into the second that the ultimate is up. It's crazy. We saw like 5 Farrier V3s being cycled by wolves alone.
Yeah, she was bopping them down there. The crazy part is that sometimes you see these comps and they show up, but the fact that 2 teams rocking that comp, top 3 first round, we could get up an instance of actually catching the rinse and repeat. And what I mean by that is like copy and paste, where teams could want to try to see about how it works into their comps later on if it's an option choice. And that can happen as a result of what we've seen in the past with the snowball comp. And this could happen once more. If this comp can work more in favor of another team, they'll try their best in seeing, hey, we'll just try it out. This is day 1, right? We can see how well we can perform into it and perform with it, maybe even better than our predecessors before that. But question for you guys into the Twitch chat, make sure you guys message us the answer. How many kills did Team CDGGG get into game 1? Is it going to be A6, B7, C8, or D9? Play very close attention, folks, into the games, just like how we played very close attention to the Wuchen port into the movement. I'll stop. 521. I'm sorry, my team, my people. They have to make sure you guys been paying attention, because I was not anticipating a Moonbane strike like that from a Wuchen port, nor did they. And it really is a bad luck situation, bad cat or bad hair day situation, where they just show up and then all of a sudden it's like boing, like, whoa, not what I was expecting. But
like I said, GG's Alexam, favored by the Moonbane. He's able to survive the pressure from it. 5-2-1, unfortunately, like you said, they just TP straight into like back to back to back. You could have not been more precise in just positioning that one directly on top of them. But no, returning to that point about the fact that we could see potentially some of these teams pick up that Transformer team, I think like WBG, we know at some point in this day they're going to run Sleepwalker on the Tianhai, right? He is one of the strongest Tianhais in the world. Back when we were in the previous seasons before Sand Siphon started coming through, when we had Transformer just every single season being the best composition, WBG were one of the teams that we would always talk about, because it was always a discussion of Pixel, Eagle, Sleepwalker, and 330 would be the monk players that we would always just circle around saying, these are the best, these are the best, these are the best. And then we would have one of them pop off and just get so many double grabs, and we'd be like, okay, they're the best monk. And then another like final zone would come through and we'd have another monk of those 4 just coming through, getting 5 double grabs in a row, and be like, okay, maybe they're the best, and so on and so on. But Sleepwalker, he's really stuck to it. He's been working for 2 years at being able to just get back into the mix, be able to hit the peaks that we know he can be. And I'm really looking forward to seeing his Justina come through as well, because I think of all of the Justinas that we have in trios, Sleepwalker, when it comes to those dash connections, is the best currently. The fact that he's able to consistently get a lot of these dashes and is able to set up his team for the immediate follow-up is really, really good for WBG when they have those Justina MVP rounds. Something that we might potentially see is a little bit more of that Tessa coming on through as well. I hope we get the Tessa Kurumi Tianhai, because it is a very fun composition, and I think if we keep seeing a lot of these teams running that Cannonball, or if they do decide to run the Farrier V3 with the Tianhai, then having that Tessa and the Kurumi means that you can actually win the heal-off situation inside something like Ram of Yang. Your Kurumi can use the F of the Umbrella to block line of sight of the monk grabs, so that she doesn't have to worry about getting grabbed on up, and then your Tessa can use the V1 to actually counterplay the Farrier V3 coming on through from the other side as well.
Yeah, the amount of testament towards how you can maneuver around your opponents and even your teammates, and kind of providing that extra type of pressure. That's where these type of comps, like with the Holy Vixens coming through, of just allowing for pressure to be made, and then out of nowhere, small opportune moments, and boom, double free enchant coming off of this end. That team can just lock down cannonballs to whatever the marks may be, using the Parasol as a shield in terms of just making sure that if anything happens, right, you see a very rare case scenario of that Parasol being placed down just to grief the other team's attacks because of the melee auto aim assist. That gives a full chance of just griefing them outright, especially for parries, right? Especially if the Tesla has their chance of being caught through and that Parasol just laying around for just whatever reason. that's an extra benefit towards the defensive position that comp can achieve. But their offense, once they go into full throttle mode and having that situation of finding those Karabs in the Romiang, just finding anything in the overworld, especially with the Atessa to come through, she can find the kill elimination that happens, finds that solo, and just go right back for Atessa enchant number 2, and forming up with her Kurumi in case things get a little bit more dicey with the V1 cast to give both the Vajra and their teammates in full reset. But I'm really curious to see what happens, because Sleepwalker, like you said, just Justina. I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of lose a little bit once he goes into the Celestial region and just catching everybody in the double freezes and in his resets and going through. We actually saw him last week on I think it was day one, where they went up against his BVE and they looked for a third party. It was a very smart play, although they didn't win that fight outright. When they found their opportune moment of, we need to back off because there's another third party coming up, Sleepwalker's like, all right, cool, we're out. And then they just zip on out, because they know that the Valley comes out of that comp when they're consolidated into whoever they're fighting. If a third party comes through and they find that chance of taking the time to escape from that fight, not only are they taking the matter into their own hands, but they're going to leave that fight to come through. And even in the possibility on the area, and depending on the current map situation, whether it's Morris Isle where you can find Fireflies nearby, or you look for Hollow Rock to just find a position where you can hunker down and reposition into grabbing into another opportunity of just jumping right back in there.
Yeah, one thing that we do have to remember though is that WBG did go for the salty run back onto OUG when they found out who exactly they were fighting and who had started getting the better of them. So moving into the rest of the day, hopefully they're going to put that rivalry aside, because it did mean that they fed 6 kills to OUG before we even saw the first realm of Yang coming on through. So not only did it allow OUG to hit 14, and as we talked about with that Yushan ultimate, they were able to get the heal off in their favor. They were able to get those last 2 hits onto the other teams around them. So they were the last team standing, which means that they get the maximum kill score multiplier. So they put up 23.6, which is not too shabby at all for first game of the day. WBG, on the other hand, because they let their emotions get the better of them, unfortunately put up a measly 2. So it is going to be vital that they move past this game. They testament it to, okay, this was just a little bit of a warm-up, a little bit of a bump on the road, and they prioritize looking for consistent kills, which is something that they have been doing in the past over the rivalry with OUG. It's very fitting, though, if we do actually get to see that storyline play out in trios, because we had it in solos all of last year. When Mike previously played for AOW, he and Spider were just like at each other's throats constantly through all of solos. So to see it actually start to happen here in trios is very funny to see as a development.
Yeah, it can happen, you know. It's like they butt heads, and then it's like, oh, this is gonna be a Roman Yang fight. When they like hoping to see those type of case instances are the best. And it's funny too, because, you know, like you said, like when Mike was running under the AOW banner as going through, he was just going up against Spider. But we're gonna have these clips and highlights brought to you by Dun the Robot, starting off with Yu's just onslaught up against WBG as he catches H down to his elimination and finds that Soul Bloom, right? He's like, all right, let me just go for this red. And all of a sudden they hear enemy teammates, and the perfectly placed F3 that you had gone through to dissipate from the tumult goes ahead, reverses it to H out, says, I'm gonna run it back towards you, Baige. And that's where it came down towards Yu's positioning and understanding how much time he has to offer himself of Recluse, especially running out of the Tenio. It's just such a great standpoint on how well he was able to handle himself when his team was just waiting for the reses. But looking on the windows and peeping over and seeing the cookies are being baked, he is cooking for sure. And into this play, into Romy Yang, we're going to see a chance here for you again into this first Romy Yang, actually, when they were going up against Team Bauda, finding his eliminations and finding that win, granting them the Vermilion Burst Might for when they went to that fight with the Snowy Forests for that first section there, the Gold Hongs were given to you. But Jingyu here, playing it like a champ, waiting this out to the grapples, finding himself into a Soul Bloom if he could, but finds the F1 and it's an ultimate cast. That is the biggest play make, you know, position, period. As a Transformer, if you're the last person to be in the field to be able to activate ult and get last hits, especially as a ground unit in general form, that's all you need to get that MVP. And just like that, that's what we're going to see.
Yep, Jinyu does indeed get to take to the stage in the Terracotta Warrior form to pick up the first MVP of the day. OUG, they're a very good team, cohesive. unit. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, but no surprises when we look at the Soul Jade stacks, why so many of these teams were struggling when it came to things like the bins not being dropped, because as we talked about, fire arrows and target lock is absolutely brutal when it comes to the fact that we now get additional Bane's breaths on top of what was previously in IW. So if you get locked down by target lock, you can't actually dodge, you can't sprint. So as a result, you just have to take all of that damage and you become a sitting duck for all of the teams around you. Scattershot as well means he gets 3 arrows instead of the 1. So he's going to be connecting those on multiple targets as well as the fire arrows, which means that healing effectiveness is going to be reduced down as well. OUG, though, however, going back to that analysis that we were talking about, when you saw them inside the realm of Yang, specifically when you saw that Yoto inside the realm of Yang, getting to see the fan coming on through, like you lost the dual halberds, you got parried out when you were going for the RMB, but crucially we see that immediate follow-up, that communication go through, hey, I'm in a 1v1, I've lost my weapon, I need help. The peel comes through from the teammate and then he goes for the transition from the fan, so that when his teammate is taking the forward position in the 1v1, he can sit in the back and throw out those gusts to just continuously play havoc with the spacing and make sure that the player is just overwhelmed in terms of that stagger setup as well.
Yeah, that vertical fan focus is no joke, guys. Like, just taking everything into consideration, how much range you can do even with just a normal wind gust, and just being able to have the CC control of knocking an enemy. One clink, one wind gust, that's all you need for your teammate to come in, to just go ahead and pick up their weapon, swoop in, and get some staggers, especially with the dual halberds, and just being able to catch those RMB, the double down of just keeping the stagger through. And in the meantime, your teammate with the fan comes right through and just, you know, just like up and away, you know, and just throws out the RMB with the fan. And that's everything that comes out of, you know, eliminating a target in one fell swoop. Small moments like that is what can cause creators to get frustrated, right? They're like, I'm just staggered and I'm dead. And that's where things you have to understand, okay, I just got this parry, or is there going to be a combo breaker coming in from the backline? Because if I get caught to the combo breaker, right, and I get caught to the stagger, there's nothing's going to save me at this point because my ability is down. I had to reuse it beforehand, and now I'm out of, you know, I'm out of luck. I don't have an ultimate to kind of cast out here as a soft combo breaker. That's where it really comes down to working with your team and not being in an incongruous state, but rather being in a synergized position where you understand how much you have into your weight as well as what your teammates are looking to weigh down with you.
Yeah, that's why you see like these teams that dominate Realm of Yang. It's all off of that synergy. OUG have some of the highest damage statistics that we've seen for all of the teams, and also one of the highest percentages of winning those Realm of Yangs, and it's all off of the coordination that they're able to play into each other alongside. And it's really good to see as well, because like they don't just have specific weapons that they always stick onto, they're able to be incredibly flexible with their arsenal of loot and equipment, right? So we always see like sometimes it's the fan mix-up, sometimes it's the staff if you have something like jabbing, sometimes it's the dual halberd so you can play off of the RMB. If you've got Heartstopper, then it's going to be the spear 100% so you can get that silence attached. I'm a little bit sad, moving back to the Heartstopper point, that we didn't get to see the Heartstopper properly come into play for the Tessa Viper team that had it. I believe it was GG. Something else that we did see come through from Bowder was actually the Flamer. So if you remember that Morris Blessing, where we saw all of those teams getting sort of caught up alongside the fight for around Yushan Ruins, Bowder walked away with that one. Bowder walked away with Flamer. The reason why it's such a strong weapon is in terms of like policing a lot of teams' positionings when it comes to final zone. It pushes them into taking a lot of corruption tick damage. More importantly, against Cannonball, however, Fire Tick goes directly through the mech health and directly on top of the Farrier or whoever is sitting inside that V3, which means a lot of the time with something like Flamer, you can actually pressure them out of dropping from the mech early to be able to keep themselves healed up and make themselves less of a target. Something that Bowder tried to do. Unfortunately for Bowder, there were just so many teams in the area with the Cannonball, with the V3, that they were just always going to be facing a lot of backlash. Because in that situation, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. All of the Farriers identified, like, there is a team with Flamers sitting directly below us. We need to all in on this team to make sure that when we go through our next iteration of ultimate into V3 and to ultimate into V3 follow-up, Bowder doesn't just turn around and cook one of us. So unfortunately, that did mean that Bowder got all in the second that they showed the weapon.
Yeah, Godly and EG, or Godly from JJH and EG from Team Wolves, those two Tianhai just made things a lot more difficult about it in the end run for it, because it's so much pressure, guys. And You know, when you see two Rogers in front of you, you know, you look one direction is a shadow, you look the other direction, you know, it's a grab coming your way, and that's just where things get very difficult in the heat of action. But of course, when it's even more confined into the final circle, find your position of just trying to, you know, ring around the rosy of that spot, and you'll be finding that, you know, position of finding the tempo about where you can place yourself. That's why we saw OUG. They went crazy because all of a sudden you see Wei Shan go into the sky, and what is he not going to have to worry about? Nothing. He's just going to be going to the sky. He had nothing to really. That's the whole position of getting to the sky in the late game by that end circle as a transformer, where you're not taking unnecessary damage, you're not getting caught out to use your ult early. You find the right opportune moment once that zone starts to close in, and then all of a sudden it's up for you to be able to get every single last hit as possible, as fast as possible, I should say. You didn't see much damage coming out, you know, for the MVP, but even into the whole team as OUG, you didn't see a lot of damage except for you as the Yodohime, but you definitely saw things coming through as the overall, you know, in the end game. But moreover, round 2 coming into here, we're going to be in Hollow Cloudy, and into this map rotation, economy is going to be big. We're going to see box probably spawns over by the Kira Center, maybe by WBG, because I've seen them doing it in the past, and I'm kind of thinking maybe they'll think about doing that this time around, because they went up against OUG nonchalantly in Jin Armory for just to go through, and then after that fight, immediate, not even like time. Jin Yu just bought that Moonbane. The moment he got that kill, he went straight to the shop, bought the Moonbane, dropped it, and then all of a sudden WG had nothing to live for that first set of lives. And that's just where it kind of came down to how fast you need to be on the dot for those Moonbanes, guys. That's the economy game into the trios is big. And in the Nbpl, there's nothing more worth than an early game Moonbane, so you can get more kills off of it for more gold and just keep that rotation going for you and your team. Now, shout out to the welcome mat. You can see that coming through here. But we do see these first round selections, and you're going to see J-Team rocking into the Snowball comp coming in for the Justina, for the Wei Shan, and the Yodohime. Sand Siphon coming up for 521, as well as for Bauda, and as well as for BBE into this first round. So this is going to be where they're going to use Kurumi into that pick with the ping mixed in there. And then XGG rocking into Cannonball comp. Wuchen Viper Tessa coming up from KLA, OUG, and GG for the second round selection. Now we're going to have a bit more bans off the board, where we're most likely going to see these Cannonballs come into play here for round 3, or even to this into the choice picks. But Wolves choosing a Temi here might burn their points if they're deciding to work it. But we see the Snowball coming from Alliance, we see it from JJH, and we see it once more from Wolves for their second time playing it with the Temi, Feria, Tianhai, and then with WBG locking in their Sand Siphon for a 2-point conversion to be invested into.
Yeah, WBG likes to hold off on the Justina until we get to Morris Isle. Alliance, on the other hand, they do like to go with the Justina. They played either game 1 or game 2. A lot of the time. I want to see whether or not Revenge is going to keep going with the Yoto F1. A couple of times when we've seen lane run the Justina, Revenge does actually run the F1 instead of the F2 or the F3 on the Yoto ability, which is always a risk. It's a very good engagement tool, but unfortunately it's not a combo breaker. So if you do find yourself getting a little bit overwhelmed, then it can be particularly dicey in terms of being able to get yourself out of something like a Fan Infinite, or if you are in a 1 versus 2 and just getting absolutely stagger locked to High Road and back. There's nothing that you can do to be able to break out of it. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they are going to convert away from that one. You can see that WBG, they were thinking about like what they wanted to go with. They did go for Sand Siphon in the end, as we're going to be seeing a couple of those Justinas. I want to know how well this Transformer is going to do now that a lot of these teams have been able to get the surprise factor of, okay, there's going to be monks in these lobbies. We have to now attest for having to go up against them either in Realm of Yangs or turn and focus them down when it comes to those final zones. Monks before used to prosper off of the fact that everyone would be incredibly confused and absolutely chaotic, because you would have 16 Tianhais all going for transformation at the same time, and as a result you didn't really have the time to be able to sit and just pick one to melt down. Wolves, however, are going to be the only monk in the lobby this time, so I think EG is going to have a little bit of a hard time being able to hop in and out as freely as he was in the previous round, where he got that V3 as often as he did. It's going to be the Kurumi coming in through for these Sand Siphon teams. No surprises, it's going to be things like the F3 and also the V2 which has become the norm when the Kurumi runs with Sand Siphon. Obviously, when you have the Kurumi with the Transformer, you're still running the V1. JJH gonna be opting for the F1. There it is, Yota with Justina. F1 iteration coming on through from JJH. Didn't get to see whether or not Alliance decided to do the same thing. We'll have to wait and see until we get into Revenge's POV to see which of the ability icons he has locked on in. We do, however, I get to see the drop locations. WBG taking a page out of OUG's book. They're going to be landing directly on top of Salvation Podium. They decide to go for the right side. The right side, if you did not know, when you land on Salvation Podium, has a higher chance of spawning you on the high ground, which means that you have a much better chance, if a team can test you on Salvation Podium, on being able to instantly get one of your players onto the ballista, so that you can use that one to zone the team away.
Yeah, Alliance actually just making sure and seeing how fast they can just get through those boxes and just find the way through Camel's Hump. And from what I saw, Revenge is rocking F3, so it's kind of a mixture. You see JJH rocking the F1, now they're rocking F3, and we've seen WBG have F3 for their Yoda Keymain. It works pretty well, especially giving just refuge for them. But beginning into round 2, into Holoroth, guys, we are going to enter into this with a bang off the rip. Most likely, Yushan Ruin's going to be starting this off here. My name is Severio, alongside with God Moxie. We're going to be going ahead and getting into the spring 2024 season, into this week 3. And of course, Snack getting elimination off of 5-2-1. This is going to be a massive kill lead off of BBE coming through here. They're looking for Unique. And of course, BBE are trying to catch him out here. With the F1 reinitiated, we're going to see a chance for Unique to look for the F1 and try to go for a whisk and try to connect it. It doesn't connect it, but a parry coming out from this end gives a double hit for Unique. This is a free damage that Unique can take into full consideration into a meter dump. And with everything in a 1v2 situation, there's nothing to be keeping himself alive once that vertical greatsword comes out. But OUG is right in tandem. They're looking to try to connect this Tesla ult. They get Ben having to get himself a nice parry with the F1 knockback. He's looking to try to wait and delay the F1, finds the iframe through the enchant, as SS is looking to try to go for a level 3 pole sword swing, maybe a bait out, gets into stone form, wants to wait it out. Jingyu is low enough as is, and with the immediate Takeo, as Roishichi was able to pick up the soul blooms from early on, is able to put the pressure on OUG that they were not anticipating. But a Tumult ultimate coming out into the works. SS in a position of getting the parry, getting a soul bloom, getting a tested enchant off of it, Snack into the backline, and the horizontal gets released for the vertical, and that's going to be Snack going down. SS is turning this around onto the backs, and that's going to be the first 3 eliminations for OUG this round.
Oh, well, immediately off of the rip, it's another fight going on down in Imperial. J-Team and GG going head to head. Ice trying to come through with the Iron B on the Halberds. Double parry, though, from a GGCJS, immediately followed up by the fan zoning on the charged vertical. LXM tries to just keep the space, but unfortunately, he's incredibly low, and a grapple into follow up on the Halberds will be able to take him down. Ice going to be pressured by the Tessa V1, just decides to all in on the Tessa before the enchantment can come through. CJS throws out the focus. Ice is able to find the parry, and as a result, J-Team will be able to win out the duel and get the revive. Good start for J-Team as they start off on 3 kills. A lot of these teams very, very quickly finding themselves taking a lot of these early fights against the Tessa teams, because Tessa does not need 100% to be able to throw that ultimate out. So just as you saw OUG coming through and getting the better of the Sand Siphon, they're able to come in, start off the fight with the V1, bait out a lot of those resources, a lot of the Takeda ultimate and the shelves that can be used either aggressively or defensively, and that's exactly what the Takeda team tried to do. When we saw the pressure coming on through, they were trying to funnel that Tessa closer to the Takeda so that the players would be stacked on top of each other and the Takeda shelves would be able to connect onto 2 instead of 1 players. But OUG see it coming, make sure that they prioritize getting that Tessa all of the soul blooms to be able to come in with the second cast of that V1. And the second that the second cast of the V1 comes through, it is absolute curtains. OUG are going to be able to take that win and put themselves up to 3 kills as well. JJH now scouting out to see if they can find a fight. KLA, having gone to Salvation Podium, will be able to pick that one up. WBG, unfortunately, looks like they lost the initial fight against KLA. WBG decided to instantly drop in Salvation Podium. Oh, that's Focus Light. That's one to keep an eye on in terms of Realm of Yang for KLA going on in. They're not in the greatest team composition to run with Yang, but with Focus Side, I would honestly not be surprised if we do see them decide to take that avenue. WBG now fresh off of the solo to having lost the fight against KLA. Going to be all-inning onto BBE. They forced the F already. Nice little interruption before the scale rush allows Ivan to get to back on out. It looks like he was the sacrifice for BBE's other two players though, to be able to try and cut noise and get away. Looping back to why WBG probably struggled against KLA. Never mind, don't get to. KLA going up against OUG. QGG getting Tessa V1 enchanted, goes directly into the follow-up on the Jill Halbert's charged RMB, which in teleport has been set up, emergency card pulled. QGG will be able to get away. Unfortunately, he does not have his ultimate, the V3, so KLA will not be able to disengage, port out, and then re-engage with the better ultimates. Now, finally, we have a little bit of downtime. So WBG landed immediately onto Salvation Podium, which meant that they could try and solve the box as quickly as possible. KLA, it looks like, went for a timed attack where they looted up so that they could take a better engagement and then collapse onto WBG before WBG were able to solve the puzzle. Solving the puzzle on Salvation requires one of your players to move away from the rest of your two teammates, go underneath around the thorny roller, run around the walls, and make sure that you see where the arrows are actually pointing beneath each and every single one of those podiums, which does mean that you're particularly susceptible to a 3 versus 2 being taken when you're solving the pots.
Yeah, Salvation Podium is a really big, strong output for damage to be in the early game. But switching off into this fight, a Moonbane drop from Wolves. As we can see, Ice from J-Team has just seen the dashes going off and off, but only 2 dashes were consumed. And while EG sees Lee get smacked out here, we're going to look for pistol shots as ZK is looking for those shots to connect. An armor swap here would be idealistic for J-Team, but it looks like it's not going to happen. They're going to let Lee go for that manual heal out of the Moonbane. That's where Wolves is going to head out here. And although we don't have Justine ult to be worrying about now, considering that Lee or Ice has already been consuming 2 dashes and has been predispositioned into that early fight, Wolves were just tempting themselves just to say, nah, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to go full W key mode in here. So they're going to be backing off as a result. In the meantime, though, over by Grizzly Rise, we do see J-Team up against Bauda as they are going to be getting into this spot of just, not having a break into this position of caught between 2 worlds. As a Salvation or as a Firefly cage is nearby, if anything happens when a fight starts up with an ultimate cast, anyone can come back to go ahead and build the rage. But we're gonna see if Forbidden Seal here as 521 looks towards BBE again. Into this section though, a purple fan for Pompey as a Takeda here. Even though he can't use ultimate, he can activate F1, finds Bin into an RB, and it could be a position for him to take full consideration. There's a Wind Blast, there's a double Wind Blast, there's a triple Wind Blast, but Yin gets caught into that Wisp throw, and as V3 comes out from Roishi, she finds a parry off of Yin, and then Pompey goes right back into this aggression mode and being the one to knock BBE Roishishi into the Forbidden Seal, deactivating the ult as an overall. Pampy looks to try to lock down the Snack. Snack goes down with 1 HP, and there it is. It's going to be elimination factor. Alliance, though, rocking into the world of just trying to backline into this. Pampy finds reason to go back into the Forbidden Seal. He needs to find Roishishi now to get the elimination to finalize this team. The F1 comes out from Roy, though. He can't take any blue focuses, but he can take a lot of Saggers, and that's exactly what Alliance is looking to build out here for. And you can see it. Roishishi does go down for the count. 5-2-1 backing off to that corner. We do see a chance here for Alliance to just look to rotate counterclockwise off of this Forbidden Seal. And as Alliance picks up those eliminations, right, 2 so far, KLA now arriving to the scene after the Forbidden Seal activates, guys. A big blueberry just shows up and everyone's like, I'm hungry. And that's where they know players are, especially coming into this mark of making sure they can capture anyone who's on the outlier of that Forbidden Seal. It only lasts for a minute, and then it goes on cooldown for a minute. But within that minute time span, there's something happening, or there's got to be a reason why the Forbidden Seal is active, and there's got to be people there, and most likely there's a fight to be had.
Yeah, but KLA, they back off. They scout it out, like you said, they see the north zone, they know that a fight's going down, but they identify that the team that remains is one of the Attack on Titan varieties, and they showed up pretty late, so they don't know the state of the ultimates, which means that they do not want to risk running into a team that 1 has the Wuchen port still up, 2 has the Viper V3 still up, because that silence, the 5 seconds of charge up for that silence is pretty nasty. But more specifically, they do not want to all in on a team when they do not know whether or not the Tessa has 2 charges of the ultimate or the 1, especially since they weren't alone. GG were also hot on their heels as WBG are now going to be going head-to-head against Wolves. It's going to be the Transformers once again going up against, well, one of the better compositions. I say better compositions. Cannonball means that you have to worry about the Yushan transformation. Unfortunately, Sand Cypher means that you have to worry about proccing the Zip ultimate first. They're going to have to all in onto one of these players by operating into the F in the air so that they don't see and maybe throw a focus onto it to activate. Not going to connect onto any of these focus hits, just correct cancels it out. Now we see the Tian Hai go for that transformation, trying to play into the Tumult ultimate to be able to block a lot of the range pressure and try and grab some of these players if they get pushed into the wind wall and immediately put themselves into that prone state. But unfortunately, EG is just not able to find any openings. The second that the Tumult ultimate is gone, the repeating crossbows comes on out and his health is starting to tank. He does manage to find one grab onto WBG's Baye, puts himself onto the pillar to be able to survive getting out of that transformation. Gem covering with the Farrier V3 instead of allowing his Monk to be able to sit in it, since the Monk did have that pillar position. As a result, now gets to continue applying the pressure onto these other players of WBG who have not been able to keep themselves alive with the Zip ultimate, and Wolves, with the slow burn of the transformation, are able to win the fight against Sandsiphon. Beautifully played. Loved the fact that EG is not looking for the double grabs. He's not getting greedy. He knows even if he finds a double grab, Sedated Soul is still going to be able to proc and save the players. So he's just trying to force the Zip ultimate as quickly as possible so that it's gone, and he still has that Tianhai ultimate lasting after it's popped.
Yeah, it was good poke coming out there from the last seconds as the very Shen just got herself into position, just being able to lock down any ground units. And that was really good for the beginning ultimates. It was kind of scary out there, but by getting eliminated early on, that's where the basis comes out, especially once the ultimates had run through. Now into this fight, we do see Wolves outside of the Romy Yang here. Gets caught into a rampage by Yaron as he's trying to unleash the Fury. Here comes Fury, and as the blast comes out here, EG is trying to look for grabs against Peak as he was in the Kurumi ultimate casting state. And you can see Peak is having a little bit of a scare down on the stairwell, but EG is at 25% HP, has to deform and go straight into the mech. And as Yaron gets parried, the Securing Fury Blast, the cannon shots come out here. Yaron looking to try to go ahead and backing off here, tries to charge a blue focus in front of a Fairy Shannon cannon shot and gets caught into the other gold focus. But that Soul Bloom pickup, as Yaron is able to pick up, might be given the necessary mitigation that he's looking for. He gets his Kurumi to use his F3, and we're going to see him lock down into EG's position as Yaron is looking to try to go for a rampage. He finds it, but F1 bell comes out. EG still gets eliminated as the villain is burned. Yaron looking for ZK as scale rushes could not be confirmed from ZK's position as Mortal Defiance comes out, but then a third party from GG as we see that Tesla Ultimate confirms that this is going to be a huge loss for Yaron. If they can't get out of here right now, they're going to lose this Vermilion chance of being able to use it for later on, but this is the chance right now. That's going to be the chance for GG to find those eliminations. It's going to be number 2 so far. Finds the martial artist Will Hook form as LXM finds Bow to Peak, eliminates it. It's like GG just eliminating everyone who has this buff coming out to this bar. GG LXM looks to try to lock down QGG, but with 3-3-0s, guys, they get them out there, Wuchen Port and all, in order for them to reset. And then into the Snowy Forest, we do see WBG up against JJH, and as Yodo Himeo comes out from Flames here, Baige looking to try to get some kill back from the Fury, and he's got 2 more just ready to go here, but gets caught into that freeze. Sleepwalker looking to try to negate. We've just seen it from dashing through here, gets the last dash to come off, and there's going to be a chance for Godly looking for the F1 confirmation from JJH's Yodo Hime. Gives Baige a little bit more chances for him to look for an opportunity of striking through, but there's nothing in place for him to connect it. We're going to see it. Phoenix Blast's connection. The Merciless Habits coming out from Godly. He's looking to try to get himself out of the fight, and they're not going to allow it to happen as Baige is getting denied every single step of the way, and he's the only one left for WBG right now and trying to find the elimination. But Godly, as a staff user, you know what happens. The staff user is just going to get out there, but Lane from Alliance coming in for a third party to find the eliminations. Part 2, third party? Crazy. Because Baige, he's going to be locked down here from Team Alliance, and that's 7 eliminations so far as the kill leaders into his lobby, tied with J-Team this round, Moxie.
Yeah, Baige was trying to just sit in that Phoenix as long as he could, but unfortunately, Phoenix, unlike jabbing, changes the weapon animation when you're going for those focus attacks, and as a result, it immediately flares to everyone in the surrounding area, the soldier that you have, and they make sure that he's just not able to hit those connections, just continued to be pressured by that Yushan, just the way we saw him getting continued to be pressured by Wolves in that realm of Yang. KLA now having third-partied every single team, including GG when GG were third-partying the other two teams with a million birds might. Now looking to try and take a third party onto JJH versus XCG. They're definitely framing up for it as Moran goes incredibly low, has to utilize the F, trying to keep himself alive. Kakaishi's going to be able to lock down that kill with the fan. It was over incredibly quickly, and as a result, I don't think KLA decided to actually stick this one. It was just XCG chasing down the lone Yushan. No ultimates were forced from the cannonball composition, which means that KLA are not going to want to try and take that third party. In fact, they're much more content to just sit and wait and see whether or not all of these players being drawn into Plumed is going to kick off a fight that they can then prey off of as a result. Alliance getting into position, spotted out the shop. See the Soul Jades. Now that someone's rolled through here. Sauda is a little bit away from them as KLA continue to just hunt the outskirts and try and find some of these straggler players, which is exactly the way that you want to, in mid-game, play this skirmisher composition. You wait, you jump on these players who are lacking some of their teammates, who maybe went into someone like Realm of Yang, but were only able to cleanse one or two of their players, and you're able to find a lot of easy kills without having to hard commit ultimates, and as a result you play most consistently and most notably safely, so that the kills that you pick up actually get to see a decent multiplier at the end of the match. As Bowder, wait and see, neither of these two teams in the area for that Realm of Yang want to immediately go through it, as the teams that do immediately gravitate to the Realm of Yangs tend to be pretty stacked when it comes to gear. They have the confidence. So we do see a lot of these teams sit and wait to try and be the last team through, so they can try and go up against some of the under-equipped teams. As XGG's Kakaishi comes on through, Yodo V3 looking to connect. J-Team's Eye is going to be dropping in with that Justina ultimate. Kakaishi's not able to find a kill onto the Justina, will however be able to create the space for his team to be able to lock down one of the players of J-Team. And as a result, Ice just has to burn this Justina ultimate. Not the dashes, he's playing mostly off of the grapples, but unfortunately for him, XG are hot in pursuit. There's OUG, is that there is, okay, 3 players of Bowder. I only see 2 players of OUG. Oh no, Serve. OUG chanced it. I don't think they're on a good composition to try and take a Realm of Yang fight either. They get the Assault Smolder at least to connect onto Yiran. Is going to sit in onto that Takeda ultimate. He goes. Longside Lockdown looking to be coming on through. Aurora Burst also. Viper V3 silencing the Takeda, making sure that he can do absolutely nothing to provide spacing for his team. Unfortunately, there is just no follow-up from OUG because they're still missing one of their players. It's a valiant effort. The Aurora Burst definitely making a lot of space for OUG, but lacking one of their teammates just means it's impossible to be able to win out.
Feels bad on this end for OUG, but still have the fight to go on because KLA finds Wolf Zem and looks towards it. 5-2-1 actually picking up a Draco Stone from the Morse Blessing. If I'm not mistaken, we'll have to double check and seeing it because you can see Yaron from Team Bowder was able to find that Mystic Might off of the Romy. So it could be 5-2-1's benefit from a Morse. And as you can see, Lee gets knocked out here from XG Kataxi. So boom, pick up immediately from QGG as he looks towards it. And obviously, QGG not anticipating the F3 shot coming out from Jianan and a free cannon shot dissipating his armor as a whole. But J-Team Lee getting looted up, just making sure that Cuckoo, if there's a purple armor there, I mean, we have to see how this is going to go down because QGG, right, Focus Slide Pole Sword has a gold spear as well. So I've been seeing a gold spear Focus Slide be, or a spear Focus Slide be utilized just for the chase tech, just catching someone out and just being able to catch them through for a jump LMB. But we'll have to see how that's going to operate off of KLA for this round. But Jingyu, Yu, SS, only 2 teammates between Yu and Jingyu for the Romy Yang depletion, whereas we did see SS not being able to enter said Romy Yang. Now, off of this side, I'm not sure.
They have 7 kills.
I'm not sure. I mean, people can walk around like, ooh, piece of candy, you know, and then find it, pick it up.
That is true.
That's what happened to Wolves. I think JJH were the ones who actually griefed them for the Romy Yang or for the the Soulbloom essences last round. So I wouldn't suspect if JJH were able to find that before they got eliminated this round.
I wonder how they got separated as well. Like, it's really unfortunate because they got separated from the Tessa, which means that it wasn't the bookend, right? It wasn't the full 5 seconds of Viper Sounds into 3 seconds of Tessa V1 Sun. It was just 5 seconds of Viper Sounds trying to play off of the damage reduction. So you live. Cavalry Bloom comes on through from XCG. OUG having to just hit sick in this fight to be able to cleanse that players. There's the Aurora Burst. Unfortunately, the silence effect does not mean that you can dodge outside of that Tessa V1 cast, and KLA coming in with the third party. Gonna be caught by a Tessa V1 of their own, but the kills have already come into their favor. OUG are going to lose you and SS back to back incredibly quickly. And now KLA are just hounding down some of these last players. XCG's NiHQ goes for the Yushan ultimate and tries to put himself into the zone as much as he can, so that KLA are going to have to hard commit the chase or back on off and potentially let the zone corruption tick kill the Yushan instead. Maybe he takes QGG down with him. The Viper is starting to lose a lot of this health. That corruption tick damage ignores shielding and goes directly through your health bar, but QGG will be able to find the kill and as a result pick up the Soul Blim, get the reset, and now try to regroup with the rest of his team. Interestingly enough, like, no one actually saw the Viper hard commit onto the Yushan as a chase, so no one actually pushed onto KLA when they were missing that Viper. And as a result, KLA are able to get away with murder quite literally for free. They've identified that everyone slows down around this pacing, like this part of the round, because everyone waits to see where that Bane's Breath is going to drop. And as a result, if KLA decide to just like hard engage on some of these straggling players, there's not a lot of backlash that they actually end up facing, because everyone is already playing not out of the open, but to the outskirts of the zone, so that they're the ones that don't get pressured by everyone else when the Bane's Breath drops.
Yeah, you know, the crazy thing about QGG was that since he had the insurance policy of Draco Storm for the first seconds of that chase into the zone, he was able to get heal ticks over time. So that really put the nail in the coffin for sustain issues. And that kept them just a little bit longer into there. And we obviously see Jing Yu as the final remaining OUG member after that onslaught of a third party coming out from KLA. This is going to be a big loss coming through your position for OUG as a whole. But then the third party coming in from Alliance, they are not going to stop this push here. Revenge finds a dragon like Might into QGG into a Benthic to send big chances here for elimination, and it happens into the zone. And then with that, lane is, you know, just going to get enchanted and locked into the zone. But Alliance just found those third party kills just like that. And off of this end, KLA is like, what's going on here? And Alliance is like, it's us. We have arrived. Harry comes out here as the F3 is initiated from Revenge, as it was stated through. We're going to see CXZ looking for this Merciless Havoc's going to connect it, but a Phoenix Blast from Bo was trying to look for those kills. But Lane will find that elimination, and that is elimination number 10. Alliance jumps two placement points up to third now. And as 521 is still looking to try to see about what the case scenario. A Wisp coming out here as Unique finds the angle and gets all those range shots with Pampy and Yin to just delete out lane from this point on. And of course, Alliance has to back off here, because since BBE is already right next door, they're gonna have to walk out here a lot, or not BBE, but with 5-2 or Bauda in the vicinity of that, they're gonna look for a third party as it comes out. And Revenge having to look for Dragon Like Might as an escape usage. He can't go into anywhere near 521 right now, as Bo had been forced to use ultimate as a defensive measure for himself as a reset for his HP bar. Unfortunate for ALL, nothing was gonna prepare them for that Whistler, and that's the power of how much the Tumultus can cause in the deterrence for surviving. But Bauda is not going to stop here. They run into the Moonbane on purpose, because they're like, listen, if you're going to be playing the game of chicken, we're going to play the game of chicken and going through there. As you can see, Revenge goes right through there, but Bo is going to be in outside of the Moonbane distance, which gives Bauda perfect reason to chase. Why not? This is an opponent that's not going to be in a spot where he could grief him for a third party. Of course, Bauda having to look for him, that's the biggest mission. If Bo looks to self-inflict injuries into the zone and just get eliminated by his own terms, this will give Bauda no reason to want to go for this.
Oh, they've come past. Do they know that he's in the building?
Nice.
Yes, now they know that he's in the building.
Everything comes out here for Bo to just say, all right, I joke, I kid, don't chase after me, please. Goes for the pole sword, gets launched into horizontal, and that's going to be kill elimination number 9 for Bauda. But apparently Bo just wants to survive for a minute longer. What's going on here, Bo? But he gets caught to the staff, and of course Peak is going to be to pick up the elimination, and that's where we're going to see number 9 officially for Bauda. 3 teams left, 7 players total alive. Alliance has 10 eliminations, and they lost actually they lost the away shot coming through here. So they only got one last hope in sustain for placement with those 10 eliminations. But 521 is still rocking the party. They got 2 eliminations so far, but they do have gold armor now for Pampy, who is Takeda, and he's going to be having the staff on standby and a pole sword in the hands of one of the other teammates. I'm not sure who, but whoever has that pole sword can really set the follow-up, as Yin is also a staff wielder and connecting towards himself. I'm looking at the Jades, and if I'm not mistaken, Merciless Havoc, for Yin. I'm looking at it. I'll have to double triple check because considering how much loot has been around into the floor of the bodies, we're gonna have to see how this is gonna turn up into this fight because Bowder's Yaron is looking to try to chase this one out here. Looks to use ultimate, but it looks like Pampy's gonna be the second one to come off. A whisk throw does not confirm a lot of damage considering the pushbacks from both Furins. Yaron putting the work. Explosive armor procced out here from Pampy, and as it comes out here, Yaron looks for the hold R&B. A lot of heals coming back, but a recast ultimate from Peak puts the team in this position where they can use this heal coming into play for their armor as Yaron is trying to go ahead and close gap a focus light from Unique to try to connect it. Doesn't happen. Yaron is looking to reposition it here for his team with the F1 up. If any blue focuses comes his way, he can take that into a somersault tactic of a tackle. But of course, there it is. It's going to happen here. He's going to get the kill just based off his own damage alone, and Yin's going to go down. Yaron is getting those soul blooms, and a dragon-like Mike coming out from Revenge as a third party. The solo player into this lobby has F3 available, has ultimate to come into use, doesn't look the time to use it, but another Moonbane spawning in here, and as Revenge is looking to get out of there, we're gonna see Unique get eliminated from the Moonbane strike as a whole. And of course, Revenge goes for Dragon like Might Mo, goes straight into the Moonbane, into the heart of danger, uses his advantage, and looks to use ultimate here as a last dash of damage to come out for sustain as well. But the amount of teammates here to give Bauda no trouble at all, they win this out with the MVP with the Moonbane in their realm of disposition.
That fight where Bauda all in, that grieves Alliance's Revenge so hard. When that fight came through, it literally got brought to Revenge's doorstep. He was hidden inside that little like hut where he was essentially just like crouching below head level of the stone wall to try and play like as quietly as he possibly could. He did, however, outlive a lot of other teams. So Alliance's gambit of essentially one running directly through the Moonbane, because you know that they're not going to chase that one person who's going through the Moonbane and chance and risk running into Moonbane AoE themselves, versus seeing one player out into the open and having that safer option. That actually paid off in spades for Alliance because their kill multiplier is going to be a lot stronger since Revenge was able to outlive so many people. He could have had like a really good final zone too. Like he was on the Yoto, he had that V3. Yoto ultimate only gets stronger as the zone starts collapsing on through because it has a lot of stagger. You can teleport your location so that you can put yourself into the air as quickly as you possibly can and then look down and find all of the knockbacks. Unfortunately for Revenge, however, Bauda was just methodically moving through all of the teams and all of the pieces remaining on the board. So when he actually gets spotted out, when Revenge tries to come in with that Hail Mary play of seeing that there were these players, they were super close with their backs to the zone. So if you came with a Dragon-like and you clipped them with the Dragon-like into the corruption and then cancelled out of the follow-up and yeeted your way out of there, maybe you did enough damage to be able to pick up an extra kill before you properly got focused down by all of the other teams in the area. So he tries to go for like one of those plays, gets very quickly spotted. About to see the lone Yoto, they make sure that they fully focus on just clearing the entire team, and then they move on to the Yoto afterwards because they're remembering like, oh yeah, we were fighting Alliance before this, and Alliance had a Yoto that we were chasing. So we know that this Yoto was a solo player as opposed to the full team that we're just committing onto.
And the other thing about it is that, you know, usually when you get the eliminations off of a party, the players keep track about how many times, you know, when because of the player are they eliminated like completely, which means that the whole team is out. It didn't happen when they killed Bo. So they know the Yoto is going to be out there. If they fought that Yoto previously, which they had, and they know that the Yoto had F3, they knew that they needed to burn that immediately as well. It didn't have has an opportunity for them to go through and finding that out until they know it, and they know exactly when to time out their attacks. But question coming onto the board, guys, for you guys in Twitch chat, of course, which team is leading the total scoreboard now? Are you guys paying attention? Because I want to make sure you guys are paying attention. Is it AOUG? Is it BCD Wolves? Is it CJJH? Or is it DCDGG? I want to know. Do you guys know? Do you understand what's happening here? Did you press replay and look at the scoreboard just to make sure? Because if you are, you know, make sure you get the right answer. But make sure you guys do that in Twitch chat. You'll get rewards. You'll get a message from NARAKA BLADEPOINT themselves in the chat. But not only to the, even though it's only the Twitch chat, I want to appreciate my YouTube watchers out there. I know you guys are out there inside of the chat, just saying hello. And I'm like, hi, how's it going? Hello, gamers. And of course, anyone across those two platforms, we want to appreciate you guys for taking the time watching the streams for the Nbpl and coming into the live feed. Of course, Moxie, This is going to be the third round coming into Hollow Roth. We're going to be going into this map as the last one for today for Hollow. Considering that WBG hasn't yet just played it out, we could see that Holy Vixen comp come into play where Tianhive, Tessa, Kurumi, it could all come, it could be coming all together, but at the same time, only one time in this lobby, there's only one comp to be used with the Temi into the Weishan, or the Temi into the Tianhai, into the Furious Shen. It could make an appearance, maybe out of an outlier from JJH, but scoreboard into this point. Bowda with 20.8 out of that game. Massive point jump into their position, and 19.7 for KLA due to placement alone and catching 14 eliminations and getting getting to that placement for themselves. That's massive. But since Alliance stayed up live until second place, they got themselves that second place multiplier. They got 16.5 points. While we have OUG at 12.3, and we do have XCG at 7.6, 4.6 for both Wolves and 5-2-1. While BB was able to accrue 3 points, 2.7 was earned for GG. WBG with 2 points this round, and JJH at 1.5.
Yeah, KLA and Alliance. KLA getting coming 14, Alliance with 10 kills. They had some really strong third parties, but unfortunately for them, like the Tessa, Viper, Wu Chen, it falls off when we get into late zone because there's just not as clean a moment to be able to third party on just 2 isolated teams. So very quickly we saw what happens when they chased after OUG and they wanted that last kill. They painted a target on their backs and they were the ones that ended up getting third partied. Bowda coming in, not that much damage in terms of trio statistics, right? It's just Jing coming in with 19,000. Peak with the 10,000 healing, so that's definitely not group heal and advanced heal soldier setup for that Kurumi. But at the moment, the Kurumi, it's not just the healing that is the power of the Kurumi. It is that tether, it is the F3, the 20% damage reduction when you're sitting in tether, then 90% once it snaps, and that means that the Cicada gets to survive so much. Unfortunately, some of these teams that aren't doing so much damage and scores as a result are our previous bi-weekly finals winners. WBG have been struggling. I definitely think that they're stronger on Morris Isle, which is most likely where we are going to see the Tessa, Kurumi, and Tianhai, as well as the Justina come through. So I think for them, I'm not counting them out until we translate over to the second half of the day. OUG, however, if you answered OUG in chat for that last answer, well, you would be correct. And one of you just walked away with one of our gifts, because they are currently in number 1. It's not clean, however. They're not out and ahead of everybody. Bowda with 32.7 are very close behind them. And I think a lot of success that Bowda have had, because they have been seeing a lot more success in this season compared to in previous, we can attribute to the fact that it wasn't just roster player changes that came through. Raven has actually confirmed that XCG's previous coach has also moved over to Bowda as well. So they're definitely taking full advantage of that mind. As we can have a look back and see, this is OUG's first fight against BBE. When SS, unfortunately with that pulse sword, is just trying to gets a gorgeous parry onto Roy Hee and then immediately moves over to be able to help the team out and confirming that kill onto Ivan, gets the ultimate online, gets to provide that V1, and that is just immediately curtains for BBE. So then moving over to Imperial, we got to see the Justina fight go down. Yiran here, getting the kill onto Wolves EG. This is before the third party happened, as he gets the kill, and then immediately afterwards KLA show up, and every success that Bowda found suddenly gets turned against them. As there it is. That's a V1. Hello. Both GG and KLA showing up to the scene, as here we get to see KLA again coming on in with that Viper V3 to set things up. That's jabbing. We do get to see it. We can tick that one off the checklist. Jabbing an incredibly strong Jade, as unfortunately Moonbane an incredibly strong hit of damage of AoE, as all of these players running from Bowda just had to take their chances against the gods of fate and hope that Moonbane favored them.
I didn't think Unique was that close to a from the Moonbane in the front of the enemies, no less. No one was able to final hit confirm him, so he just dies outright to Moonbane and Moonbane alone. But MVP coming out here for Bowda's Jing, as they were able to create 19k damage, and even with that 5 eliminations, a 7 assists, 12 kill participation as an overall. almost 8,900 damage coming out from the pole sword alone with the musket, an impressive 5,300 and the staff with 2,500. The overcomer not really utilized maybe as much because even though we might see the RMBs from the pole sword, you know, coming out for level 3 charges, it's really coming down towards those 1.0 blues. But even then, a staff on standby for that Merciless Havoc could have worked out. But most importantly, focus slide, guys. Come on, focus slide. Come on, you know, you just go swoop, wobbly boop, you break their ankles, and all of a sudden they take a neutral attack, and your teammate's like, I hear, homie, I got you. RMB with the staff. What are you gonna do? You're gonna get, oh, guess what? Another focus. I shimmy my way through and then swipe out with the pole sword again. And that's where the moves come out, not to the overworld only. We like Moxie said, Romy Yangs, you can just go in there and you can be a detrimental force, especially against, you know, the players that coming in here as a backliner, and all of a sudden Atemi starts rushing at you with an RMB and they cancel it into sliding mode, and that's enough blue focus that you cannot parry. That is something that you have to avoid somehow, and that could force you to get caught into taking 500 damage from a pole sword that you weren't necessarily. That's a quarter of your HP if you're running purple armor. And that's where it comes down to the Jade placement, guys. The Jades can make a really strong push. You can see how expensive they are in the Mortal War now, but they have everything working for them. They have the right synergy for RNG. They can get that early on, and that's what's worked in the favor for the fights to come. But just like the fights to come, make sure you guys take a good chance to take some time to rest, because we're going to be on break for just a bit. We're going to go right back into round 3, grab your water, grab your popcorn. We're not going to miss anything when we come back. We'll see you guys then.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break, and I hope you have water. I hope you got your popcorn. If you don't like popcorn, I hope you got your snacks, whichever way they are, biscuits or not. But my name is Severia. Coming into casting, we do have Lovey, got Moxie, and as you guys can probably tell, Moonbane's MVP. That's it. Good night. MVP of the night.
He has been on fire. Like he has been homing missile dropping on all of these players and all of these teams. Like if I had a hat, I would take my hat off to these players for like actually thinking I'm going to chance my luck and I'm going to surf today, because like sometimes the tide is in and the waves are pretty nice, and other times there is a raging storm out there, and Bainsworth has been on top of his game today. So the fact that Alliance's Revenge was able to live as long as he did in the previous match, kudos to him, my friend. You 100% earned that kill score multiplier. Wolves have been earning themselves a big jump in the scoreboard. This is a team that have been doing incredibly well. A lot of last year, they really struggled with being able to convert early kills into final game. And as a result, like their multiplier would be very, very low. But it seems like heading into 2024, that's a problem that they've been able to, for the most part, get off of their back. GG, on the other hand, one of the teams who traditionally popped off on Holorov, a little bit of a quieter day today. But I probably attest that to the fact that if you do go for all of those fights in the mid to early game, you do open yourself up to getting third-partied by the likes of KLA and Alliance, because those two teams have been scavenging the map, and they are out for blood when they see teams taking fights.
Yeah, they find the fights just based off of sound cues, but mostly their rotations, right? Finding those bells and just like and locking those ones down, the locations, whether from Yushan Ruins down to Snowy Forest, down towards the Camel's Hump. They kind of make the rotations very well known to just be able to find people outright, because not only are those bells in locations that are mostly, maybe they're not in a populated area most of the time. That's also where shops are nearby. That's also where soul altars are nearby, and they make sure they can hit each and every single one of those spots, and that's how they're finding these eliminations. We saw that third party coming into the Snowy Forest where they caught OUG out. Even though OUG was on up, they went down really fast as they lost 2 of their teammates into that round. So hoping to see into the last Holoroth map of whether or not we can get the catch-up game for the remaining of the lower 6, but also with WBG. I mean, their performance so far today has been first round Grief Nation off of the Jin Armory, and then second round, not so much of it in terms of value, but this is where we have to see the turnaround make through. But round selections now, Sand Siphon's locking in with the Kurumi for KLA, as Zip Ping Ying is going to be made for OUG and GG. XG opting in for an Attack on Titans comp with the Viper Witch and Tessa as the first round pick. Now that's going to allow for second rounds to go for a snowball. We see Wolves now rocking at. Alliance is going to opt in for the Viper Witch and Tessa. WBG going for the Cannonball into round 2 pick, and then we're going to see JJH still deciding upon whether or not they're going to be rocking into investing their 2 points for the Sand Siphon, or maybe going straight into that Cannonball AOT comp, and instead they decide to opt in, possibly thinking about it, contemplating it. It's going to be locked in for that Furious Shen Tian Hai Temi comp that they did into round 1. If this allows to see what round 3 selection comes through, if it's going to be the norm or they're going to be seeing teams rocket, this is where we're going to find it right now. Sand Siphon's opted in for 2-point conversion for BVE. They're going to be using those 2 hero points as the bans have been made from the first round. And of course, 5-2-1 looking for the Viper, Wuchen Tessa. Bauda, I believe, are looking to go for it. Peak is going to choose the Viper. And then with J Team as the final round choice, could be seeing the snowball coming out. And there it is, as Ice is going to lock in. And if I'm not mistaken, their second round of playing that comp, so hopefully we're going to see some better success rate coming out, because they got caught out pretty often into last round. So hoping to see where that kind of ends up going into this into round 3.
Okay, well, we know that the Transformers team have been, even without that Kurumi, able to beat Sand Siphon. Wolves did it last round, so hopefully JJH will be able to find the same level of success when, like you said, they run this composition back. They did use it in round number 1. We did see them make it all the way through that final zone alongside it as well. Again, though, the problem was that was when there were 2 Tian Hais in the lobby. This time around, there are 1, and you do have to worry about being third-partied by the Attack on Titan teams, even with the Tessa variation, because, I mean, that composition was literally pioneered to put a stop to Transformers back when it was staple meta, and we had Yushan, Tian Hai, and Kurumi instead of this hybrid style of Cannonball and Tian Hai. coming on through for these teams. As it does look like we can have a look and see what abilities are going to be coming through. Specifically the Yotos. I think it's very much going to be across the board for the Testers, the F1, the V1, for the Vipers, the F3. Oh, hold on a minute. V2 from Bowder. I was about to say all of the Vipers are probably going to be rocking that V3. But no, it's going to be the V2 coming on out from Peak, so he's not going to get that 40% damage reduction. It's also not the V1, which means that we're not going to get that bookend of a 5-second stun for the Tessa to get to play off into the second throw-out of that ultimate. JJH going to be rocking the F1 instead of the F2. When WBG ran the Tian High, they did like to have Sleepwalker on the parry bell, but it looks like it's just going to be base bell coming through from Godly instead.
Yeah, one thing about the V2 being used by Bowder's Peak, I think if I'm not mistaken, I saw that F3. There's a lot of animation to be invested into the V2 where you won't be able to exit unless you can use your shotgun F3 or you can go for immediate 1.0 release for blue focus. Either way, V2 commits towards a stun guaranteed across targets, but also for silence. So even if Yodohimes are in the vicinity, if they are looking to teleport, they can't, and they will get locked into a stun guaranteed. So that's where it really comes out to it. But spawns here we see Wolves over by the Grizzly Rise. We see 521 into the heart of Tang. Alliance actually out towards the Yushan village, and a J team into the heart of Yushan, where their spawns are looking to try to get to the Rage Altar as fast as possible. WBG over by the by Pinnacle Town, while a Salvation Podium spawn between OUG and BBE. And then you can see Cinnabar Valley has team battle over there, and XUG and KLA are opting into the heart of Plume Castle. GG and JJH all the way Imperial. So many fights going to happen right now. This is game 3, guys. My name is Severio alongside with God Moxie, and we're going to see a ballista kill, possibly from OUG's SS, but nope, he misses it, and he's going to be engaged. This is a joust, but Ben is looking in the other direction. His blinders are on, and Roishishi has blue armor and a pole sword ready to go against SS, who is going to go look for the loot. There's another ballista shot. You dodges it just barely. The king is eliminated, and as you can see, BBE are able to consolidate into one position towards the next against SSU, looking to regroup with his teammate, but no ballista position to be taken here, as he does not have any armor. He has nothing to sustain for his vitality for health, and Roishishi knows that, but then decides to back off here for just a couple of seconds. Thinks we need to get the Salvation Podium and get this puzzle done immediately. And 521 find a Moonbane purchase off the rip. If I'm not mistaken, they just went for gold immediately and found that off, and you can see the kill feed is going into onslaught mode. Every single one of the other teams are finding 3 kill eliminations. GG found 3 kill eliminations. J team found 3 kill eliminations, and so did XCG within the span of a minute.
Here's the time attack serve. WBG, this is what they did on Biweekly. This is how they grouped OUG in that game number 7. They landed, and then they pushed into Salvation Podium after they'd been able to gear up and interrupt these players when they're trying to solve that box. There's the ballista shot directly onto Bin. Bygay sees the isolation, immediately all ins the 1v1 onto Snack. Trying to come on through with those dual halberds, loses a lot of his armor, but baits Snack into going into the ballista POV, and as a result, that fire tick is doing so much. Stoneform comes through, but BBE give WBG a taste of their own medicine. There are 2 ballistas on Salvation Podium, and WBG took the eye off of one of them. OUG now going for the run back. SS coming back on through. They've spotted that another team was contesting this space, and as a result, they're going to be able to push BBE off of the ballista and occupy it themselves. This is an absolute pass the parcel when it comes to positioning, and BBE know that they've given up that space. They have to back on off. OUG know that they don't have the loot to be able to chase on and commit to a team, especially since BBE might be running them directly into another who are better equipped and have the ultimates available. So it's much better to sit and loot and gear up so that you can still have ballista to stop these players from trying to push on top of you and pushing you out of the lobby early, considering some of them had to use their rebirths. There's Bowder and JJH now going head-to-head. Godly gets hit by the Tessa V1. Barrier V3 is going to get dropped just in case the Monk needs it. There's the transformation. Unfortunately, he is not able to iframe out of the stagger. He does take the enchantment, and as a result, he's not able to find any opportunity to look for these grabs. Gets hit by the Viper ultimate as well. Jing switches over to that fan to be able to throw it on repeat the charge, the RMB, and they're going to be able to connect onto him before he's able to get into the Farrier V3 as well. Bowder playing it perfectly and making it known why Tian High struggles so much in current climate.
No, it's great rotation up for the skills there and making sure the Viper goes through. And as we can see, 521 gets eliminated off here by Pampy gets eliminated by BBE's Roishishi. But this Moonbane from 521, as I said, they didn't have any eliminations. They went straight for economy for the Moonbane, and they were able to accrue it. And this could work in their favor. However, cannon shots, bow shots, anything in the nature of range is what BBE is going to look for. And we can see the res coming off of Yin as that armor was made to go for a swap. Nicely done. As Pampy is the only remaining 521 member to get res. Nice F3 from Unique to deny those range shots. They got another 20 seconds for this Moonbane, but like a Moonbane is spawning on the ground, it's like a Forbidden Seal. Players will know where things are happening and they'll make the rotation, because in the meanwhile, over to the city of Tong, Wolves, BBE made the rotation towards the northern gate, but Wolves has still been here for the entirety of this region, and they have a Moonbane themselves. So once this Moonbane runs out, if it finds the advantage for EG to get themselves, we're going to see ZK be the game of chicken and being one of the first people to initiate the fights with Zem and looking for BBE to commit towards it. That's the biggest point about Moonbanes. You can force this team to look forward, but at the moment that BBE starts thinking, where's their third, that's when they're going to think, let's spread out, because there it is. Moonbane drops down here. We're going to see as it comes down, Roishishi gets sent to the Shadow Realm here with those mid-air staggers into the bow shots. And of course, ZK has ultimate now. He looks to try to initiate this off of Roishishi, and then the freeze is guaranteed, but the V2 proc coming out here denies it. And with ZK going down there, a Soblin for Roishishi to get back into the fray with a lot of heals and a lot of chances here to avoid this. Roishishi is still rocking into that Moonbane while Snack is getting dissipated from V3 slashes out of the hands of Zem, but Zem has Moonbane to his advantage here. And as you can see, I'm surprised that BBE did not get caught into any one of these Moonblade blasts. I'm gonna cast a curse hit, because obviously right then and there, Roishishi gets caught to that Scare Rush, a Soul Bloom picks up, and then with everything, I'm a menace for doing that, guys. I'm sorry, BBE, for getting that one done, but Zem looks to call
you owe them a personal apology letter. Oh, they were doing so well. Unfortunately, Wolves might not be doing so hot in a matter of minutes. They're able to get the revive, but there is immediately another team now drawn into trying to check out City of Tang. Just like no old zone, everyone gets to see when Bane's Breath is in play. Everyone knows the fight's going down, and it invites all of this challenge. As a result, OUG and Bowder, both of these teams now out of the woodwork, off of the sidelines, looking to see whether or not they can third party this. Fight's already ended though. Wolves very, very wisely making their exit very, very quietly. And as a result, OUG and Bowder, both knowing that there's multiple teams in the area, do not want to commit to this fight, because if they lose this next fight, even if they have gear, well, unfortunately, they won't be in a position to be able to put themselves into a realm of Yang. And for Sand Siphon, that simply will not do. They need to have the scaling. They need to have the realm of Yang wins so they can get that Takeda ultimate up to yellow as quickly as possible. As we can see, Wolves have been able to find one of the players of BBE. Snack goes down to the fan. As Alliance have been able to find Lane the Viper purple armor. That is the way that we tend to see. Viper doesn't scale her ultimate health duration off of the armor. It's not like she's a transformer, but letting the Viper have the purple armor, because when you go for that ultimate, traditionally in both the V1 and the V2, not so much the V3, because you do get the 40% damage reduction. It is everyone turning and trying to kill that Viper on site. It's why when we had everyone running the V1 iteration of the Viper, which is where nothing happens on charge up, and then once the tether snaps, everyone gets stunned, Vipers would actually try and drop down from somewhere like a treetop so that they don't put themselves into a position where they can potentially be melted down before the ultimate is ready to proc.
Yeah, Vipers having this mitigation to be available for them, as well as just being able to have that extra armor, buys just a little bit more time, especially for their, if their position is not so hot where they have to use Force Ultimate. But even if they use Force Ultimate, right, having that extra 250 armor for themselves can really make the world of a difference. For instances, for V1 and V2, 50% mitigation pre-Season 12, that's where you're actually able to see how much damage can be coming out here for themselves to mitigate off of this end. And V3 has 40% mitigation, and that's great. It's for 5 seconds for them to go through and just go in ham. And even though it's 10% less than their counterparts between V1 and V2, where we're going to see Bowda, because they do have V2, this will be a good chance for them to see how well they can integrate that into this matchup. Now, onto the Realm of Yang spawns, we see a Vermilion's Morris Blessing. That right there is a golden, it's the golden Nox. Everyone wants to make, if they can make their way towards it and getting themselves a Morris Blessing with Vermilion Burst Might, heck, any Temi would want to use their ultimate to invest into it if they have enemy opponents come through. That's what we saw in round 1, where Alliance was not ready for that one, where it came down towards it. But we will have to see how this will end up for the Rumying fights, as KLA are right next door towards J Team, and each one of them are not going to enter it. A team has already entered through, but this is where that poke comes through. JJH, don't ask questions.
Where's the monk? Where's my Tianhai? I mean, they did lose a fight pretty early on. Tianhai struggles for a couple of reasons. I remember we saw them go down to the Tessa team. Tianhai, even when you're able to get your ultimate online, because all of his health and damage scales off of equipment, when he actually activates the ultimate, he does struggle early on. Even when you get the ultimate, a lot of the time you just do not have the damage output or the health to be able to sustain in the fight long term. And it does unfortunately look like JJH are not going to be able to take a Realm of Yang. Instead, it's going to be KLA coming in with that Karumi version of Sand Siphon. There's the Karumi Teva, so we can get the damage reduction onto our Takeda. Immediate interception with the dual halberds. Gorgeous connection onto J-Team's lead to make sure that Takeda is going to be kept safe. Unfortunately, however, the Justina freeze is absolutely massive. The conversion off of that into Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz even bigger as QG is going so incredibly low. The follow-up from Ice with the dual halberds RMB catching this Takeda. He still has not gone down, however. That is testament to the healing coming out from Cuckoo at the moment. All of the shoves have been burned, but this Takeda is still standing. And unfortunately, that means for the Cannonball, or indeed the Snowball variation of it, all of that threat has now melted into a puddle because they did not manage to confirm the kill. And that is the benefit of the Karumi as opposed to the Zip. The Zip, once that Sedated Soul gets procced, the ultimate is done, everything becomes killable. The Karumi has sustained, so against things like the Justina, where the ultimate lasts far longer than one proc of Sedated Soul, the Karumi Teva and the V2 is absolutely invaluable to make sure that your Takeda stays standing, and that is a legendary fan to be able to play off of those shelves with as well. That is absolutely terrifying.
You know, it's destruction versus preservation, you know, that's a reference. But if everything comes out here towards XCG into this spot, blue armor, 3 eliminations, now that there's a team that has a gold fan that's a Takeda wield, it's just not going to be a fun time for anyone who decides to go up against Kayla at this point. But in the meantime, Alliance themselves are rocking through into the Snowy Forest. They themselves have gotten a good set of gear on hand, of course, while Lane is using the spear as a Viper. One thing I was noticing into last round, and this is kind of like a easy mind stomper, is that when the V3 Viper comes out for the offensive, catching that stagger coming off of the V3 pop gives a guaranteed RMB blue focus, a single hit blue focus, mind you, where the spear can have full value. In the one short moment, you now have someone that just takes a free blue focus off that end, and it's not multi-hit, right? Where you're not looking at where a person can use combo breaker within the span of it, because remember, V3 silences you, and the only time you can use your skills or / ultimate is once that silence ends. However, once they have a single hit weapon, there's nothing they can do to mitigate that standard procedure of just 1.0 it to the face, and that would just be the case scenario for Alliance to utilize that weapon selection as for the Viper. Now, GG are playing sneaky here. Wolves, I think they have some sort of idea about something, because for some whatever apparent reason, Zem has been searching for this all along. A Forbidden Seal here is actually massive here for GG to actually utilize this, and that's going to be it. Zem's going to be locked in here for the position, but EG actually looked to use ultimate way too preemptively. Didn't know that the Forbidden Seal was there, and he has no ultimate to save his team once they get out the zone. And as you can see, GG looks towards EG. As a result, since they know that he has nothing to save his life for this, a Merciless Havoc keeps him propelled, and GG finds the elimination off of that Vermilions. But ZK looking to try to be aggressive on this end, catches RMBs back to back. Zem is the second one to go down. ZK finds a parry, looks for the shunt off of the Hong Sword parry, but of course GG found their best opportune moment here as one of the singled out characters came through and then pre-empted Temi ult into a Forbidden Seal. There was just nothing here that would have given Wolves any sort of benefit. But a third party, you'd love to see XCG making the rounds here. Now 3 eliminations total. They're looking to try to finish up this fight. Once that Forbidden Seal went active, they went towards the vicinity. And of course, LXM gets caught in here to that Dragon Slayer. But with Kakaxi not having his chance here, gets caught to the Whisk Throw. That 40% mitigation really working through with the equity from the Wu-Chins, keeping him into the fight. The V2 comes out from LXM, and he's going to have himself enough sustain. But with it, Xiaonan finds the V1 Wu-Chen teleport for a reset, hopefully, in order to get their teammate back up to the fight. But GG, which is losing track of where their targets are. And then another fight, KLA finds J-Team, and J-Team is actually at a low point here. Parry comes out, a gold fan picked up for Zui. Zui gonna come out here for those R&B spans, but the F1 tackle comes out to play as QGG having himself to catch Ice off of that end. gives QGG more opportunity here to hold blue focus. Cuckoo is down. CXZ is running for their lives. And of course, while the meter dump comes out to the delay, QGG was being anticipated by Lee as Lee gets the shunt, gets the L&B, and looks for his team to come through here for a parry and a kill confirmation, giving only one teammate left for KLA into this round.
Yeah, one teammate, but unfortunately that's going to be enough to make sure that J-Team is still down one Soul Bloom. They need to cleanse their Yodo, and they need to cleanse them quickly, otherwise that is going to be a Yodo knocked out to Yang depletion. WBG in a exact similar position. Unfortunately, that problem is amplified ×3. All of their players are currently lacking one of those, so they're going to have to all in onto BPE. Smolch ultimate comes on through, making it harder for WBG to be able to collapse onto these players. It's a really tough location for them to be able to try and find a player to actually fully kill in one go. This is Celestra 2.0 when it comes to kite pathing, breaking ankles, and scale rushing. So things like the dagger and the fan are just so good to be able to make sure that we stay mobile. WBG, they're about to go down. Even if they get the kill onto Roy, maybe they can cleanse one of their players. Yes, we do. Even though we get third party, the Tessa V1 almost meant that Aja was not able to get the bloom. Unfortunately, the Teva gives away exactly where the Yoda runs away to, and we're still going to go down. We see him on the player cam just there accepting his fate as XGG comes in with the third party. 521 also now fighting it out. NiHQ having thrown out both variations of that Tessa V1, going to have to swap to the Pulsar, try and scale rush and keep himself as mobile as possible. As 521 now trying to deal with XCG. Pampy gets hit by that Viper ultimate, swaps over to the cannon to keep the pressure going. Falls incredibly low, but does have his team with him to be able to confirm the kill onto XCG's Kakaishi, and as a result, the Soul Bloom reset is going to be up and available for the Viper, lending us 70% and 80% now counting of our ultimate as they look to try and scout where exactly these rest of the players have run off to. Alliance now coming in for a fourth party, hit in with that Tessa V1, immediately catching on to one of these players of 521. Yin falls incredibly quickly, and Alliance go right back into trying to scout it out. Oh, that is a 1 versus 3. Okay, LA. CXE, he tried to chance it. He thought maybe they wouldn't go into the second realm of Yang. Maybe they would prioritize the Morris Blessings. Maybe he would walk over Rebuff Charm. Unfortunately for him, it is now a 1 versus 3. The Smolch F comes on. Now he doesn't even have his ultimate serve. Stop, he's already dead. The Phoenix into Hector into fan charged RMB. And there's nothing that Timmy could have done. He'd already burned the F. And unfortunately for him, he will lose the 1v3. Good news for him. Silver lining, if you may. It is a realm of Yang, so he now gets to choose a soul altar and come back and try and bring his team back. That approach. Bad news is that Bowder and Alliance, having won their realm of Yang, are now going to be getting incredibly aggressive. OUG as well with the Draco Storm, going to be trying to put all of the pressure onto these teams with the additional lightning damage and the fact that it now lasts just as long as all of the other buffs.
I was gonna say CXC take U energy, but the problem is that U was in the Rumble Yang with him, so I couldn't really say that because of it a 1-to-1 to 0. But OUGU outside of the Rumble Yang is putting the pressure on about it. As you can see, Draco Storm getting those procs and getting the heal back over time. SS is in the position of using ultimate here as it denies it. We're gonna see a V2 to ping as it comes through, but a parry nicely done from Bauda. And it looks like OUG are feeling the full repercussions here and finds the extension for the staggers into that position where Wu Chen has to port out. And Bauda looks to try to reset here. I'm not sure if OUG knows exactly where they're going, but this angle looks to be right because Yaron having half HP with peak. They have White Tiger's prowess. They'll take 25 heal every single tick for that buff being active, and as it comes out there, they can even just look to go, just go ahead and dip out to find a firefight cage if it comes to their benefit. But OUG having to invest all their ultimates that early on, it kind of comes into conclusion for that rage per second to work back in. And this aggressive ultimate of the Draco Storm having 3 minutes now compared to when it was 2 minutes before, it just gives the opportunity for teams to look for those early game outside realm being fights as fast as they can. The only problem is when you're going to get to Viper Witch and Tessa comp and they out of nowhere to go somewhere else when you invested everything towards it, it really gives you that, dang, maybe if I got Mystic Might moment. But besides the point, everything comes out towards Wolves here. They themselves have a pretty good selection of kills into the board with 8 eliminations. OUG has 11, but since they are tied in there with BBE, Wolves will try to look towards and try to go for those third parties, considering that Justina can kind of work against chasing out Wu Chens if they decide to go for it. In the meantime, though, OUG making their way towards the Moonfall Pass. They're going to be looking and finding Bauda's Jing and Bauda in general, and you can see there's no ultimates available for either one of them. It looks like Jing is at 40% or 35% for his rage, so it really just comes down to being able to land both shots if they want to go ahead and re-engage. But since a Draco Storm is coming out,
BBE.
they're gonna go for him. BBE has a gold pole sword, has ultimate ready. If they're gonna have to use their ultimate to deny the chase, it will come to that investment for themselves. But BBE has that pole sword, so he can just keep gliding with the grapple strikes. Like,
Wait,
what's going on here?
KLA CXC is in this area too. If the stars align, BBE are down to 1 Temmie. KLA is down to 1 Temmie. Unfortunately, Ivan doesn't get a stars align. It's an eclipse moment as he runs directly into a full free stack, and now everyone is going to be on his tail. Bauda and OUG have spotted that there is a tumult that is not moving with a trios team, and Ivan immediately has to try and turn tail to make sure he does not get grapple locked into that pony roller. The F comes out, the Tessa V1, however, there's the third party coming on through. Who was able to claim the kill? Bauda. Fan. It's so fast when you have multiple people contesting the kill. Fan is one of the best at being able to get that last hit of confirmation. It doesn't matter how much damage you do, as long as you get that last tap on the health bar before it hits 0, then it is counted as your own. And unfortunately, that's going to make it even tougher for KLACXE to be able to find a solo player and pick up a Soul Bloom, because that was the only solo player that he could potentially have run into, and he came so close. He was at Salvation Podium only a little bit ago. Now, unfortunately, it looks like maybe he's accepted his fate. 20 seconds left. He's gone out into the forest. He's trying to just path around it, but wait!
What the? Whoa!
The NARAKA god smile upon the tumult. She goes all the way out into the zone, finds a Soul Bloom that either Kayleigh had stashed all that time ago when they initially dropped, or he's able to just randomly chance upon one. I think it might have been the first. I think he was pathing there for a reason, but I mean, why would he not res into the area if he knew that a Soul Bloom was there? So maybe it was just one of those moments where everything aligns and you're absolutely bailed out from the brink of despair.
Just build different. You know what's crazy though? I looked at you, Soul Jades. Phoenix Blast had to detach on the Takeda. Who's gonna kill you at this point if he's got those 2 Jades? And I don't know if he has a longsword, but I'm hoping, you know, we're gonna see that. But CXE back in the game. They got 3 eliminations. He's going Moonbane Surfer. You better get out of there, please. Don't let me see a Venn diagram coming out here, because
he saw the world zone. He knew that like all of the teams would gravitate towards that. He rings that bell. He makes sure that no one is running away from that world zone and towards him, and then he just books it. He's playing for full survival.
Look at them, the moth to the flame here. GG actually find the gold Morris blessing too, so they got themselves to give LXM that purple, the gold armor. They opted to leave that melee resistance Jade, and I'll just double check and see about what that one is. But as you can see, they're going to range mode and making sure they can just try to get as much as they can off this end. I do see have to detach for 330 as well, so for their zipping to have that on hand is really crucial. CJS having to go ahead and just have his Jades be on playing the side. The cannon with the Rupture Gale Orb, with the, you know, everything in Cannonball, the whole cannon build pretty much in CJ's pocket, so they can keep the rotation of repair chest towards him in case they get into a plateau region where there's rocks to be in nearby vicinity. Now, ZK is actually having himself with the Flamebringer and just trying to hit those bushes, because you never know if there's somebody who's hiding out there. They know there's a solo player, and they know they're going to keep their going through. But the crazy thing about ZK is they got Kabloom on standby, but the gold Jade that they have on hand actually is Martial Artist Will Hook form. So whether or not they want to try to use that as a secondary option, that will be to the testament of time for what they have in here on hand. But we're going to go to a replay as we're going to look to the first Romy Yang. OUG had themselves into a check here, but just making sure they keep their momentum here. An easy preemptive ult here for you as he drops down straight towards WBG Sleepwalker into that Fairy Shen mech. Looks to try to regroup around where A Xiao's ultimate is being casted into SS's ultimate as Temi, and where the teleports are very limited once that had been occurred. But you looks to scare around, look for the target prior selection of anyone on ground unit duty as he finds Sleepwalker here. He looks to try to use his second to last Fear and Blast. He's got one last one to come out here, and as you finds a lineup, gets Sleepwalker into a charge LMB and looks towards the F1 in midair for the extra propulsion and looks for the muscle. I love how you gets away with this, because then all of a sudden he gets himself into Sleepwalker's position and close gaps onto the stone form and using it to throw in the opposite direction. Hits Sleepwalker off that end. Baige is getting caught into that wisp off of that end, and then the immediate kills confirmed for this team. And as an Aurora burst to finish off the job, OUGU, Mike King, just the way he uses the range weapon in the middle of fight, just like that, like just in the nanosecond he finds that micro damage. But
you're in good company. Both Raven, myself, and you, I think, are probably Yu's biggest fans. I was so happy to see him get picked up by OEG. He is such a strong Takeda. But it does look like off of the back of having that Phoenix Interceptor, they're able to survive the contest that was coming through, as they did get hit when we hopped out of that replay by the Tessa V1. As everyone now tries to play around the fact that this Bane's ref is interrupting a lot of these players' attempted rotations away from that corruption tick, and as a result, these Sand Siphon teams are getting pretty confident with that Takeda ultimate. So many of these players in the area not wanting to move forward because they go into Bane, not wanting to move back because they go into corruption tick. That is perfect timing for the Takeda to be able to come in with those shoves. So preemptive Tessa V1s coming out to make sure that that does not occur and happen to your team, where everyone gets all in and every team on the surrounding sidelines decides to join the fray. OUG trying to pick themselves up a little bit of a safe spot so they can try and hide out from all of the pressure coming on through, as J-Team are getting absolutely cooked by all of these cannon shots coming through. Tessa V1 is going to make it even harder. Poor J-Team's Ice is just forced into committing that Justina V1 and trying to dash straight out, but JJH's Godly is able to scope the dash out, comes in with the cannon shot on the Farrier mech. Will be able to confirm that kill. I don't know if his teammates are going to be alongside him. No, it does look like they were able to survive the after effects of the Tessa V1 hitting on through. Yodo not... Yes, they are able to pick up that Justina. Good use of both the Yushin ultimate and the Yoto F to be able to cover the body and make sure you do not get interrupted. This Tumultuous ultimate now gets invested. JJH seeing that all of those have been invested, thinking that they can either sit around the space and get an easy kill, or wanting to claim the high ground to make sure that they're out of line of sight of all of these players when they start to go to the low ground, which is where all of the cannon fire is going to be focused into places like poor Bowder is unfortunately finding themselves under the contest of Wu-Chen Fs coming on through, just trying to block as much range projectile as possible. Really good high focus spaces for the Vipers to be able to play off of the back of, as well as the Tessas. Lots of scenery, lots of buildings to be able to cut line of sight on the Tessa V1, so you don't know when you need to be able to react, dodge that ultimate. As OUG's, there's you with that longsword coming on in, using the Phoenix, using the Hepta to lock down the building and make sure that they do not get pushed on by the teams on the outsides, even sitting in the middle of the Aurora Burst, as well as GG at the very, very top, trying to make sure that they are not the ones that get focused onto. JDH's Godly with no choice, unfortunately, having to go for that transformation. Make sure that he's not that much of a target, though, by putting himself onto a low ground position when he ults. No one's really looking at the TN high in the transformation. No one's realized that there's a monk still in play. And as a result, his health bar is absolutely untouched, despite not having a Tumultuous ultimate to be able to keep himself standing. As he's looking for these grabs, he's not able to find any, however. Drops out of the ultimate. OUG are able to find a kill into 5-2-1. Still sitting on the middle of this building, sitting in the middle of that Aurora Burst, as Bowder get hit by the Tessa V1 into follow-up. Rather, he used the Tessa V1 to follow up onto 5-2-1. Jing charging up that pulse, it will be able to get the Soul Bloom reset as well to get that ultimate back online as quickly as possible. They've also got an Aurora Burst. GG off of the high ground, CG as taking a lot of focus fire, having to use that Tumultuous ultimate to heal right back on up. Ferromech drop knife from JJH's Godly going to start to get challenged out by GG, who also have a Hepta of their own. CJS following up with the fan-charged RMB as the Merciless Havoc now starts to come on out. GG off of that high ground, having to invest their ultimates and relying relying on the Soul Jades to buy themselves the pocket of space. I was like, can we just take a moment to appreciate as all of these teams scrap it out, KLA CXC is sitting inside a bush and no one has seen this tumult.
The fact of the matter, that's textbook play right there, of course. And you're gonna see into these fights, this is not gonna stop, guys. Another 2 minutes until the zone collapses into its final contention zone. Of course, CXC not finding anyone to fight here. It's a perfect opportunity here to get placement. OUGU finds a kill off of J-Team Ice, and as J-Team finds the loss of their Justina here, of course, a lot of pushes coming through for those cannons interference. We're going to see Heartstopper coming out from the bottom line, but ZK finds a kill off of LXM with the Dreadful Whale being revealed here from ZK, who looks for horizontals to try to connect it, finds a Soul Bloom pickup and looks for another dash here, but it does not happen in time. He gets raised for a second with the cancellation of the ultimate, but ZK just using Dreadful Whale for one purpose and one purpose only. For anyone who's coming in here, once a gold focus hits, they're going to get locked down, and if any range shots come to the direction, they're going to push it away. Now, Moran finds a cannon kill off of J-Team's Lee, and as JJH is racking up kills, Zui off of J-Team finds their little, shop to, set up, but eviction notice, they're gonna have to push him out there. ZK gets himself into another position, finding another Soul Bloom, and has his ultimate ready to go again once more to the fray. And while we see so many Aurora Bursts of giving protection for OUG, ZK gets himself an ultimate to use against JJH's Flames' Furious Shen. Flames can be easy prey for anyone with the cannon with a range shot, and you can see him go straight to the sky as he's trying to avoid it. Zui from J-Team has the Yodokime ult, but the focus here could be immense once the ultimate ends. You can see ZK getting really close towards her, and though there's going to be the burn kill as Zem is able to confirm it, and the Soul Bloom gives another dash for it, and CGS gets eliminated from the horizontal, and another freeze off of 3-3-0 into a Dreadful Whale, another kill for Wolves. They're going ham into this final zone. We still have 8 other players for them to look towards, and then all the fights are happening onto this Raptor. A V3 coming out from Alliance's lane as Zem is going to be not being able to teleport off. He's looking for those straight shot slashes off as a Yodokime, and then finally OUG drop down, and Lane is getting eliminations by the bar with the cannon, and off this end we're going to see the back-to-back cannon kills from Lane against SS. Yu goes ahead and gets a kill off of EG. Zem is on Flamebringer duty. He's getting the last hit kills. He's getting the last tick damages, and that's a 20 bomb for Wolves into round 3. Celebration Flamebringer dance. Let's get it.
Celebration Flamer dance, but I mean, I can't wait to see the KLA multiplier, because I'm pretty sure that Samolch outlives and is probably either the 3rd or the 4th last team standing. He was so lucky with where that corruption zone ended up. Like, he did not have to move for the longest of times, and no one cleared him, and he's on the Tumult. So once everyone starts scrapping, once OUG drop down, once Wolves start making their moves and come in with things like that Flamer and start roasting and toasting, then he gets to actually utilize his ultimate to jump back into the safety, throw the ultimate down, and make it that everyone has to play inside the Tumult ultimate when they try and get outside of that corruption tick damage. Huge plays coming on through from KLA. Unfortunately, he had to play this full survival, so he doesn't manage to get past the free kills that KLA had already picked up early. But still, really good stuff coming through from him. Wolves, however, like you said, dropping that 20 bomb. This is a team that have incredibly impressed. Going into the 2024 season, we always knew that they had a lot of potential, that they were able to win a lot of these fights, that they were able to come in with the mechanics. Where they struggled was figuring out the macro and how to convert those kills into being able to take it into a better multiplier. It was an apparent problem for Wolves. It was an apparent problem for all of the teams around them whenever interviews were done and people were asking, like, who was one of the easier teams to be able to try and challenge? Everyone tended to answer either Wolves or Alliance last year because they understood that this was a team that just, they all in. They never pulled their punches. They never tried to, like, kite out. If they took a fight, they committed to a fight. They would lose it, they would win it, whatever, they would always just full step on the gas and refuse to back on off. But now we've seen in the year that they've been around, they have actually been able to take steps into being able to figure out when to go aggressive, but when to pull the punches. And now that we're feinting, now that we're mixing up, now that we're jabbing and throwing right hooks instead of just hooking every single time we see a player's face, it's really paying off for them. They're coming in, they've still got those mechanics, they've still got the abilities to win the fights, but they're actually surviving so that the kills mean something in the multiplier. And we're finally getting to see the macro endgame too, because that's something that we never really got to see all of last year.
Yeah, and it's great to bring up because, they learn from their mistakes. I mean, we saw that point where they were really, like you said, they go all in. And we saw that happen early into this round. After the first Roman Yang win, right, they went searching. We see them find GG. GG turns the tables around and they started picking them off. EG from Team Wolves ended up using ultimate super preemptively, right? And that's just like the moment that they had. And then all of a sudden turning it around. And like I said, textbook play for CXE, but that whole entirety of that fight that happened into the Falcon's Perch over by the Plume Castle was a textbook play for how well you can set positioning and prioritization on how fast you can just pick up one elimination to the next, but back off, keep it contention, because you know that the other team is looking to try to take full focus onto you if they find the desire to need to do so. When we saw the Fairy Shenmex coming out there into the final zone, you were able to see how fast it turns into ZK of just looking towards the freezes and just catching her off once the timing came through for her teammates just to go ahead and melting, but also to the consideration that other teams are going to focus her down as well, considering they can see it, everything happening at that moment, and then they take the last hit prioritization off the end. And as you can see, 20 bomb allows for 32 points to be earned for them, propelling their scoreboard. And as OUG gets second place with 19.5, that's a great value for them to actually keep themselves back on top. But Bowda has third place with 13 points, 9.8 for GG. Alliance coming out here for that placement of with a third place position, actually getting themselves a 1.5 ranking points with 9.3 points earned that match. 8 eliminations for BBE with 8 points overall, 7.1 points for J Team, KLA with 5.9, 5.3 for JJH, 4.5 for XG, 5.1 for 1.6, and then WVG with a single point from a single kill in the early rounds that were to be made and earned. And this really comes down towards the standings for this first day. We're ending this round 3 off of Hollow Rock. We're going to Morris Isle. So we're taking a look into this MVP stats as it came down towards Wolves. As you guys can tell, the most damage being dealt with 7 eliminations did come through from ZK as Justina. And with Zem on the Yodohime with nearly 18k damage with the 10 eliminations, we do see with the Weishan coming out from EG as he had earned out nearly 14k damage. But the kill participation, you can see 15 assists. He's highest one on the marks between anybody else on the team, as he was able to take full power through as a Weishan to confirm those kill eliminations for both of his teammates as a support onslaught of just, BPS. He's the general on power.
Yeah, I mean, you really can, like you said, see where the communication is starting to come through. Wolves really acting as a full cohesive pack. Unfortunately, some of these teams not quite having that same level of cohesion that we've seen from them in the past. WBG not having a brilliant start to the day. They still have the second half, and that is when we move into that stronger map, which is Morris Isle. So definitely one to keep your eye on to. However, they are going to be under a lot of pressure to perform very, very quickly. So hopefully they're going to be able to shoulder that stress. J-Team also not quite performing as well as they would want to. BBE, one of the teams who find a lot of value. But again, this is another team that pop off when we head to the second half. When they get their MVPs, a lot of the time is back-to-back game 5, game 6. They play very quickly off of that momentum when they're able to find those good games. OUG, however, consistently chugging along. 23.6 on game 1, 12.3 on game 2, 19.5 on game 3. OUG are always around the top 5 of the teams last standing. They always make sure that they prioritize getting a lot of kills early on, getting to translate into the realm of Yang so that they can minimize the risk of being third-partied. Now that we're seeing more and more of these teams picking up the Tessa Viper and Wu Chen, having a realm of Yang means that you take an isolated fight, whether you win it, whether you lose it. It means that you don't have to worry about overcommitting those ultimates and can stick in the fight for those additional 3 kills that you can potentially pick up. And then off of that scaling, just immediately platform yourself into being the best possible place you can be when we head into final zone. This is the moment where Serve, you owe an apology. Oh yeah, they're doing so well not getting hit by any of these Bane's reps, he says. And I mean, Jen even tried with the Yodo V3 to like position it and turn it so that the stagger off of the connection knocked the blades of BBE into the Moonbane. But it's only after you say like, wow, no one got hit by that. That like 3 hits back to back to back. Just immediately dropped onto poor BBE as we get to see Wolves with the communication just following up on all of these straggling players. Justina freezes coming on out, followed by that Yoto V3, and there is nothing that you can do if you get frozen directly into that. The F2 comes on out so that Jem is able to get the full reset on his armor, prioritizing playing for his life before coming in with that Flamebringer and immediately toasting J-Team when they're sitting on the edges of the corruption tick damage. As we've already talked about, Flamer, an incredibly strong weapon, managing to toast all of those players and instantly shred a lot of the healing effectiveness, as Jem gets to go for the traditional Yoto play when zone collapses. Push yourself into a sky spot and then come in with that V3 to collapse onto all of the players below, while swapping on over to the Flamer and making sure that if they tap dodge out of corruption tick damage into where they're safe, well, they're not safe for long. They go directly into the oven, out of the fire, into more of the fire, except this one hurts a whole lot more, as the Yoto is the one claiming MVP.
Yeah, it got baked into a broil, and you can see right then and there, 18k damage, as we mentioned, the 10 kill elimination, 6 assists, 16 kill participation on total, with nearly 10k healing. The Overcomer here for the stats, the Rampage here for the stats, especially the Juggernaut here for the stats, and picking up his eliminations was their main focus, but the focus slide worked through. Now our damage comes out big damage coming out from the skills and ultimates, right? No bringer because of the ultimate strikes and whatnot, but Flamebringer coming out second. You saw how much he was using Flamebringer into those final seconds, y'all. And the fact that he was able to grab as much last second kills and as much of the burn damage comes through, this is where the Flamebringer really just comes down as one of the more potent weapons in close quarters combat, where you do have F2, right? You have a blue focus skill that go into a stagger. You guarantee yourselves into allowing for the Flamebringer to come out, and then you keep the burn to keep being, pre-active, you're just active and keep the active burns going through. It's kind of similar how you can see Takeda's using V3, right? V3 Takeda's would use Flamebringer in the same manner of fashion. They use the Fear and Blast, and they guarantee those triple hit staggers, and they keep the burns, chugging off that end. And you can use that in a momentary suite with how much that with the F2's blue focus, right? You don't get staggered, but you also just light stagger the enemies as they come through. And not only to that, you also block projectiles if it comes to your benefit, and the recast is just a cherry on top. And of course, we're gonna have to see how this goes into round 3 now that we are round 4, I should say, as we are gonna go into Morris Isle. It really will depend on what these characters come through. But before we get into Morris Isle, of course, we want to go ahead and take a look into an interview coming up right now. We'll be right back right afterwards onto this end.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 小恶魔 and let him say hello to our audience. 先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是狼队的小恶魔。
嗨，欢迎小恶魔，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。怎么突然感觉变冷静了？前面其实整个状态还是比较嗨的。Okay, so first of all, we like to say congratulations, and you got the MVP. And just after the latest game is end, 小恶魔 just told me a little bit pity because he have a bit with coach and let us know. So what happened? 那我们先来聊一聊刚才这把比赛啊，因为其实我们刚才在那个采访前有讲到，小恶魔说，这把拿了 MVP 很嗨，但是前面有一点小可惜，负50是个怎么样的故事？跟我们讲讲。
因为第2盘没有决赛圈嘛，我跟教练说这把也没有，有决赛圈的话我给他50。
你是觉得说第2把没有打好，所以说才会许下这个承诺的吗？也不是算承诺，就是去打这么一个开玩笑打一个赌。
因为我觉得这版本可能常规赛节奏比较快嘛，决赛圈可能比较少。
Okay, so I just have a bit with our coach. I think we don't have the final circle in the game 3. It's because we think in the match patch, it's like the speed of the match is really fast, and we can see in the game 2 we don't have the final circle. That's why I promised that maybe we in the game 3 we don't have the final circle, and you give me 50 yuan, and after that I just lose. But I'm so happy that I got the MVP. 好的，也再次恭喜到你们，其实也是非常一个也算是这个双周对狼队来说一个开门红，对不对 ？OK， 那接下来呢也到了我们一个抽奖问答的时间，让我们一起来看一下题目是什么。So let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which hero did CD Wolves 小恶魔 use in Game 3？ 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中小恶魔用到的是哪一个英雄 ？A 是我们的武田 ，B 是妖刀姬 ，C 月山 ，D 特木尔。小恶魔，我们先不说一下刚才这把比赛就是这道题的答案啊，先来讲讲目前对于版本的理解。那你觉得现在这个你用的这个英雄感觉怎么样？然后跟下个版本比的话，现在强弱的一个变化，你怎么评价呢？
压倒机在比赛服这个版本强度还可以吧，就是正式服可能没那么厉害了。
用中文已经说出答案，但我先不给翻译，我先跟他们聊一聊。Okay, so this hero he used in the latest game and I let him comment on this hero right now in the match pass, and he thinks in the match pass this hero is really strong right now, but maybe in the next pass we still need to looking forward to it. Okay, I think all players prepared and let's start counting. 那小恶魔应该已经准备就绪了，接下来就让我们进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered, and please pay attention, and please find out the correct answer. 也有请小恶魔来公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
正确答案是 B。
Yes, the correct answer is Yodo. Okay, and we know that a lot of audience really support wolves, and I would like to know, so anything you want to say to them or maybe do some pose? 那我这边特别想为我们的观众也讨一下福利啊，因为我知道我们海外的很多观众朋友其实非常喜欢狼队，也非常高兴小恶魔今天可以来到赛后采访，有没有什么要跟他们说，或者给他们带来一些有什么表示吗？ Just a heart, right? Okay, it's a thank you to the audience who support them. Okay, and also in the latest game, we saw that you just find where GG is, and a lot of audience just comment that only the teammate come from GG can know really familiar with them. So how you comment on this? 那我特别想问一下，最后那一波是怎么找到积极的位置啊？让我们的观众朋友都在评下，原来最了解积极的只有来自积极的人。
还是太懂他了。
Really familiar with my old teammate, and I just met them and we have joked together. Okay, so congratulations again. Today you really have a good performance right now, and we would like to say cheer up. Okay, 那接下来的3把比赛要跟你说加油了，好吗？加油，小恶魔。Okay, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Did you see this coming?
just like the spring prelude, we've had the prelude to Morris Isle, and now we get Morris Isle. I'm Gutmoxie, I'm joined by Severio. This is the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and we're halfway through the day of bi-weekly free trios day 1. And you know, Sarah, what this means. We head over from Hollerith, and we move all the way over to Morris. Not just Morris, but Morris with Fireflies. So you know that the Justinas are going to be coming through from WBG's field. I just want to know whether or not they're going to be able to rocket up the scoreboard, because they're going to need to drop a 20 bomb if they want to be able to make up some of the ground that they've lost earlier on in the day.
The fact of the matter is that WBG right now, guys, if you have to look at the standings, and we might get those up soonish, but they are in 12th right now. This is only day 1 performance, right? So we still have another day for them to kind of go up against Group B and whatnot. But the main factor about it is this. It's the factor that whenever, you know, Zenkai Boost happens, it's just because of the map placement, and WBG rocking a tremendous amount of average points coming from their snowball comp. With Sleepwalker rocking into Justina, it can give them the necessary point of them being able to be as fast as possible and as dashing, no pun intended, as they can, and getting through and catching enemies out. And that's what we're going to see. But just like how you can catch enemies out, make sure you can catch these rewards. Nice transition there, right? No, but more importantly, free stuff. And that's the best part about this, guys. If you guys are watching on Twitch, make sure you guys have your accounts linked, because you want to make sure that you have the necessary binding towards your NARAKA account to receive the Tay, the Silk, and as well as with the Laudation Child Choice gift at the 60-minute mark. But as you can see below that mark, like, hey, what are those things? Well, I'm glad you asked. As you guys can see, bi-weekly finals do have specific, exclusive, limited, very limited, because you have to be on standby watching the solos finals or the trios finals, for instances, for the Saturday and Sunday matchups in order to receive those gifts. Those will be next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you keep track about when you are able to watch the broadcast live. That's the only way you can get those. But in the meantime, we got daily drops every single day for you guys to build up Silk, because you know you're trying to restyle and you're trying to get the color, and then all of a sudden, what do you get? Suede Purple. And you're like, I don't like Suede Purple, but you know, I got 200 Silk, so now I get a recolor, and then boom, you get yourself an extreme color. That is a true story that happened. And I'm rocking my Justina skin. I'm rocking my Justina skin, baby. I got it. And you'll take everything into consideration when it stacks up. And just like how you take consideration, Laudation Unlimited, the new Laudation skin to be revealed is going to be for the Hong Sword. If you haven't seen it before, I highly suggest you take a look through it, because Zai was using it. CDY Panda Man from Team Wolves is rocking it in IRL. Like, he's got the IRL Laudation Limited. He's Himothy, bro. He's got it all. And one thing that's also to note is that it's on discount. So make sure you guys take the chance of actually picking it up in the shop before it goes into full price mode, where you can pick it up on discount and you can rock it through for your Hong Sword, you know, and having it to your roster. But more importantly, we want to take a look at the scene about where our standings are to come through here, because we know OUG are right past Wolves by just a sliver, right? We know these guys are looking to go head to head. We know what happened in week 2 where OUG ended up with a 30 bomb. But one thing that kind of comes out to this mark is that when we see the players getting more and more used to one another in terms of the positions, right? Because we saw when OUG picked up that last round into this round where they caught points, they're still ahead of Wolves. As much as Wolves did a phenomenal job there and learning from their mistakes and then pushing on through, especially from past bi-weeklies and even to the last year where everyone was like, they're the easiest team to go up. Like, who's the easiest team? Wolves. And then all of a sudden now Wolves are the one beast that comes out to howl, and all of a sudden they're saying awoo, and they're just, you know, just boom, 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 boom. And this is going to come back and forth between these two teams, and it's the rivalry that can become born. Of course, last week WBG and OUG are rivals. First round kind of attested towards, like, you know, bloodlust towards that, but we're entering game 4 where we're gonna see if whether or not we can see the other teams make their marks here. Just as KLA, we were making mention, their third party potential massive. they succeed in that department by flying colors, but they're right now trying to make sure they can catch up and succeeding and be able to place out here for finals next weekend. And that just comes out towards just performing well and understanding what their rotation can work best for their marks.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested to see, like, what allocation of compositions we're going to get from all of these teams. I wonder if we're going to see, like, full commitment to traditional cannonball, or if we're going to start putting more of a snowball to anticipate WBG running that Tian high with the Tessa and the Karumi. Or maybe everyone's just gonna try and run Sand Siphon and just land on top of those Fireflies and pick ultimates up as quickly as possible. I mean, the Tessa Viper and Wuchen is also really strong for those Firefly maps because you just need one Firefly essentially to be able to instantly get your first cast of the V1. So you can immediately get a lot of these pressures onto these teams because those Firefly drops, they are known. It is nighttime and dusk maps, which means that Fireflies are going to be increased spawns, but those spawns are in set locations that all of these teams are incredibly aware of and plan their location drops around accordingly. WBG is going to be in the first round selection as well. So I think here we're either going to see the Tianhai Tessa Kurumi or we're going to see the Justina for the first time from WBG start to pick up a little bit of traction coming on out from Sleepwalker. And that's something else that these teams have to take into consideration. WBG was the team that started finding more value with the Transformer and more value with the Justina. So now that they're in the first phase, you have to anticipate what are WBG going to be playing? And there it is. Justina comes on through the WBG and at the same time Wolves too.
Nice. That means that Sand Siphon's the next row. Yep. That is going to be the first one to lock in with a Kurumi as a choice pick. Everyone else is on standstill. They're thinking, they're pondering, they're thonking right now, guys. They're really thinking about it. With Viper Witch and Tessa, though, BBE's choice. J Team looking to go in for the Sand Siphon since it is available for no bans of a point value to be increased, and that just gives them more points to work with later on. And 521 looks to try to do the same, possibly. I'm looking at Takeda, but the Temi swap for Unique, and Pampy picks up the Takeda for Yin as a Ziping Ying. And Kurumi didn't get the ban yet, so we are going to see her to be an option of not having so much as a deduction for them to rotate out. And there is going to be a chance for us to see XCG take that opportunity in their own hands for those 2-point conversion for it. And we're going to see KLA actually work for the Snowball comp and the Cannonballs for OUG and GG respectively. So getting to the WBG spot in the first round of selection, they chose the Justina into the Snowball. Now KLA are going to act in tandem for it, and it's going to be a really good case scenario because I like you said, mentioned, like, it's, you know, when Alliance had used F1, more success was showcased for F3 from the teams statistically, right? Looking at the numbers, F3 Yodohimes have had into the Snowball comps more success outright versus F2, for instance, where actually F2 had less of a success rate for that team in terms of points to be earned. Because when you're using the F3 for Yodohime, right, you are that insurance policy for Justina. If she rocks into a Temi ult, dashes through the zone, and just goes falling, succeeded, like it allows for the Yodohime to become that defensive position for Justina to rely on. Yeah. But another thing is that I've seen these comps with Snowball where, like, for instances, I think it was J-Team where Lee used V1 Weishan into that comp, and I don't think V1 Weishan has much chances of giving the teams the survivability they need, especially against, you know, Viper stunts if they come out, because we've seen more V3s, but also to most circles, because that's where the V3 can kind of shine out for Weishans, where they give you full priority of just going in and out of tumultuous ultimates and dashing through, and that's just a huge, you know, position. But skills up here, Moxie. Are we gonna see any wild haymaker skills?
That's what I'm looking at. I want to see these Yodas. Is it F1? Is it F2? Is it F3? Okay, F2 comes through from Wolves. No surprises there. The nerf on the F3 duration means that F2, it lasts so much longer if you want to be able to stake space. It can be so strong. F3 from LXM, so full combo breaker defensive playstyle for that Yoto, as opposed to F2 coming out from OUG and Wolves as well. Not seeing anything off of the wall when it comes to the Vipers. Both Vipers going to be locking in with that V3. We have, in terms of the Sand Siphon, a mixture of the Kurumi and of the Z-Ping. So I really hope that we get to see both of those teams interact directly into a realm of Yang to see which ones come out on top, as we can see where all of these teams are going to be dropping. No surprises. A lot of these teams prioritizing locales that drop nearby Fireflies. A lot of teams going to be contesting the Fireflies around Sunwings. We have one team that's dropping near, I believe, Secret Tunnel. Yeah, XCG. They're going to be dropping around Horseshoe and then moving on over to Secret Tunnel. GG and Wolves dropping directly on top of each other. 5-2-1, the only team who's going to be able to pick through Shadow Jade mines as much as they want, as OUG could potentially gravitate towards either them or KLA. Alliance also going to be right in the middle, potentially getting pressure onto BBE once everyone has looted up. As there it is, off of the rip. GG and Wolves both trying to race towards the Fireflies. Who's gonna be able to pick them up? ZK's looking. Is he gonna be able to nab? Well, CGS has already got one. He's 60% to that first ultimate, prioritizing all of the stagger and health reset on this Yushan. As with that staff, the 1-2 hop horizontal, they're gonna be able to find all of the stagger. Free throw going incredibly low, but the Justina comes on through. ZK was able to pick up the Fireflies, and the freeze follow-up is there. Nothing you can do once that connects with a blue pulse with follow-up damage as well. Another freeze out, another pulse hit, and another kill surely going into the way of Wolves. Gem is falling incredibly low, but does still manage to get the kill onto GG's LXM. We don't have any more Justina dashes, but we do still have the full team still standing, as opposed to GG, who was just reduced to CJS. And I mean, it was go big or go home for Wolves or GG. One of the teams was going to get the better of the Fireflies, and in that instance, Wolves get the last howl.
Now, Alliance has actually made the rotations to Fire Cave so many times I lost count, and I think that's where all the other teams expect to come out against this team. Now, BBE are in a spot right now of catching Lane here, who had the iframe F1 to come through, but has still V2, so Ben has to be careful about this. In the meantime, LUG are here for that third party. There is the F2 to throw it in there. Revenge finds an elimination off of Roishishi. SS has the F2 still to enable a double-triple hit off of that end, and SS has perfect opportunity here to ult and confirm kills against Alliance, and as the Revenge goes down, Solo pickup gets himself 30% rage as time goes by. He looking to lock into Ben, but besides finds Lane getting eliminated by the King. Shout out to the F3 coming up from that shot, and as SS finds himself against Ben, Ben looks to return this Descender, but goes down as an immediate, and that's 4 eliminations for OUG into these sections into the Fire Cave spot. And you know, I mean, they're going to be looking to get these Fireflies as well if they haven't been picked up already, or the fruits I should say, just to give themselves a little bit more offensive power, like with this prickly pear that was picked up by SS, and that's a DPS spike for him as well. Now over into with the to the islet crater. Is this the islet crater? No, this is super northwest into the map region where about if I'm not mistaken, Jing and Peak got eliminated, so they're looking to try to reset for economy, but Ashao looking to be nearby. There's sneaky, trying to play it out and hitting the bell, finds confirmation of the enemies in the vicinity and looking to try to find a way to lock them down. Now, Jing, Bauda, they go all the way out to the eastern beachfront, and they're looking to try to get towards the Alchemist's cottage. If they can find some sort of loot if there have been enough already. And as the rotation comes down towards Artisan's Grove,
rematch.
Money boosts, they're rich.
It's Wolves versus GG. But remember, GG had to go solo, so Wolves have probably got the better gear, and unfortunately, it might bite GG. F2 confirmation into grapple, full lockdown onto LXM, and that is very, very quickly a dead GG player. Everyone else from GG now immediately booking it into Celestra, one of the areas where it can be incredibly easy for these players to be able to disappear, cut noise, and try and play for their lives. I would assume that they've rang Bell already as well, so that Wolves can't use it to be able to track their location through. As Gem drops the F2 into blue, gets the follow-up into the gold on that second throw out as well. And it's just confirmation of kills now as Gem is hunting to see where exactly this other player from GG has scurried off to. Commits the focus strike and actually gets parried. Now he's falling incredibly low. The Ferrier V3 and the dual halberd follow-up will be able to take Wolves down. And suddenly this is potentially winnable. Free throw hops into the Ferrier mech. But he was able to build up. Cannon shot connects onto EG. CJS gets the communication. Okay, I've got one. It's now a 2 versus 2. I've got the ultimate, and we're going to potentially be able to find an isolation. EG, however, is able to use the Yushan ultimate before he gets burned. And now it becomes the 1 versus 2. 3-3-0 and CJS were not able to work together and find a kill confirmation onto Wolves. Really good isolation avoidance coming on through from ZK as out of that Ferrier V3, 3-3-0 falls, and the absolute follow-up is there from Wolves. The Ferrier just holds her position in the F3 as long as she possibly can to be above the players' heads and live her life as long as it possibly can go, but eventually you have to commit the shot. And unfortunately, you have to bite the bullet and go down alongside the rest of your team. As WBG and KLA, when we saw WBG trying to play for the sneaky sneak, KLA were in the area as well. Sleepwalker will be able to potentially find a freeze. Doesn't manage to put himself into the hitbox follow-up, however, so Cuckoo is going to be able to live and get the freeze shell form. However, Sleepwalker finding the isolation onto the players of KLA now gets to push out the combo breaker. Justina, without that defensive, will fall to the 2 versus 1, and Sleepwalker gets to return back to the bodies and see whether or not he can pick up some better loot in terms of upgrading to make sure if the team gets third-partied, he's in position to scout it out.
You know, I got to shout out to the F3 Weishan for that comp specifically, because there's a lot of peel that can come out of it, and then on top of it, the F3 from the Yodohime, because one thing that the F3 can do for Weishan is that it's a gold focus skill on 22-second cooldown, and one thing that it involves is that gold focus knockback, and if anyone's in the stone form, that's blue focus. They can mitigate anything that's blue focus to the extension, but an F3 negates that stone form and pushes them back, and that also gives Sleepwalker in instances of the Justina perfect ample opportunity of finding a freeze to confirm it. And that's that type of synergy that comes out for skills with the characters on the team, for your team in general, for that type of play. But of course, if you guys saw the broadcast for what the skills gonna be updated, we could see removal of F3 towards the F2 to be integrated with the Terror buff. If you guys don't know what the Terror buff is, 40% negative attack for 8 seconds as it implies. So if we see these players are utilizing more of the F3, things could change and F3 could stay. I'm hoping to see that. But we're looking at this chase here as JJH's Flames looks and gets a shot off of Revenge. And as they're chasing these kills down, 3 eliminations so far for JJH. Alliance only having 1 elimination. The ultimates are all ready for Alliance, but Flames finds a preemptive ult not too early, because with that chance there, this is going to give Bo full reign here. Once he got caught into the chant, it's going to be a free kill of the RMBs, because no more zipping V2. It's already been popped, and Flames gets himself to the close gap towards Revenge and finds the fan RMBs back to back with a parry from Revenge, commits towards it and gets locked down here as a no parry comes out to say sayonara. And for those kills, eliminations, JJH gets himself 5. Lane is still alive onto the comp. He's just sliding, and that's going to be a reset for Bo as well, as he is in soul form, but Revenge had already burned both lives through the first set, and that's going to give Alliance more time to look for resets here for Economy. Now, Romy Yang spawning here in about a minute. You do see the map coming, actually less than a minute, 30 seconds. We're going to see a Vermilion Burst Mine in the very center of this map towards Artisan's Grove. It seems that the Valiant Challenger has been preempted by Wolves, and they are going to be looking to try in earning that gold back after their Romy Yang battle if they win. Now, we do see a Moonbane dropped onto the Romy Yang into Ventai Temple, whether that's from XCG or for J-Team. A lot of players here have been already made themselves known in terms of their gear to be worthwhile of reaching to Romy. As you can see, WBG, Bauda, they're just waiting this one out. We've seen teams wait out for a free realm, or rather they wait until
Wolves are stacked.
Yeah,
they've got Cavalry Bloom, they've got Phoenix, like off of the kills that they were able to pick up onto GG back to back, and the fact that they were able to, with that pressure, they iced off GG, secure a money spot. Like, this is a team that has gone rolling. They're not rolling in money at the moment, but they are 100% rolling in soul jades, and as a result, when those portals spawn up immediately, they are right in there. They are the first team through, and as a result, everyone is like, okay, a team just went immediately in. I don't want to be the team that has to go up against them. So now it becomes a game of chicken. Who goes into Yang second? Who has to face up against the Scaled Wolves? Is it going to be anyone? It is indeed going to be XCG. Wolves and XCG will go head to head, and now everyone's seen another team's already taken that first portal. Instantly, everyone all ins on the second and third. So Wolves now keep an eye on those soldiers. We know they've got Phoenix. We know that they've got Cavalry Bloom. XCG does not. Nai HQ goes aerial, trying to find a couple of hits off of the musket into the fan. Justina ultimate immediately going to be popped by ZK. Is he going to be able to find a freeze? He's grappled into position. He finds one freeze. He's looking to try and follow up with the Cavalry Bloom. There it is. Gem paving the way. Yoto V3 to stagger absolutely everyone so we can get the freeze connected into the follow-up of the Cavalry Bloom. We get the freeze into the Takeda. The Fury Shove still able to come on out, so we don't get the full follow-up confirmation afterwards. But now it's just going to be Wolves dealing with cleanup, because the Takeda could only peel for himself. and unfortunately not the rest of his team. Wolves with an absolute gorgeous macro play. Heading over now to the second realm of Yang, it's going to be Bowder, also having to go up against Justina. Yiran getting frozen in position, gets the F activated with the follow-up Blistering Edge, connecting onto Sleepwalker, so he's not able to sit in the free shell from RMB on the dual halberds. Charges enough from Bowder as well, connecting onto Baige at the same time as Yiran fries Sleepwalker with the fan. And Bowder with an absolute beautiful Soul Jade. Blistering Edge on that pulsar, just doing so much work into the Justina.
It was crazy how Sleepwalker was attempting to go for a Pride's Fall, fully noting that this team, the enemy he's going up against Cicada, and that's the cooldown timer for the Fear and Blast, and it comes out to the advantage of Bowda and winning up the Romy Yang. Now over to Artisan's Grove, like I mentioned, there is a Morris Blessing here that had a Vermilion Burst. I'm not 100% sure who was able to pick that one up. I could assume that was BBE, considering they are in the vicinity, and they usually are running outside of Romy Yang's, you know, because this comp doesn't really succeed well against other team comps.
Yeah, 0 kills.
But we do see Ben having himself caught into between a rock and a hard place. ZK is an active Justina ultimate. Also, ZK also has not only Kabloom, has martial artist Octa/Blade on standby. So we're gonna have to see whether or not that ever is gonna come out here, because Ben finds Zem in a great spot, eliminates Zem, finds a Soul Bloom here for an ultimate recast, and there's gonna be a chance here for a double down. ZK already had been enchanted, is gonna go ahead and try to look for dashes for the resets for the team, but for the Weishan to really prioritize on neutral shots. And EG, perfect time for the V3, a huge knockback against opponents, and Yaron from Bowda finds the opportunity for kill steals here against EG, as it looks like there's a Dragon Slayer. Yaron gonna be backing this point. Another chance for Destroy Shishi, and catches that one. And Yaron is cooking this one up for 7 eliminations for the team. Yo, OEG is gonna be looking for this chance here, but obviously right then and there, there's the ultimate cast to try to find some wild haymaker slashes. Well, Jinyu has no armor here, looks to regroup with his teammate and finds this lineup here for Jing, but the V3 or V2 from the Kurumi isn't gonna give enough sustain for Team Bowda, as they try in locking down this Yodohime now that she has no ultimate. She's got only a recast to her name. Peak is getting focused down to Heldum, but we do see this chance for Jingyu to make things work here. If he can, this is a perfect opportunity for another third party to come into place, and then another time 521 makes their marks, as they still have a C Unique here. He has ultimate to come out here, and for another chance for every single one of these teams to find those last second eliminations here. 521 does have Romy Yang depletions for. It's their job to find those Soul Bloom pickups for the teams, in even succession, and there's going to be a chance for them right there. But Pampy finds himself locked down against the King, and it finds a double Fear and Blast hit, gets a little bit of sustain to stay alive here as the King gets eliminated here. Pampy looks for the Soul Bloom, finds it, picks it up. Yin is getting the heal for the team. Passively always pathing towards the ballista. If that's going to be in use, GG's. Well, we're going to have to see. 521 sees a frozen QGG. QGG's one hit, finds a Soul Bloom, gets an immediate ultimate to get this team back and going. But WBG Sleepwalker has still no Soul Bloom picked up, has another dash ready to go here. And these fights just keep coming, Moxie, and they're going straight towards Daylily Meadow.
There's like 7 teams that have been here. WBG and 521, like you said, with that Yang depletion, having to look for these fights and all in on them. WBG, unfortunately, with how long it's taken, because all of the teams are in this area, weren't able to find an isolated free, having to commit on through. They've only got 1 minute left, and they've only got the Yushin ultimate as well to be able to try and open up this fight. And KLA are not wanting to take a fight and slow down and sit on a team at the moment. They are in, I think, full chase mode, as it does look like they're trying to find and hunt down a straggler. WBG, unfortunately, having to put all of the pressure to keep an eye on where KLA are running off to, leaves Sleepwalker behind. And he gets jumped onto by BBE, who now turn onto WBG's rear. KLA finally slow down and take a fight against WBG, but they still just do not want to sit in it. They've identified that this is a desperate team. This is a team with Yang depletion, and as a result, they're not going to be sticking in the fight until they can get the pressure onto the Yota, who hasn't utilized the ultimate. Therefore, she doesn't have it available. Akshar taking so much damage. CXD now comes on through with the Yota ultimate themselves to keep the pressure onto the Yushan, so they can look for the isolation on these 2 players remaining for WBG. Baige is gonna go down, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to clear either himself or provide the space for his Yoto to be able to pick up a Bloom either. And that's going to be WBG completely knocked out of the lobby. This time around, the second realm of Yangs now spawn on up. Bowda versus OUG. It's going to be Sand Siphon with Kurumi. Not quite as stacked as Wolves are Bowder. As everyone is going to go up into the air, Euron activating that F, comes in with the fan focus on the R&B on drop down Aurora Strike as well, making it so hard for these players to sit into that space, forcing immediately a reposition. As Euron throws out the fan again, gets countered, and it's with a spear, which means automatic conversion into Nezhaz. No one can peel for the Takeda. There's absolutely nothing that could be done. And as a result, the Sand Siphon is now lacking the hyper carry. It's going to be Jing trying to make something happen. At the moment, the Karumi V2 to keep everyone safe. The Tumult Ultimate making it harder for SS to be able to land these cannon shots coming on through, but the damage has been done. There is absolutely no way. Surely, I say that actually, the King does end up going down. SS now having to commit in with that Yoto ultimate. Comes on through. Karumi Teva going to be snapped immediately to get the 90% damage reduction so that we can face tank all of the damage coming on out. Jinyu comes in with a Yushan ultimate, having to all in. You get your ultimates back anyway as a result of going through that portal. So you need to all in to make sure that it doesn't turn against you very, very quickly. SS gets hit by the Tumult Wisp, held into position, but that is just going to be SS finally able to clear the space, and Bowder eventually goes down. Brilliant effort coming through from their players, lacking that Takeda. I think if they'd had the Takeda still alive, they would have been able to turn that in the long-term sustain. As outside the realm of Yang, KLA going head-to-head with BBE. BBE on the composition that doesn't take Realm of Yang, instead likes to scavenge off of teams already taking fights. And as a result, they've been able to identify KLA. It is going to be that Yushan ultimate. It should be running out in a matter of moments. The fan attempted to fry the Yushan health a little bit later. The connection of the F3 onto the Yushan as well. And we're going to be able to confirm the kill once the ultimate's gone out. As unfortunately, Cuckoo just has to use the opportunity that his Yushan provided him to fully de-escalate the fight, disengage, and just play for his safety. As KLA, I do believe, are sitting on a bunch of kills. So if they can pull off what they did last time, have one player survive until final zone, it should actually lead to a pretty decent score.
Yeah, because I mean, we've seen that coming out here for when it came down to CXC, just hold the fort as attempted before, and just keeping himself safe from that point on. But Cuckoo is he's keeping himself very careful into that bush. Can't do anything around that tower.
So lucky they didn't ring a bell to find his position. I mean, if that was OUG with Mystic Might, that would have gone pear-shaped real fast.
Yeah, you just start scare rushing on the trees and going up, left, right, down, center, like doing the cheat code. And we do see Bowder spawn into Sunwing's Rest. They have Romy Yang depletion. They're under 3 minutes. They have to find their, ordinary position to do so. Now, we do see Euron still in soul form. He finds himself to spawn in here as well with his team, just make sure he groups up with them. But, we've seen some certain circumstances about where, when teams have themselves in soul form, especially under Romy Yang depletion, they'll kind of have a surveillance scout in soul form. That way they can keep vision on areas ahead of time. So that way they can kind of keep themselves safe. But Bowder has so much gold to spend that they can go ahead and spend it. And we're going to see a Hepta detach being a form towards Jing. He also has martial art as Will Hook form, so he's going to have that one locked into his build as well. But you can see he actually drops the Hepta and allows for it to be, picked up by one of his teammates. So it will just come down towards it into the end. But OUG, Bowder, right next to each other. We know this Mystic Might is going to proc here anytime soon, but OUG decides to opt into the other shot. They don't want to engage just yet. They want to make sure to spend that gold first before they re-engage onto targets that are nearby. And you can see they're going for those bell strikes and trying to hit that through until one of Bowder's teams are looking. Remember, they have 2 minutes now for Romy Yang depletion, so it's up to Bowder to make sure under 2 minutes, mind you. They have to make sure they can get this really quickly before this end circle comes into play for the Shadows corruption. Now, Euron has that Phoenix Blast to come out here. Looks to try to chase down SS, finds those vertical attacks as strikes come out, has ultimate cast to kind of mitigate through here and looking for pushbacks against any ground units. But since we do see this Phoenix Blast doing it in work, Euron is looking for the lineups. The King is in the mech form and cannon form, but his form is about to go D-mech mode because he's lowest. So is SS, and the continuation of damage from Euron is pushing back the forces as SS has to look to disengage from this point on. And with Euron losing peak, there is going to be only a certain amount of time before Bowder will lose out into this fight. But of course, the switch round comes out. Jingyu finds out Jing, and a parry off of Euron will eliminate Bowder from this game for this round. With
synchronized parry too. Really nice coming on through where they identify like, okay, this Takeda has just thrown out on repeat Phoenix. We're gonna stop that. We're gonna parry that, and then we're gonna use it to convert into Nazar's and fully lock you down. BBE looking to try and lock down one of J Team's players. We see Scattershot coming out of frame as well to try and put a little bit more pressure, as they will be able to confirm the kill onto J Team's lead. Wolves in the area already on 10 kills, both OUG and Wolves already on the double digits. I really hope that we see both of these teams just slow it down. Right? They've already got a lot of kills. They want to make sure that they're playing to not have to all in their ultimates, because they don't know how many of these compositions are random still in the lobby or the third party variant. They don't know how many are going to be Viper. They don't know how many Tessas there are around. And for cannibal compositions, like, that is very scary, especially for the Yodos. If you get hit by that Tessa V1 when you're sitting in your ultimate, a lot of the time you just have to jump cancel it to conserve as much rage as possible, because conserving rage as opposed to just losing it and it being reset to 0% is much, much better. As Wolves look like they're playing the macro game. They've identified, okay, we've got enough kills. We prioritize setting up for end zone. And they do just that, picking themselves up a free Mars Blessing. Unfortunately, the legendary weapon is Nunchucks, not the greatest weapon to have in current meta of trios, unless you have Dragon's Roar. But I don't see the charge up blocks on the Justina's screen, so unfortunately doesn't look like that's in play. Unfortunate news continues for J Team as well, because that Zip got spotted out. That Zip was real close to OUG. And does indeed end up going down, and that was J Team's last player. Having been able to deal with that interruption, SS resumes the tuna activation pose as Wolves now spot out. Is this one of the other stragglers, or is... Yes, that's KLA's last player. KLA's last player just having to try and run. Does the exact thing they need to do to be able to survive. Pops that Justina ultimate and immediately dashes into as many teams as possible, to be able to guarantee that if you chase with Justina, you actually invite mutual destruction by having to engage against all of the other teams in the area, so that when the Justina goes down, there is a potential chance that everyone turns onto you instead. And as a result, Wolves did indeed back off. One team that didn't back off, however, was BBE. Kuku gets hit by the F3 engagement, does go down. Ivan, or rather Roy Hee taking first place forward position to be able to connect that one and secure the kill for the rest of his teammates to be able to move into. But this is what I was talking about when we talked about Wolves' last game, right? Normally, Wolves before in 2023, they saw a lone target, they would chase that target to the ends of the map. It didn't matter how many teams they would have to run through, they would stick on that target like glue. This time around, however, they identify, we do not need one extra kill. One extra kill, it's not worth the risk of us losing one of our players and losing, when we have 14 kills, a really good multiplier score. So really happy to see that, just as in last game, they play the macro, they play the long term, they back off.
Yeah, you know, it's funny too, because ironically enough, they got a Valiant Challenger on one of their teammates. So anybody can find the fight, but it's up to them if they really want to take it towards their realm of, you know, disposition. But, you know, we see Roy Shishi finding a J to finish off his build, maybe something that could really make a crucial standpoint to the final zone. Wolves by the Morris Blessing, but we do see that the Morris Blessing is in the Moonbane, so we're gonna say yeet. Not going in there anytime soon, until you see the shadow is collapsing towards this Moonbane. And for everything coming, or if it comes down towards his team later on, once the Moonbane dissipates, right, it's up to them to make that move now. Now ZK, Dragon Roar has been acquired, so he is going to be charging that one up, but he gets caught into some cannon shots, gets caught into the target lock. Really big upset moment. If he can't get himself out there, he will take 3 range shots. And as Ben is looking to try to charge up those scatter shot target lock arrows, he's got only 2 repair chests, so it's really up to seeing who's going to take priority into this build. Of course, cannon, really big splash damage area of effect, so if that Rupture Guild Orb does work in favor, that's where you're going to be seeing the allocation for repair chests. Now, only 3 teams here in the final circles into the last 5 minutes, 15 eliminations for OUG, 10 for Wolves, as well as for BBE, and it's a really good standpoint between these three teams. They have the highest kill leader. They're the only double digits team, you know, scoring teams into this round. So for right now, any team can surpass one another as long as the timing is there, but we're not going to see any fights until the
BBE's on the third party team though. They've got the third party composition, so they're going to be waiting to see if OUG and Wolves take a fight and then look to third party it. So it's a matter of have OUG and Wolves been able to scout out the compositions that they're up against. It's pretty obvious that you're up against a cannonball composition, at least from one of these sites, because SS is in the mech and patrolling and trying to put pressure as rotation starts to come on through. And indeed what they're essentially doing is they're trying to sandwich one of these teams into the middle, because the team that gets pushed into the middle is the team that everyone's going to third party in on. OUG literally just immediately repositioning, waiting for BBE and Wolves. BBE decided to all in on Wolves, and as a result, no one's looking at OUG. First throw of the Tessa V1 comes on out. BBE swapping over to the ranged projectiles. ZK going so incredibly low that Yodo Av going to be running out in a matter of moments. Has to reposition. Nice cover coming through with the Wild Wind Spout on his teammates so that they can cover for that Yodo. Or rather Justina, because it's ZK who's going incredibly low. They're really trying to keep him alive. He has to go in with the ultimate. He's trying to just play as mobile as he possibly can. Wolves know that they cannot fully commit and sit into this fight because they're going to get third-partied by OUG. If they do, OUG with the absolute best spot, bird's eye angle, get to see, and Wolves know that there's a team up there. They know that there's a team not committing on, and they're going to put pressure onto OUG now. Justina V1 comes on out, the dash connecting onto players of OUG, the flamer as well, trying to toast everyone up onto the ceiling. ZK, however, gets connected onto by the Ferrier mech. The cannonballs pinballing him into the corruption. 6 damage, has to go for the free shell. Oh no! Familk with the muskets able to track the Justina's location and finish him off. This is prime time for BBE. OUG and Wolves have all in on each other. When BBE come in for the third party, they are going to be able to jump onto two teams that have already burnt their ultimates. And here they come. Roy He comes in with the Viper V3 looking to land a connection. Gets to translate into the F3. Sits immediately to reposition though. Sees that he's not going to be able to find the kill. Leaves it to Ivan on the boat to be able to play off of the spacing he's provided and let everyone else duke it out in melee as BBE reposition with the Wuchen teleport. Jam holds on to the Yoto V3, using it to clear space by his team. A little bit of downtime to be able to get the reset as the Dragon's Roll starts to come in from Ivan, looking to push the players of Wolves into the corruption tick. Damn it. Zem with the wind spite looking to get the reset off of the body, will be able to pick it up, moves now over to the flamer to be able to keep putting the pressure onto the members of BBE in the frontal cone to make sure that they do not get to move past him and onto his Justina, who is sans armor currently and does not have the ultimate to reposition. OUG, however, crucially, seeing that the fight's still going through, plays survival. They've only got one player still alive. One of them's about to burn on out. Ivan with the Dragon's Rod finds a connection onto Gem. Does not get the follow-up bow shot. That was the last bow shot that he had. He doesn't have a repair kit either, so now he swaps over to the Hang Sword. Dragon's Rod charges up yet again, looking to find a connection onto the Wolves player who's currently sitting inside the building. Have they spotted out that OUG's got a player? Yes! Wolves! They look up, they see that Jinyu has been hiding out, and they push him out of position with the Flamer, and immediately we go right back to the game of chicken.
The Kill Bill moment as it comes down towards his ZK, looking toward the lethal jab as he finds Roy Shishi. And of course, martial artist Will Hook Form catches ZK in the most opportune moment for BBE. Zem still in the sky, trying to keep himself cooled and composed as he's pushing Jingyu off of the treetop. BBE are looking to hunt like piranhas right here. Right now, Jingyu is the only threat because the Transformer, they stay alive at the end. They can stay alive for another round of a reset on HP, but they don't know how the ultimate's going to be standing here. Jingyu still hiding out into the building. BBE looking to try to figure out what's next and trying to lock out Jingyu. But a horizontal focus like that builds up more and more percentage. Jingyu getting caught to the double R&B. If Fat Milk can find it out for his teammate to find staggers, it will be time right now to catch a martial artist. But there's a musket shot, there's a V1, and there's a kill in the zone. And with it, Zem is going to be the last and second place team to try to make it through here for the placement. But it is a Yodohime with no grapples, and having the full contention of this area will give Zem one last opportunity to try to find an elimination here if they can. Zem looking to Flame Ringer, looking to ultimate here. A wild Haymaker slash coming out for number one, hits Roy Shishi. Number two, looking for it, trying to catch it, catches Ivan, and looking for the last slash into this building. A V1 Tessa will now force this enchant to co-op. There is no way for Will Zem to go right back into it, but looks towards it. Gets caught to a grapple. Roishishi actually dying to zone here. And as Fat Milk sees Zem, Zem is at full HP. Could this be the end of BBE just by HP alone? And it looks like Zem comes out for the turnaround of the century and comes back for the 1v3.
Okay, it's a perfect storm. It's an absolute perfect storm. BBE go onto the low grounds and inside the building, but Yota Ultimate goes through the roof and onto the players below. They throw out the Tessa V1, but Jam's already been able to do all of the damage, and when he gets enchanted, it actually looks like his foot catches on one of the slopes of the roof, so that his player animation when he's walking forward does not walk with the V1 enchantment into the corruption 6 damage, but instead gets to sit in the middle of the bubble of safety. Then he gets to come in with the F2, and the F2 does so much damage that he's able to find a kill, convert the Soul Bloom into a health reset, and then throw out the second frame of the F2 to be able to use that lunge, the distance, and the damage on top of it, plus the corruption 6 damage that's already eaten away at all of the health of the players of BBE, who had to go into the corruption 6 damage or eat all of the damage of the Yoto ultimate, but ended up eating both because the rooftop obscured where the Yoto slashes were coming from, so they didn't know when to tap dodge.
The crazy part is that I anticipated that the enchant was going to grief BBE there, because I was like, there's something amiss. The position that Zem was taken into that enchant and forcing the direction by being able to put him into that spot was just so good. And the crazy part about it, though, was that we saw Roishishi was in the zone for a majority. When he grappled in, I saw his HP. I was like, there's no chance he's actually going to come back out of this alive. And then all of a sudden, the zone, Zem was able to catch out his opponent by hitting one, shotgunning past the other, and being able to relocate and just dealing out that tick damage. Even though he had full armor, they were trying to burn it down to try to get down to his HP bar. All he needed was that recast to reposition away from both of the opponents and consolidate himself in towards one. Really strong point from Zem, man. That's an insanity type push for the last circle into that final fight. And I hope he said, people were cheering, everyone's cheering on in the interview. Jaeger was saying it, and I'm like, I'm cheering my boy too, because the fact that he came back on top like that as the soul, like he took out Jing Yu was getting bombarded, and once BBE found Jing Yu, they wanted to make sure he got out. And that was exactly what Zem was looking for. That's exactly what you have to look for in positions. As much as it comes down to having 0 grapples, as Zem had, he made sure to utilize that movement and just knocking out his opponent and just repositioning back to the tree. And at worst case scenario, second place. Best case scenario just happened right then and there. But,
well, we've had 2 very memorable final circles. We had Oyuji Shinyu, we had Wolves now managing to make away with that one. However, you can make away with one of these Spring Split random gifts. All you have to do is get this question right. How many players chose Yue Shan in game number 4? Was it A3? Was it B4? Was it C5? Or was it D6? Think carefully. This is a hero who's used in a lot of compositions that are currently incredibly meta. But yeah, going back to like that entire final circle, not just like when zone collapses, but everything that preceded it. Wolves, like, they play it so smart, and this is what I'm talking about. It's not just that the mechanicals have stepped up. It's not just that they're having better synergy and cohesion between all 3 of their players when they're inside these fights. It's the understanding of their environment has just absolutely surpassed what it was for all of last year, because they understand, they see OUG, they see the Farrier mech, they understand, okay, this is a team that has a Farrier, this is a team that has Cannonball, so there's going to be a Yushan running around with health reset option to try and win last one standing. And they know this because it's something that OUG already utilized to take an MVP already on in the day. But they also see BBE, and they understand BBE have decided to fully commit on to us. We are the team that this trio's decided to fully turn on to, and the amount of peel that comes out to make sure that they do not lose a player, and they can consolidate all of their forces, and then they can put extra pressure onto OUG, who were looking to third party in once the ultimates had been forced. Like, they have so much restraint to be able to lift the pressure of BBE with just cooldowns and soul jates. has allowed them to live that first initial push from BBE. If we did not see Wolves live that, if they're not able to care for their Justina and they lose that Justina in the rotation when BBE initially all in, this scoreboard is entirely different. Wolves might have been able to walk away with 14 kills, but 100% they're not the last team standing.
Yeah, when I was seeing those armor drops coming through, I was like, I'm waiting for this armor drop to give ZK another chance to come through. And they found it for him. And when they got the armor swap, what blew my mind coming out was that he had to force ultimate 2 dashes to get away. And he was still getting bombarded from BBE with cannons. You saw the Rupture Gale Orb. It was really just burning down his health bar. Yeah. But what happened next was the fact that when Wolves saw OUG, right, they see the position that they're taking. They're like, you're not going to get away with this, OUG. And ZK decides to make that haymaker push, just go straight into their heart of the denizen. And then once it happened, Farius Shen had to force ultimate. As much as we saw that Farius Shen trying to do the pelt shots towards ZK inside of that, the treehouse, they just find that time to burn their ultimates like that. That's perfect, because then BBE, right, comes into that third party as their comp entails to do so. But standings are going to be showcased here, guys. 9.9 points for WBG. In 12th place, we have 11th with XEG with 15.1, 16 points for 521 in 10th place. GG's in 9th with 25.3, while 27.2 comes out between, I can't remember what the score was for that player, but 6th place has KLA at 35, as well as tied for Alliance for 35 and 5th, 39.9 for BBE, Bowder for 57.5, 76.9 for OUG in 2nd, and then Wolves actually surpassing OUG now for the standings as a whole at 77.8 with that 23.6 game, which is kind of crazy that they got a 20. The predecessors from BBE into that round was 23.5, which is a 0.1 difference by a kill alone. And it just really gives them an opportunity for those kills to be earned, especially into that final point. And like I was mentioning earlier, everything came down towards pushing out OUG out of their comfort zone and having to burn everything of their abilities, and catching them out is what BBB had initially wanted to do in the first place. They just needed to find that opportune moment, whether it was from it. But we're gonna have these highlights coming in here, featured and sponsored by Thunder Robot. And into this round number 4, as we can see in the beginning of Morris Isle, Wolves and Zem off of this rep, a phenomenal start for Wolves as they were finding GG into these fights and were catching Fireflies in weapons, and they were able to take a succeeded fight for a 3-man wipe. And you can see Zem, even at 100 HP, is just keeping themselves mobile, finds a Hong Sword off of one of the eliminated bodies, and goes to the reset here for 1 vitality, makes his move straight towards his chance, catching Yodohime and going for themselves against the Weishan with that F3 to finish pushback as mentioned before. And then Wolves catches this uppercut, big chance for the dual halberds, and a big kill coming from that Celestra fight coming into a quick succession for eliminations. And the same thing came out here when they went up against the Fairy Shen. And if I'm not mistaken, right, F3 jump LNB to get the F2 recast, jump LNB to catch the RMBs, and that's just like Romy Yang gives Wolves another chance to shine here as they were able to find a quick snipe off of Xiaonan from that freeze, and another force push from ZK gives them an opportunity to kill off my HQ as a Takeda, and then with it they finish off the job and making sure Teddy was able to get eliminated here. Even though we see range shots, Zem is just going to go ahead and keep those meteor shots going and keep it pushing. And for this wind spout being revealed is what gives them more chances here with the Flamebringer as well as his secondary. You've been seeing him use the Flamebringer. I want to see that MVP stats, because that's what I want to see. How did this guy do?
I want to see that's like, this is so clean. Oh, that's so the isolation on the Wu Chen, and then we have the second cast of the F2 to cleanse the distance and make sure that we can win 1 versus 3. Yeah, like the damage from skills and ultimates is going to be absolutely crazy. There it is, 10,013 coming on for Gem. Meteor, that's the wild wind spite that we saw being utilized when BBE all in to be able to make sure that we are bodyguarded our Justina when she sat in both the F2 and the Fan Soldiers. As a Focus Slide was also one of those playmakers. Slow Shot, Sunwing Shot as well coming through for the musket, Soul Shadow for the Fan, and a melee resist as well to make sure that we can survive. Doing a little bit in terms of being able to win against the 1 versus 3 as well. Flamer too, adding a lot of that damage, 2,120, only 2,003 on the Fan, but let's be honest, the Fan wasn't really finding kills. It was much more about creating zoning so that we didn't get to push past the Yoto and find the teammates who were vulnerable away from her. And this is what we were talking about. Wolves, they've really polished playing together as a team. like you said, all inning on OUG with the last little dregs of the Justina ultimate, understanding that this was a team who'd watched both BBE and your trio commit ultimates to positions in a real state of vulnerability in terms of getting pushed onto by that third party, unless you pushed and forced OUG's hand where they had to burn those ultimates because of the Justina pressure. But also, once they're able to initially push out OUG and force things like the Farrier mech, when Jinyu tries to play at the very, very top of that tree, when OUG only have the Yushen remaining and he's playing for that health reset, he's playing yet again for that I'm going to win heal off because I'm a Transformers unit and will take MVP because of it, it's Wolves. It's not BBE who clear the tree, it's Wolves who look up and go, hold on a minute, the numbers aren't quite adding up. BBE is here. That's a trio. Where's the last player on the cannonball? Where is this Yushan hiding? And they do enough. They use all of the last of their grapples to push that Yushan out of that spot onto the low ground where he's going to be susceptible to both Wolves and also BBE.
You know, one other factor into that area that I forgot to make mention is that by the Islet Crater, there's a lot, and I mean a lot during the dust time, shrooms to be placed around. We actually saw Roy Shishi take some zone shroom tick damage. As much chaos is happening there, if a team wanted to take advantage of that and making sure and capturing as much tick damage, right? A shroom health, the dot damage that happens from a purple shroom is immense. 75 per tick for 750 total. If a Fairy Shen or if any of the Transformers were to catch that shroom while they're in, you know, Transformer mode, right? It's a bigger range, a bigger hitbox. They could take that damage passively, and before they know it, they're already down under half health. And for themselves, that's a, wait a second, I need to heal, right? And they can't heal in general form, right? Fairy Shens could, but then when you see the focus that happens, right, there's the mid heal, what happens? ZK looks for a freeze, a Tezenchen happens, and then they get disrupted. And that type of disruption that happens is a deterrence for how these teams kind of want to use their environment to their advantage. And this is one case study about how well that can work out. And even to the red shrooms where they give you a temporary attack buff, this gives Viper a huge meaning for the burst coming out from the F3, because not only will Roishishi would have had found an unintentional poison shroom attack, but it turns out if it's the red one, he can go right in and use his F3 if it's not on cooldown in order to just burst down the players, as we just saw from OUG coming down fourth into that fight. And Jinyu, having had already used Weishan ultimate right before that and losing all his teammates, had to play out through the waiting game. If he had at least 50% rage, he would have played a little bit more to try to gain rage, and he was making sure that happened. He released those blue focuses. We saw that inside of the building where he was just trying to get as much as he can as fast as possible, even though it's a wild haymaker. Sure, we're just getting a rage back up because we know it's going to happen next. They're going to fully focus me down. I'm going to get rage damage taken, and hopefully that would be enough, but it didn't come to his fruition as he did get that eliminated throughout as a third place placement.
We do need to keep our eye on BBE though, because as we have talked about, like, they were struggling the first half of the day, but this is a team that picks up momentum and only gets better as the day progresses. And whenever they do well, whenever they pop up in one game, they're always able to carry that forward into the next. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on that team, especially since I believe they can still cannonball. Like last time they were on the Viper Tessa and Wuchen, cannonball is their strongest, 100%. Cannonball really started seeing a lot of play before it started moving into CN. It was developed in SEA, so it is a composition that is very near and dear to both 521 and BBE. So I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not they're going to be able to move that forward. For Wolves, like, not just how they played Final Zone, but also like going back to the points that we talked about previously in terms of like these teams that set themselves up for MVP. It's not just about the Final Zone. It's about how you play from start to finish. And we're starting to see like the macro for a lot of these teams really picking up. A lot of these teams, if they're down ultimates, kiting towards no ult zones so that they can play around those. But specifically when it comes to drop locations and routing paths, it's not just about finding players that you can kill quickly by using things like bells and bounty scrolls. It's also about how you set yourself up financially, and that is something that we saw Wolves do. From start to finish, they basically went, this is where we're going to be able to get Fireflies, and then if we are able to contest a team on those Fireflies and win the fight, we'll be able to push towards Money Spot, which is near Celestra, which is where we'll be able to find teams either contesting that money itself, or we'll find teams off of Soul Altar going to Money Spot to be able to get over to make up the ground of having initially lost a first fight going to Money Spot, breaking all of the little boxes and crates that are around in those 3 different warehouses, which give you money. And then in IW, you can actually go to the dealers and you can spend that money on weapons. So if you lose a fight and you don't have an area like scaled and looted because you lose that spacing, heading to Money Spot and using it to be able to get your hands on those purple weapons incredibly quickly is a really good way to be able to try and recover playing from behind and getting yourself into a position where you can put yourself into the realm of Yanks. Wolves basically anticipate that. They know that they've won a fight against GG, they know that GG are going to be respawning, and it's a win-win for them. Either they get Money Spot uncontested and they can roll for Soul Jades and be stacked in terms of Soul Jades, or they get to go up against a team that they've already defeated and know that they have the better loot because they intercept GG before they can get Money Spot, before they can get the money, and before they can go to a dealer's and pick up the weapons that could have enabled them to actually stick in the fight and deal damage to take Wolves down.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because I'm thinking about the spawn locations because we have a lot of places with boxes, right? Artisan's Grove is the main spot, main hub, but then you have areas out into the northeastern of like Shadow Jade Mine where we've seen in the team's not playing today, but FPX likes to take that spot predominantly. So does OUG sometimes where they get those boxes, but that hasn't even just stopped there because we still have even the Golden Tortoise, which is the fishing village out south of the Moonlight Courtyard, and Breezy Maze as a whole. That's where players love to spawn through there. We saw those fights last time, right? Remember DRG rocking the passive aggressive comp with Takeda Wuchen.
Oh, I remember that Wuchen to fake out, and then that Takeda ultimate just collapsing on top of a team that thought the Wuchen TP'd out, was safe, we can go back to looting, and then surprise! Takeda comes through with the ultimate. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's not just Artisans. There's also Shipwreck as well. A lot of teams like dropping Shipwreck to be able to just rifle through all of those breakables and get their hands on a lot of money. And it is like really important in IW in these lobbies that you get money quickly, not just for weapons, but also for Bane crafts.
That part, yeah. And Council Courtyard, Tri-Fit Dungeon, just so many spots, guys. You'll see it coming after these plays, and we're gonna see these last round of the hero selections as Wolves is gonna opt in for a Tessa Viper Wuchen comp.
Come on, WBG. Oh, I see a Yodo. It's not a Tessa. It's not a Kurumi. It's not a Tianhai. It's fine. We still have monks. JJH, Godly's taken over.
It's time. In the next round, round 6, we might see them. Maybe.
That's a traditional transformer.
Yeah, it is. Wait, I was like looking at the UA, I'm thinking Temmie, and I'm like, brain, what's going on here?
Like, hold on a minute. Dumont doesn't have a helmet.
Now, if this is a transformer comp into a nighttime map against what we have as considered as the AOT and the cannon or the snowball comp to be made, this is going to be a consolidated focus that team immediately once it comes to the end circle, if they make it to end circle before, because we've seen Transformers teams like how JJH has rocked this the Temmie, Tianhai, Kurumi comp, but they weren't able to take just full consideration for it back when. But I'm hoping to see what happens with this transformer into this round, because in the past, like, I think WBG tried to rock it once, or J Team tried to rock it once into week 1. It did not go well. Well, I lied. It did go well. It went well into Hollow Rock map where they crashed. They crashed into 9 kill eliminations into the final fight, like into the Shadow Circle, where the Roger Reform just allowed for a reset for HB, but consistency against AOT cannonballs, now the snowball comp making more prominence, a little bit more difficulty now, y'all, and for the Transformers to come back through. And I know Hip Brain's like, yes, in the background every single time, it comes down to it.
Last I talked to him, he was like, I missed the monk. I was like, wow, I'm gonna need that to be recorded. I need that in writing, good sir. But I like you, I worry for this Transformer. There's a reason why we see so many teams bulk at using Transformer. It's not just the fact that you get counted by Attack on Titan, it's the fact that you get counted by Cannonball, you get counted by Sand Siphon. Like, Transformers just, at every twist and turn, it's so difficult to be able to find the value. And even, like, taking compositions out of the mix, you get counted by ranged. Like, Venom Tip on Repeater Crossbow, Pole Sword, Fan, so good at just shredding this monk's armor as quickly as possibly can be. And if you die in the ultimate, you do die just like full stop. Unless your Kurumi is able to tether your body and bring you right back up. Looks like JDH are going full tradition as well, F1. V1 for the TN highest. We can have a look and see drop locales. BB and KLA going to be dropping on top of each other. J Team and 521 also. GG up to their usual drop locations of Secret Tunnel. Very surprised that no one actually contests them on this. I guess like contesting into Secret Tunnel is incredibly risky. There are fireflies. There is a lot of really good loot. There's also breakables when you go down. But there's also poison mushrooms around. And it's an enclosed space. So if you drop onto GG when they're running the Takeda, yeah, if they get the fireflies and they get that Takeda ultimate online, you're gonna be in for a world of hurt. So
Jover.
Very much Jova. XCG and OUG look like they're going to be dueling each other. Wolves also going to be trying to get Fireflies online as quickly as possible. KLA and BBE, who's going to be able to scale up the loot? You can see QGG, there you go, breaking through like all of those boxes to be able to get money as quickly as possible. OUG, however, already getting the ultimate online. Kakaishi tries to interact with her and gets knocked away from it. There's the Tessa V1 enchantment, but SS, is he able to translate it into damage? Yu's able to take down Kakaishi. Greatsword comes on through to cleave through all of the players on XCG side, and that's going to be a very fast takedown for the members of OUG. As it is going to be JJH now, unfortunately, up against Bauda. Bauda down Jing currently. Peak an absolute sliver of health. Yuran, however, still going to be alive. Third party comes on through as Wolves drop in with the Viper. Connecting onto that Takeda, Euron's able to get a little bit of health reset. They take the actual opportunity of the third party to stick the revive. Okay, and then Wolves actually lose one of their players in the meantime after Wuchen teleport out. Bauda, having seen off the front, now turn on to JJH, who tried to stick the revive instead of disengaging and booking it out. Wolves having healed up after that Wuchen now come back into the mix with another Tessa V1. That's the power of the Tessa. Start an ultimate off. Wuchen teleport. Still have an ultimate the second time you take the fight.
You know what's crazy too is that it also empowers Zem if he's at 80% or more HP, because he gets an attack buff for the Wuchen ports them out. So when he came back in with that shotgun VF3, deletion. And of course, everyone there had common armor to this point, so there's not much to sustain off this side. Now, you're going to see WBG making their way towards the Tri-Fit Junction. They're finding these boxes as well as just breaking everything on sight once they have their chances looting up. But they're making their way towards into the Zest Winery, just making sure if anyone is like, you know, just coming out of the region from, you know, making their way towards the Windwheel Gorge, and if not, from the Ghost Town. But we see BBE making their way towards Council Courtyard, and as a result, purple armor or purple weapon for Roy Shishi. No one has lost any lives on their end yet, but they are going to have some fights, as we see one happening right now over to the western side of Zest Winery, where we do see WBG rocking up against KLA, who have a Moonbane, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's J-Team, because J-Team looking to try to sneaky up into the northern side of this, and it looks like this is going to be where WBG takes the opportunity of just backing off, no contestation, and it is going to be KLA's Moonbane, and as J-Team is going to be right around the corner there, QGG is going to be backing off as a whole. And while J-Team looks to reset, I am pretty sure this man took a Moonbane strike to the face. We are going to see a chance into another fight over by the Graveyard by Council Courtyard. Now, Lane is in ultimate form. He looks to use his last dash as an escape tactic. Of course, Fat Milk is not going to allow any sort of heals to happen. Even though the Storm Form comes out, Lane is now in F2 status. He can take it caught out here immediately if one of the BBE mates are able to catch elimination from catching the RMBs. But no, Lane finds a Soul Bloom, has 1,000 healing towards it, has himself to catch up towards Revenge, as Ben is releasing all of these blues, but Ben does not have anything to save his life. But Fat Milk, looking to charge up the RMB from the duel, however, is making sure of just covering this ground. And as the focus slide actually denies anything of the sort for Lane, he gets caught to the F3 for the clean musket shot from Ben as he drops down and has the beacon ready to keep the suspension going. And there's Bo getting caught out here. He has no ultimate. He's going to be the one through and getting eliminated, and that's elimination number 4 for BBE after their fight. Phenomenal for them coming out here for those 4 eliminations.
Oh, poor Lane. He gets hit by the poison splash and just doesn't have time to be able to heal himself. So when he has to stick in the fight, he's already incredibly low. J-Team and KLA now duking it out. Bane's Breath has been removed. Tumultuous Ultimate coming into play. J-Team's trying to clear the board with that Viper Ultimate. As a result, Tessa V1 also dropped on in. He uses that enchantment window to be able to disengage the Tumultuous Ultimate and come in with the charge RMB on that Pole Sword. So much much damage onto the players of KLA, but ultimates have been invested. No kills have come through. J-Team decided to pull the cord. Wushan teleport out and now and try to kite KLA since QGG did not utilize that Takeda ultimate. RJ team going to be able to disengage safely. Will the Takeda be able to catch? Good interception on the charge. RMB on the Halberd. Takeda taking forward position. Gets the Karumi to have a 90% damage reduction so we can properly get aggressive with this ultimate. Furin shove into Longsword. Charged vertical. Follow up once the Furin confirms that lockdown. The second that we go into the cleave, we go into the horizontals instead. Tessa V1 does manage to connect on to the Takeda, giving us a little bit of time, but we can still shove and act as peel for our team, and as a result, CXC will be able to take the kill onto J-Team. Wolves, however, in with the third party. KLA don't have the ultimates nor the positioning. The Fury shoves had already been burnt out, trying to keep his players alive when J-Team turned onto them after the Takeda had been enchanted, and Wolves, with an absolute textbook third party, turned the fight on its head, and both J-Team and KLA are left reeling. Both players only having one alive on the team still. Man, Wolves, they're on an absolute tear today.
Wolves, they're chopping shop right now. They got that 3-man Tessa ult, and that was it. KLA at that point. J-Team having that last teammate, it's going to be a tough output, but you know, rotations can be had. We're going to see XG trying to chase this one out towards OUG, near to the Gloom stash. Now XG 9HQ has 60%. He's only on one ultimate cast. He's got an F1 to push those stanchion back, but as it comes out with a great sword, SS is going to find the Tessa ultimate, and as an HQ activates its secondary, there's going to be a chance to do this enchant first, and it looks like SS is going to have the full jabbing to actually go ahead and kill confirm HQ. No one looks towards HQ, but then an R&B haymaker, wild R&B from Jinyu comes out. SS is down. The Wushen portal is ready for you to utilize, but we're going to keep this aggression, they said. They're going to keep going off. Xiaonan's the second one to go down. Now it's up to Kakashi to come through, getting staggered, and then getting caught to the RMBs, but the F3 to push back will not be enough, and as OUG comes back around, they will come through. J-Team coming back.
J-Team were in the air and soul to come.
Lee is by himself. You know, he's going to be able to get an elimination, but a Wushen port going to come out here for OUG as they dip out here for a kill elimination off of SS. And then Chan's going to push someone off of this ridge. If it's not going to happen, it's going to happen right now. Jing Yu's actually falling down slowly but surely.
No.
And comes right back up.
Let's have a giveaway where they Wushen ported too. J-Team saw OUG take the fight, saw the ultimates come through, decided to revive and try and all in on the team. KLA also still having CXC in this area. Viper F3 connects onto Jin Yu. We don't yet have the Viper V3. We come with an F3 hit of our own. Tessa ultimate going to be invested any minute now. J-Team's lead going incredibly low. Jinyu trying to find the follow of the charged R&B on the Halberd. Jump into horizontal, and that is going to be J-Team having to port on out. Ice did go down. They're able to find the revive, but unfortunately OUG and KLA are now in the area. KLA saw the Wushen teleport, know that there's a fight going on. They've been able to regroup. The Karumi Teva connects onto the Takeda, and J-Team and OUG are both going to fall surely. Tumultuous ultimate invested. Viper ultimate comes on through, connecting on and slowing everyone on KLA down. They have to play Peel. They turn instead to deal with one of the players left from J-Team, who was caught behind when his Viper had to look to disengage and just play for their life instead. Lee incredibly low. Karumi dropping the V2 to make sure that KLA do not lose any players to the trade. Karumi Teva as well to make sure that QGG is able to keep a track on that Viper, find the trick down, find the kill, find the elimination, and KLA put themselves up to their 6th kill so far of the round.
And they got Romy Yang to work towards and making through, because there's a Valiant Challenger right at the edge of the zone. That fight happening in the zone for so long, Shadow Corruption could be enabled sooner or later, but the damage is not that severe until later. Now, Baby E is up against GG. We do see the J selections coming out here from Roy Shishi, Ivan, as well as for the last teammate with Fat Milk. But Fat Milk having the blue armor here to be the one necessary to, above all, to be at the, to be the front runner. As BB's Roy Shishi finds the F2 to come through here. The F1 somersault happens as Fat Milk has to early invest ultimate. Roy Shishi is going to have to find the time here for Fat Milk to synergize, because right now the Tumultual is going to deny a lot of these teleports that happen here. As Roshishi tries to close gap, he misses his chance here because Fat Milk is trying to focus between one to the other. And we find CGS, and as the V2 some ping comes out in GG's favor, CGS is low enough, but finds enough sustain off of that Fury Blast to hit all 3 targets in one fell swoop. And you can see CGS has F1 now, but he gets caught by the Wei Shun, and that's all that's needed. And Roshishi having the F3 to be enabled is going to keep this rotation of LXM and keeping the rubber band like a ping pong table. And of course, a parry like that, Roshishi's clean with it. And we're going to see the push against 330, where BBE are just going to go ahead, pick up this focus slide if they can off of 330 to disrupt them. Roshishi being the menace to the society, finds another parry and gets that team their 7th elimination with a gold weapon and finding Fat Milk his purple armor to toe for this round. And of course, we are going to see that BBE, they're really up to something. You said it like coming through here that they're going to be making sure that this comp is going to work best for them, and it's happening so far.
I mean, Roy is just incredibly happy in this instance he took F3 instead of F2. Because F3 immediately getting the golden focus as opposed to the F2 where you have to go blue frame first and then sit on the second activation if you want your combo breaker. That allowed him to survive the pressure coming on through, because if he didn't have that immediate F3 drop, he probably would have been cooked by the Takeda on his heels. But no, I do get to be a little bit of smug moxie, because BBE, like I said, they have one good game. They make sure that it's not their cannonball composition. They always prioritize having their cannonball composition the game after they've popped off, so they can bring that momentum of a good game into the next game afterwards. As Wolves will be trying to bring themselves safely through this fight against Bowder. Tumultual Ultimate has been invested. Wolves just pushing on to these players. Yuan is going to go down. I believe Wolves actually did lose. Yes, Wolves went into a Realm of Yang, lost against, I think it was OUG. I saw OUG get a couple of kills onto Wolves in the feed when we were following along with BBE. And as a result, they're able to take a fight against Bowder with all of their ultimates. They all in to be able to instantly cleanse that Yang depletion because it's an isolated fight. They need to finish it incredibly quickly so it doesn't become third partyable. They should know because, I mean, they've been first partying everyone so far today. GG also in a similar situation. They took a fight inside Realm of Yang, and unfortunately for them, they have not quite been able to find a team to run into. Saying that, they do manage to chance onto WBG's Aijao. It is a Yoto. Are they going to be able to find the kill before the reinforcements come through? No. Aijao comes in with the Yoto ultimate. Will be able to create this little bit of zoning to try to keep everyone safe. Sleepwalker also looking for the freezes to play off of his Yoto stun. Yoto ultimate now gone. Aijao vulnerable. We don't have any dashes left from Sleepwalker either, so there's no zoning potential outside of Baige on the Yushan, but he's absolutely spread thin. GG scattering, baiting this Yushan onto one player to stagger so that they can all in on the player left behind when Baige goes to peel. And as a result, it's just clean up. The Yoto goes down. We get the uppercut confirmation into RMB charge up on that fan from CJS. And that's GG very quickly winning the fight against WBG, cleansing the Yang depletion and going on their merry way.
It's crazy. WBG was looking for that smoke. I don't know if you noticed, Aisha was hunting them and they were just moving more and more further down to that area. And turnaround was immense. Seeing how much that sustain coming out from the Cicada just gave enough, you know, oomph when the time came through and catching Sleepwalker without any dashes. And I mean, that turnaround was massive, and they have a chance of not coming back into the game as it comes through for their first 3 eliminations so far. In the meantime, KLA finds an engagement against 521 here. 521 in Realm of Yang depletion mode, so it's really up to whether or not they're going to be able to find a soul boom for each and every one of the teammates, or the fight scenario comes out to KLA's favor. Now, KLA's QGG having longsword, preemptive F1, he can just drop in here and see if everyone is there enough to throw a blue focus in as a wild Kingmaker, but Compi finds out the Fairy Shenmech for himself and tries to find out QGG as the angles are being met, and there it is. The Katarumi Parasol is tethered towards QGG, so he's taking some mitigation, but he switches it off to CXZ, making sure that if either or gets caught out here by cannon shots, there's going to be a reason for them to take less damage, as Campy is going to be the one pelting out. Taking the time to reset here as the shadow corrupts and slowly creeps into the zone. Pampy and 521 as a whole are full sending this push against Cuckoo as
they have to. They've got 40 seconds.
They got to make sure they go for the ultimate at the right time, because now it comes out to a Hep that each has to be revealed. 521 Yin is down. QGG looks towards into Pampy as he looks to Yodohime ultimate slash, and he's going towards Cloud. Cloud just bringing it around here, but there's only another set of seconds here. QGG looking for the R&Bs, can't get it. The V3 slashes are up, but Cloud at 20% or 30% HP here is going to get caught. So another pair of these Phoenix Blasts, and then that is where it is going to come down towards them losing to Roaming Depletion. DXC is not going to have much issues here as he finds himself to get res and gets a solo for himself just to re-heal and Pampy in the zone. Probably not wanting to get the elimination to the enemy team as long as they don't hit a pistol shot or a musket shot. And Pampy's going to just go ahead and die.
Well, they got the kill. They got the kill into CXE, and Pampy, I believe, was able to get the soul bloom.
Yeah? Oh, come here.
Yeah. His portrait's not orange anymore, so he was able to cleanse the Yang Depletion. So not only is he not going to give the kill to Kaylee, he's going to try and play his life. Ooh, we've got Twin Shot. Okay, not often we get to see that one, considering it is now joined in combat with Bound Shell, which makes it a little bit annoying to be able to accurately laser the cannon damage onto these teams. But at the moment, everyone's just griefing the entrance on Yang. WBG falling incredibly low. Bowder off of that, forcing the back from WBG, will be able to enter realm of Yang. You can see WBG, like, they're incredibly pressured. They had to burn ultimates. They kite into the no-ult zone to make sure that they do not get collapsed upon when they don't have those ultimates available to bail themselves out. And it's going to be Bowder versus BBE, the two teams that worked to chase WBG off so that they could try and secure this fight. Legendary fan from Yiran, is he going to be able to find a charged RMB to scoop some of these players? Oh, that is such an absolute brutal tumult whisk. Peel comes on through from Roy He interception in time before Yiran is able to make it count. We see the Karumi Tower come on to the Takeda so that we can play incredibly aggressively the charged RMB, because if we get parried, it's okay. We have the damage reduction. We can sit and take all of the follow-up punishment. Fat Milk on the Yushan, trying to chase down some of these players. Roy He getting hit into by the Fury and Shove, now utilizes his ultimate. We've already burned the Farrier V3. This is the lineup that I was talking about. Cannonball against Sand Siphon. Now all ins their ultimates, and as a result forces out so much of the sustain early so that you can sit on something like the Yoda ultimate afterwards to be able to confirm the kills once the Kurumi or the Zip is gone. Dreadful Whale on the dagger comes on through. Peak is left alone. Is he going to be able to preserve his life? It's just a blue dagger. He utilizes the Parasol to be able to TP. Dreadful Whale, no movement, letting him get away around that pillar. He gets intercepted by the players of BVE. The grapple knocks to make sure he's absolutely down to the floor so we can follow up with the ranged weapon. 24 seconds left. The Karumi Tower is going to be back online, but he's not able to use it to TP and change his position in time. BBE finally hunt him down. Pole Sword being the nail in the coffin. The Karumi falls. BBE walk away with the win, and yet again continue this momentum, creeping forward, setting themselves up to be in the best possible position for the final zone fight.
Yeah, the F3 shot was maniacal coming out from Ivan and catching it out there. Karumi being able to catch that ultimate would have been a really strong turnaround, but they still have another chance here for another 4 minutes. They got to find themselves in some positions here, because right now
we're going same solo.
They're hunting. They are hunting down. They are hunting down WBG with intent. No bars.
It's just going to be two teams, both with Yang Depletion, Bowder, and WBG fighting at the same soul altar.
It's a Mario Kart race right now because who's going to spawn first is really up to them. But ZK, Wolves, he's the carrier of the Draco Storm for this team. So now it comes down to being the initiator here, while we do see Zem, you know, as the Viper Ning, to be there, you know, just for moral support until ZK decides to fight somebody. And here it happens. Onslaught mode, engage, Bowder versus WBG. Unless WBG is not wanting to take this, then, you know, 100% understandable. They're waiting for Baigate to come back in here. You can see it. They're going to be playing the Matador game, throwing out the red cape, and there it becomes. Onslaught mode engages. Sleepwalker trying to go ahead and initiate against Iran. A gold fan in hand for so if the Takeda finds his opportunity, Sleepwalker can get eliminated in 3 seconds. Of course, Sleepwalker has F2 out, tries to find his chance for an ultimate. A Stanchion Sky Pillar comes through from A Shout as he tries to go forth, and there is the V3 ultimate from Baige to give Sleepwalker enough time to get out with the F out of that ability. Now, if Wolves ZK finds a Test Enchant, that would be massive. Doesn't hit any shots, but a Dreadful Whale coming out from Peak is going to put everyone in position. but an RB from the fan gives ZK enough chances here for his teammate Zen to look for the clothesline, and with it, Peak gonna be one of the few people to be eliminated first here, and Jing as well. With this chance here, ZK finds himself another ultimate cast against Yaron, gets the clink off to push himself in the spot where Yaron could get this to be at death's door with his R&B, and it's gonna be the case as Zen fights elimination with a bow. Wolves is just climbing up this rung with total eliminations so far. WBG's bike is just running back down south.
Yeah. I mean, Wolves aren't out of the woods just yet, though, because GG actually showed up in the same position. So they could potentially decide to take a fight. It is a Sun Siphon team up against the Viper, though, so they might not want to. As we talked about, like, Wolves' macro, it's significantly improved. As WBG Sleepwalker tries to lead Wolves into another team, looks like the target of focus is going to be JJH. Sleepwalker serving himself up in the silver platter for both of the teams, hoping that Wolves instead turn onto the free kills instead of going after him. Wolves ZK coming in with the Tessa isolating the F1 to make sure that Sleepwalker sticks around their team and they can get it, as opposed to JJH, who were looking for it. We see the Karumi Tava coming out, the roar of the Dragon's Roar coming in, catching onto ZK. This is the Transformers team. JJH trying to play as quietly as they could. Wolves will be able to try and keep up this pressure. They don't see God Lee. Wolves' ZK actually thinks that he goes aerial instead of sticking on the low ground and grapples directly past him. Unfortunately, the other players from JJH have been spotted out. KLA showing up onto the scene. However, with KLA's arrival, both JJH and Wolves decide to back on off so that they do not guarantee that both of these teams go out early. And so it's a little bit of range pressure, a little bit of trying to figure out what state everyone is in, whether or not we're going to be equipped to take a fight, whether or not we have ultimates to try and take a fight. And with that one, it does look like Wolves are just going to be on their way. It's BBE playing bodyguard, bouncing the edges of that zone. Spot out Alliance, trying to see whether or not they can find some of these teams that aren't quite as equipped, or maybe hiding out to try and play for survival as long as they can, and trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. In the meantime, JJH have been spotted. Turns out they ran directly into GG. CJS with that bow, repeating crossbow as well coming on through. GG as a team that you do not want to be up against in terms of ranged poke fight. They are one of the best at being able to translate ranged weaponry into kill poaching. As JJH do not want to utilize this emergency get out of jail free card, especially with so many teams around. They see the Bane's Breath, the plan starts to form. You better believe, Surf. Grab the board, we're about to go Moonbane surfing.
Hop in, loser. We're about to go through this 2,000 damage. All right, well, you know what? Venn diagrams happen for a reason. It's all, you know, synergized. Of course, Wolves is rotating out here towards the shop as they can. Immortal Defiance is on that box. Yeah, the moment they get that box and the gold armor, the gold katana, we're set for a Hong Sword, and it could be a detrimental force, but they can't. They have to wait for the Wu-Chen F3. Now it's time. Quickly as can be. Hurry up. All right, there's a second Wu-Chen shield wall. We're going to have a crossbow just slamming Zem. He finds the armor, and it's going to be an immediate swap here for the Immortal Defiance, as Zem is going to be the one of the wielders into the team as it comes out. And as ZK comes into the spot, he's going to be buying some supplies from this shop. He might be looking for some rare pair chests, as I saw, and he's going to be looking to just, you know, just make sure everything is rotation for the Jades in the right department for any one of his teammates, especially the range Jades. But Wolves right now, 14 eliminations, having this on board for their gear. KLA is in the distance. We're going to see this build be in big mode for QGG, as he does also have the Hepta on standby. But two other Jades, if I'm not mistaken, could be a Heartstopper kick. We're gonna have to triple check that one, but a Merciless Havoc, I believe for sure, with the second Jade. We'll have to see how his rotation for skills come out, because considering that Cuckoo is gonna be rocking into, you know, offensive type Jades, a lot of defense just to make sure that the Kurumi just stays alive as a whole. But a big thing coming out here is, okay, we're revealing this armor. This is great. This is great. We're actually seeing this performance being done by ZK, where he's able to look for an armor swap in case things get a little bit too dastardly. Two Valiant challengers on the map, right? He knows at one point if one team comes out for the rest, that
we
he
have
can
two
back into the spot. He has two armors. Anyway.
No, he's stashing. He's got one, and then he's stashing another one, I think.
Insurance policy.
Insurance upon insurance in case your warranty runs out early. As CJS now comes in with the fan charged RMB Tumult Ultimate, going to be invested, trying to lock down the players of Wolves. Viper ultimate is going to now be used defensively to try and peel off of that aggression. CJS hops through the wind walls to make sure that he's not pounced upon by the puppies. ZK Pros, another test of V1. The fight has gone down. Teams in the area are starting to notice, and Wolves know that they have to all in this one if they want to guarantee that they survive all of the third-party occasions that are about to be dropped onto their doorstep. Wolves that can get sick.
No!
No! Not going to TP into the beds, bro! Oh, sir, you know what? It's crazy that this happened twice today.
Had a nickel, bro?
If I had a nickel, OG's
no!
He gets overlap. And Jinyu finds out the hard way what Moonbane favor really means for Viper canonically. We're sticking the runs. Okay. SS is just like, yeah, you know what? Moonbane's going on. I can surf this. I can revive this. I can get my Viper back. It's fine. We've got Soul Blooms around. Just manages to dodge. That Bane wants Jinyu. I kid you not. Jinyu revives, runs like 2 meters, and that Bane just follows him.
Catch me a break, please.
SS comes in with the wind spark to buy OUG the space to be able to recover, because every team in the area saw OUG have to stake that revive and knows that they can keep applying pressure. We use the Wuchen wind walls to be able to buy ourselves a little bit of pocket. As thankfully for OUG, everyone is a little bit preoccupied trying to deal with the Farrier mech currently in play. Well, he comes in with the cannonball shots, trying to push all of these players into sitting into that corruption tick damage or going outside into the cannon fire as Alliance look to try and hide themselves. It does look like OUG in Lake are unfortunately going to lose as Viper ultimate comes on through, but Roy Hehe with that pole sword commits the blow. Okay, we throw out the RMB. It's gonna get parried immediately out of the Yodo's hands. You with the Wu Chen F just has to put himself aerial and try and live as long as he possibly can. Does not have the ultimate to be able to carry out the bodies alongside him. However, OUG have been able to put up 7 kills, and Wolves, who were leading the lobby with 16, are already knocked out as well. So it is going to be a position available for teams like BBE to be able to surpass the score. Roy Hehe now outside of that Farrier mech comes in with the Yoto. V3 looking to catch some of the players who are low in Alliance, sees that they're not going to be able to find a kill. Doesn't want to put themselves too far into the open, especially since we burnt both the mech and the Yodo ultimate, and decides to back on off. KLA in the meantime go onto the low ground and start to hunt down some of these players that were chased away and tried to consolidate their resources when they needed to look to reset. BB holding the high ground. We get the next iteration of the Farrier V3. Roy Hehe with the Yodo F drops it in front to make sure that his team are going to be able to live all of the range pressure, since by putting themselves onto the high ground, they invite all of the challenge from the teams on the low who look to try and occupy that position.
This is going to be a great chance for the showcasing of JJH there, as they are still the Transformer team to make it through here for 3 eliminations. But hard to tell considering how JJH is onto this ridgeline. They have to make sure they have the high ground as much as possible. Once this time counts down, we are at 3 minutes. We have the zone collapsing right here, right now. No longer is Jade Pond going to be available, but Roy is taking the time to heal here. As much as the cannon shots are coming through these walls, he's finding the advanced heal to work to his benefit. But coming off of this end, with everything from BBE in their position, having to relocate is going to be the next step in their journey of just catching through and escaping from the onslaught range shots that are still happening to this spot. Now, Roy Shishi is at around 500 HP. He's taking burn damage, so now he's taking a full elimination factor just made happen. And as JJH Godly found that cannon shot, and QGG find the ultimate cast to be preemptive to pick up the soul, so he can get 30% rage while he has 4 slashes, and he actually sees this chance as BB's Fat Milk gets eliminated by flames. Now it comes down to the Tien high grabs, and of course there's going to be no chance that Smoke Circle is in the way, so Godly can't really get much value off of that end. CXZ finds an elimination off of GG's CJS. Cannon shot's going to come off against the Transformer here, and as much as it's a common cannon, it is going to have that burn take over time. Now Ben is going to be caught in the grab, gets eliminated as a kill steal from CXZ, and with Godly deformation, Flames is the only other transformer right now for JJH. They're going to close gap into KLA's Graveyard. And of course, with the Takeda ultimate ready from QGG, as I mentioned, he finds the time to get an ultimate precast. He's going to use his chance to use this only as a last hurrah because both of his teammates are down. CXC has just been eliminated by Chu, but with the, there it is, ultimate cast coming out, finds a Sobum again. Godly is able to grant himself another chance for redemption for the last kill for placement. And of course, with QGG having himself locked into this edge of the corner, this is only going to be denial from this point on forth. And of course, QGG is up against the Titans. There's going to be a Fear and Blast to keep himself alive, only for so long though, as this is going to be a chance for JJH to find their 9th elimination. And there it is for JJH. But as KLA is there in second place with 13, you already know who the MVP is, yo.
JJH smiles on their faces for being the last team standing with a transformer, but it is indeed going to be KLA walking away with MVP. I mean, JJH, like, they played that perfectly because they didn't immediately reveal to everyone in lobby that there was a Tianhai in play. Like, it's Transformers has gone for such a weird move, like, through the meta, where it used to be if you saw a Yushan, you knew that there was going to be a Tianhai alongside it. But now, because we have Yushan playing into competitions like Cannonball and Snowball, if you see a Yushan, it doesn't immediately like divert your attention to, that's probably a monk also tied to this team. So as a result, like the fact that they utilize all of the ultimates barring the Tianhai goes to show that like they are playing that we have a Transformer, that we have a monk cut real close to their chest. It is up the sleeve and only taken out when we know that we can pull out the Royal Flush. And that is essentially used when there is no, like you said, Tumultuous ultimate in front. KLA, for the best part, like they see that Tianhai, they immediately just drop the zoning Tumultuous ultimate, sit in it for as long as they possibly can. CXC comes in with all of the just like continued pressure. The Cicada throws out all of the Fury shoves, trying to just offset the Monk's tempo, but we still start to eventually lose more and more players once that Tumultuous ultimate does indeed drop down. And from there, JJH, it's such a good zone for them too. Like last final zone, perfect for a Yodo. This final zone, perfect for a Tianhai. There was no cover for anyone to hide in. We already moved the fight away from the building. It's open space. There's no trees. You don't have to worry about Tessas or Vipers going for the CC and interrupting or even silencing you. Since if you get silenced as a Tianhai, then you can't actually go for the slams, which means that like your ultimate is just you turning yourself into a bigger hitbox. So it's no value. It's only detrimental. So again, perfect storm for JJH. Played it perfectly. Understood monk composition once you've gone out of early game doesn't find value in mid game, especially since there are so many compositions that are designed to fully counter everything that you can do. We know that a lot of these teams on the area are going to be looking for third parties. We know that they're going to be playing into Yang depletion, so they're going to be getting aggressive. JJH playing incredibly quietly to make sure that they live for that final zone where the Tianhai is going to get more value. Speaking about value, you can find some additional value if you can answer this question. Which player of the 4 used Viper Ning in game number 5? Was it A, Wolves ZK? Was it B, XEG Xiaonan? Was it C, OUG's U? Or was it D, J Team's Lee? You get your answer, and it's the correct answer in chat. Our lovely NARAKA BLADEPOINT will do a countdown before screenshotting the stream and chat box, and if your correct answer is on screen when that screenshot goes through, you could be walking away with a Spring Split random gift.
Oh yeah, big time rewards. Yeah, make sure you guys get the answer right because it's very important for you to do so because we only got one more survey after this one, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you just want to make sure you have that one down. And keep your DMs open because they're going to be requiring to message you and whatnot. So if you don't have your DMs open, you grieve. But more importantly, JJH coming back through here into the final circle. You know, it's crazy. Into the devastation that happened into Jade Pond, I didn't see, like you said, like they don't showcase who they got for the TNI to be showcased until the zone started to just creep on past to the eastern or the western side of Shadow Jade Pond, and then at which point that was the best opportunity. And of course, I know people were looking at BBE like, yo, why are you heading in that building, bro? You know cannons are in existence, and they took a lot of shots. As much as Reishishi was able to have an advance heal, the absolute moment that he got pushed outside of that building was when KLA found the perfect opportunity to just push him through. But JJH Godly found that cannon shot, right? That wild haymaker shot just land because once everyone in the lobby sees one person let down, it's like, all right, catch him. And then that's the snap. You know, you need to be able to yoink that kill as fast as you can. And of course, when it comes towards just catching someone who is holed up into a building, you're not only looking towards making sure you can go back to that body, but you're able to actually see with KLA being able to find the, you know, for Takeda, where he used his ultimate preempt to find the Soul Bloom immediately, because he knows he's going to be building up rage passively over time once his ultimate duration ends. It gives him much more value, not only just to be able to burn ult, and you know, you might say that's a waste, why isn't he using it later on? It's because he knows he's going to be able to get back into value off of it if there's more enemies behind the wall. It's like finding an anthill and then they just start crawling out there. You just know there's going to be more coming from a building. Terrible analogy, but you're going to see that coming out, so that way once you have that ultimate preemptive and having the Soul Bloom, you're now at 30%. By the time you pick up the second Soul Bloom, you're at 60% by the time it runs out. You're probably out of Fear and Blast at that point, but then now you're building up rage per second, and you're already back up, racking up that rage per second. You even saw Godly, he had tempo with his Tianhai, and in which case, in a matter of 30 seconds, found himself another ultimate to be casted out just into those final seconds into that final circle. So don't be shy with those builds when it comes down to rage, because that's where these players are taking full utilization of being able to be quick, concise, and catching that meter to be built back up.
Well, I'm really interested to see how this has affected our scoreboard as a whole. We can have a look and see how that game went down in terms of score. Wolves with 16 kills, sadly not able to make it into a good multiplier, do only pick up 18.6. KLA with only 13 kills, but a much better multiplier ranking, will be able to convert into a 20.7 BBE. As we talked about, this is a team that thrives on momentum. Again, it's not an MVP, but it's still a much higher scoring round than it was in the first half of their day. 18.4 going to be picked up from them. JJH also getting a pretty decent chunk of points on the board, despite running a composition that, as we said, if they revealed to the lobby that they were running this comp, they would have been absolutely focus fired by every single team in the surrounding area. So they play it perfectly. They play it the way that they need to. Speaking about the way that you need to, we need to acknowledge the damage that KLA's QGG was able to do on that Takeda. And also, the healing on Cuckoo? I'm sorry, 32,000 damage on my Takeda? Pretty damn strong. But 30,784 healing on my Kurumi? That's advanced healing group heal for sure.
Yeah, he just said, I'm gonna lock in, and he went Mog face, you know, just going ahead and healing every single one of his teammates. And of course, it does come down to the standings though, guys. As we can see, WBG is in 12th, while XCG is in 11th, 521 at 10th, J-Team at 9th, GG in 8th, while Alliance is at 7th with that 42 points lead into the bottom 6. Now, since we do want to make sure that once day 2 happens for trios, that's where it really starts to shine out here for those valleys of where they have to catch up. Now, JJH is here in 6th with that 50.3, 55.7 for KLA in 5th, BBE in 4th place with a 58.3, 66.8 for Team Bauda in 3rd, while OUG's in 2nd is 86.8, and then Wolves now circumventing a better lead position against OUG, even though it may be, you know, 9.4 or anything of that nature. But it is definitely going to be a great chance in seeing how this final round ends out if we can see Wolves obtaining a 100-point day. If you've seen 100-point days, it's very few and rare in between for us to see it. But clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot coming out here for round 5. As we've seen the early game fights between Jingyu getting a nice carry off towards the Night HQ as it comes out, and he still focuses on Night HQ. He doesn't let up onto it, and he makes sure that Night HQ knows whose his focus is going to be on as Jingyu is going to catch those eliminations. And then when we went back into this fight, as Zem had got Wuchen ported back out, he was able to find this aggression against Yaran up to the benefit of just catching his eliminations. Now, into south of the council courtyard, we see Ivan finding that F3 shot against Lane and then catching Revenge out there, keeping the propelled staggers to jump LMB, and then finding the ultimate cast just in time in order to push back the bow from that point on forth. But Wolves is third party here, textbook play, allowing for a 3-man third party Tesla ultimate to come out against Alliance as they were trying to go ahead and finish off J-Team there, and they did it themselves. And this is a crazy Bloom Sash position fight where everyone was in the zone, staying in the zone, finding themselves into finding Soul Blooms, but not to be safe from QGG. Pain. No. I'm not even gonna go over that's just straight pain. But of course, Shu finding this R&B and then finding the final eliminations, but with KLA getting the MVP, we're gonna take a look into seeing the Takeda stats and what the overall damage came through. If it's a 12k cannon, you know where I'm gonna, 14k cannon, it might be a chance coming off of this end. But let's take a look and see what he's got. 32k damage total, nearly 14k for the longsword, and over 12k for the cannon with a spear at 3400. His Jade selection was a universal slash, a phoenix blast, a heartstopper kick, a Hepta detach, and a Skyforce to boot with that rupture gale and burn. It's just so much the same coming off this end. With 10 kill participation, 6 for kills, 4 for assists. He just kept pelting and pelting and pelting and pelting, and coming back from a Takeda at 0 armor and having just that HP, and then finding elimination and just going back to 1000 armor plus if it's a purple or greater. It just creates an issue for anyone who wants to lock it down, because you know that whenever it comes down to Viper Witch and Tessa's, the main priority is going to go after Takeda with the V3 Viper. Their main mission is to make sure, hey, is he popping ult? All right, bet he hasn't. Cool. I'm just going to go V3 and making sure I can F3 and burst him down. And Tessa's like, I got you, homie. And then uses the Tessa ultimate to kind of lock him through for the enchant. And if they don't end up killing him at that point, he can just push them back any single time he wants and get a massive heal back, and he can continuously allow that pressure to come through for his teammates to then give him the kill, so that way he's at 1000 HP plus for that armor refill. And that's just like, that's where the Jades, that's where the little sprinkle, on the top of the ice cream, that just gives them the nice cherry, and then that's where he comes back, and that's where he can be a menace for anyone who tries to run the third party push in. Like, hey, this guy is not at 1000 HP, he's at 2000 HP, can't do anything about it. And it's his strongest Jade, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he was like a Swiss Army knife as well when it came to just deciding which weapon to use. He had 3,400 damage on the spear, but he had Heartstopper kick. So that's all off of just Heartstopper applications to make sure that we get hit by silence. So they might be able to come in with the Viper. They're going to be able to get hit by that silence as well. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine, but we're going to be taking a little bit of a taste of time. We'll be right back with the last game right after this.
俩用的各自成这样
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36年、56是吧？07年、17年、18年，像这个哪一年这个11年概况8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Moxie, this is Serve, and we're getting ready to drop into Game 6, just like that Bane's Breath dropped directly on top of poor OUG's Jin Yu. How are you doing, Serve?
You know, there's certain things in life that you don't wish upon your enemy, nor allies, and the fact that 2 teams ported into the Moonbane today, just today alone, right? It just like makes you feel, dang, I wish I was, I wish I was like in the first round when that first happened. They're like, man, I hope that doesn't happen to me. And then OUG just goes ahead and says, man, I really hope dies, and it's like, SS, shout out to SS, right? Truly one of the bravest players right now.
Oh yeah, like Bane's Breath is batting 10 for 10. Actually, I think if we had a counter like in the bottom right-hand corner, but the amount of players that have been hit by Bane's Breath today, it would probably be like plus 30. I have never seen so many players get hit by Bane's Breath in one day. But SS is like, you know what, friendo, I got you. I'm gonna stick that res. I'm going to roll the dice. We're both gonna get out of here. And I mean, he does manage the res. They don't manage to live the repercussions of the consequences of their actions, but he does manage the res.
And then they start kite surfing around those Moonbane strikes in the corner. Just in that small sliver corner, all they need is 1 foot and they don't take the strike. I honestly, one very underutilized thing that I've seen, that we were actually seeing even to round 4, has been those armor swaps. Like, just finding your teammate and knowing that timing of just like, here, take this, homie, you're straight. And just being able to come back into the game just because of that one swap to the necessary person at 10 HP to have now 760 HP when it comes to a certain weapon rarity of blue or even greater. And not only to that end, but we have to see about what happens from this point on for some of the teams on the lower end, because I've really been expecting and seeing that, the Tessa Tianhai with the Kurumi comp coming out for WBG hasn't made its marks yet. I'm not sure if they're trying to look for a position into a desk map for Morris Isle where it works best, because they've run it in the past, but in Hollow Rock, we didn't get a chance of seeing that for games 1, 2, 3. So if they decided to say, let's hold off until we go into Group B into day 2, we'll find that partition for that day. Because today, maybe they're just taking the chance of seeing, let's see how many 10 highs are actually going to make their marks here today. Because so far into 4 games, 4 games have been having at least 1 10 high between them all.
Yeah,
and
we've seen a lot of Transformers. Also, we're seeing like the most cute little printouts of the bubbles. Make sure that you tune into the next bi-weekly finals, because the next rotation is champion bubbles, and they're not just champion bubbles, they're animated. Like they basically pick 4 players, 1 trios team and the solos team. But I believe this year, because like they've updated them, it's Mike and TE who are going to be the animated champion bubbles. Last year it was GG and WBG Spider. I hope you collected all of your bubbles for that champion emotes. But now you can get your hands on some of the new animated ones for this season of, well, J-Cup and also Nbpl.
Yeah, actually, I think it's 9HQ. I think it's XEG that had the trios one, from what because I remember seeing 9HQ. I'm like, that's interesting.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's not TE. It is indeed XEG. I went for Mike. I was like, he wins everything. I'm gonna pick this up, and hopefully it's gonna act as a good luck charm. And you know what? I haven't been hit by Bane's Breath in my games ever since. I'm not saying that having the animated Mike champion bubble guarantees you a safe passage around Moonbane. I'm just saying it's probably not a coincidence.
Guys, you got a view to win. VTP for PT dubs.
Hey, we're winning, so we're winning. We've been treated to 5 amazing games of NARAKA. Unfortunately, this is going to be the last game that we get treated to today. But do not fear, all of the action will continue tomorrow when we get Solos Day 2.
Can't wait. If you guys don't know about the scoring for solos so far, TT5 in second and Mike in first. I'm rooting for my Smirk King. But in the meantime, for trios, we do have to take a look at this hero selection, as second round is going to confirm a mono Tessa Viper Wuchen pick pool. No contest. WBG actually working into that comp too, because they're going to make sure they can get this game to be as much as value as possible for that third party opposition. But third rounders is where I'm looking at. Cannonball, 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 and then one snowball coming out from J Team here, as 521 Bauda and Nbpl look for the former. And in this case scenario, I mean, I'm looking towards, and I'm cycling through my head like, okay, who's gonna combat who in terms of spawns from this point on forth? Because like you made mention to secret tunnel, you're gonna have a chance for the enemies to not want to contest. The first person, the GG loves to take that spot, but you know who else likes to take that spot whenever it's not GG? XCG. For some weird reason, we haven't seen XCG take that opportunity of spawning near to the Ephemeros region in order to take control of that area. But they definitely don't want to take contestation for it, because if you take anything coming from from pain alone, it's taking 750 damage from shrooms over time. But more importantly, the moment you decide to say, let's just full send towards the cave, if you're not first, you're last. No reference.
But it's also
to,
about the comp too. Like if you have a Sand Siphon team and you have like that Zip continuous heal or that Karumi Tava, they're going to be able to live long enough to either win the fight or get to the Fireflies and live off of that F3. Like the damage reduction on the Karumi is absolutely no joke, as you saw from KLA. Like the reason why the Karumi is able to do 30,000 healing and keep the Takeda alive through thick and thin is because of that Tava. But we'll get to see. Maybe XCG decides to take that space now. It will be interesting to sort of like look back on the day and track whether or not the team that landed Secret Tunnel is indeed with Sand Siphon, or whether or not they're playing something a little bit different like the Tessa, where basically you get the ultimate off of one Firefly and you get to throw it into Cave and it connects onto all of these players. XCG is going to be onto the Sand Siphon. So maybe they'll decide to drop there for the first time of the day. Wolves also going to be running the third party comp. This is the Viper, the Tessa, and the Wu Chen, which means that you know this is a team that is going to get incredibly aggressive. They are picking one team to drop on near Fireflies, picking those ultimates up, and just all-inning right off of the rip.
W key mode engaged. And all the Yodos in the second row were F3 Yodos, but only one F2 from Roishishi coming off this side. I didn't check Bambi. I missed it, just barely off the mark. And our spawns here, we're going to see XCG actually be super north of the Ventai Temple, but I think they have someone right behind them. I'm going to have to double check that. No, just them. And KLA is going to be nearby to that extension. Wolves, like you said, full W key into the Noble Cave. They're going to get those Fireflies immediately, while JG takes the opportunity for Sunwing's rest. In the meantime, though, we do see 521 Alliance and OUG nearby towards that ridge line, near to the Sun Cave, near towards that towards those Fireflies, just to ensure that they can be quick with it. There's a lot better loot off of the Sun Cave, primarily because of the blue trope spawns, and just being able to grab a quick weapon even off of the tents and just going straight ham onto anyone who's nearby is their main motive for this round. I mean, this is going to be the chance for them to catch those points just to supersede into this next moment. And you can see BBE are playing it safe by Council Quarter by BBE by themselves, but round 6 commences. My name's Severio. Alongside with me is Got Moxie, and we are going to start this off between WBG and J Team, as it's an initiation between both of them. Baige is in the back line trying to find some loot off of here, as he has 55% ready to go. He's looking to try to lock in towards J Team's ice as it comes through. You're going to see A-Shao is getting focused out here. No weapon, a ballista already in use coming out from the sight line, and that's going to force WBG to not take any sort of reason for engagement. They're going to be looking to just loot out into Victim's Haven, but over by the Sun Cave, as I mentioned, 521 is up against Alliance here, and it's going to be some eliminations against OUG, who, if I'm not mistaken, are all eliminated but one into this fight. SS is still hanging around, gets spotted, and Lane is going to be looking towards us. The Wisp is already up, so he has no combo breaker unless he throws it and gets into cooldown, but that's not going to be enough time. And as Alliance picks up 2 eliminations into these first rounds, into this first minutes of this round, I should say.
Okay, very shortly, I'm sure we're going to see GG and KLA, or rather, yeah, going head to head, considering both of them dropped incredibly, rather Wolves. Considering both of them dropped incredibly close to each other. XCG currently hunting KLA. Kakaishi already with that Tumult ultimate up, trying to find a point of isolation. They've seen CXZ away from the rest of the team, He's not really able to find the full isolation until they're able to spot out Cuckoo. There's the Tumult ultimate coming through, cutting them off and away from the rest of the team. We swap over to the bow to be able to keep applying the pressure as we 1 versus 2. Force the engagement. Kaishi now with the combo breaker throws out the Wisp to be able to play into the potential peel that the Takeda tried to opt into. One keeps the Takeda looking. The other goes for the Dragon Slayer's conversion into Nezas on the back because you can't parry with a 360 cone. It's only what you see in front of you. XCG with the absolute sublime spacing that we expect to see coming out from such an experienced team. WBG and Wolves, there it is, going head to head. Fireflies looks like they've been picked up from both of these teams. Wolves, however, have the better end of the engagement given the fact that they're able to drop a Bane's Breath and all of the pulse sword damage coming on from ZK. Tessa F1 is going to knock back for Asia, and he is forced into configuring out whether or not he wants to go down to the Tessa or whether he wants to run forward into that Bane's Breath. Wolves yet again able to take down another team very quickly off of the rip. As heading over to Shipwreck, we've got JJH looking to try and loot up all of these areas as well as break all of these boxes to get as much money on the board as quickly as possible. BBE trying to take the engagement. Roy, he does have that ultimate. He's immediately going to kick off with it. Farrier already dropping that V3, so the second that the ultimate is gone, Roy, he's going to be able to drop into that mech and keep himself safe. We're going to be dropping any second. 3, 2, 1 into the F2. It's actually Ivan who goes into the mech. Roy, he playing off of the F2 to be able to find connections onto these other players of JJH and push them into the line of sight of the Farrier cannon shots. Tessa ultimate comes on out now, trying to put the chain onto the players from BBE so that we can get the enchantment, maybe get the damage onto the Yodo. 2 of them stack up on top of Roy He. Farrier mech still in play, however, so the Yodo does not go down until just now. Godly swaps over to the pistol, will be able to confirm the kill onto Roy He. And this could be the turnaround that JJH needed. Godly with the Soulburn reset now has to try and live against BBE's Ivan. 1, 2, 3, we send those, and Godly did not actually parry. The Farrier drops the V3, hops into the mech to be able to force the reset. Godly sees the ultimate, manages to make space, disengages, buys his team back because both of these players have decided to go to the Soul Altar. We all in. This is a 3 versus 3. One team walks away, one team goes out the lobby early. I say that, one team has a Wu Chen, so we just teleport out.
Yeah, to be continued. You know, the prologue chapter was that whole fight in the beginning, and they'll be making sure and releasing their volume. Oh, guess what? They're on hiatus. They're dipping out because they want to make sure they get to Ghost Town, at least as a formality of just resetting for their gear. But over by the Cosmic Pillars, we are going to see Ice actually go crazy here with his dashes, but he gets caught into the sounds from the F3 shot. As we can see, CJS is in the background just trying to go for some resets while 3-3-0 is looking to try to engage onto Ice's position. Now, as Lee and G are both down, Ice, by his own lonesome, is just going to get caught out and pelted by these hits, and then with the range shots and as well as getting some stashes back to back, it's just not going to be enough timing considering how much duration his ultimate's already been used. He's got one more dash, but he didn't use it, and he got himself caught through. But WBG, they're rocking the party, and they are wanting to go and have a tassel with GG if they find it, because considering that WBG lost his first set of lives right now, finding scraps off of these bodies and with common armor, they're going up against a pretty consolidated squad of just fully kitted out kits of purple weapons and whatnot. So if they take this fight, it's up to their own intuition about how well they want to really take that fight, right? Because purple weapons, you don't know how much damage you're taking until you just take RMB to the face, and then there's nothing you can do about it. And that's common armor, so you know that armor is going to be deleted by the point of even a singular blue focus strike coming from that point. But Yu is looking up against 521's Cloud, and as SS is on toe to try to chase this one out, I don't see where the king is, so we're gonna have to see whether or not it's gonna be a position just for him to be out there. But we do see back into the Island Crater region where we're gonna see 3-3-0 finding out that they have pursuers on their back, and as Baige has a no ultimate cast ready now after using his first one early on, it's just up to amount of rage to be earned back. The V3 beacon to confirm that knockback allows for Yodohime to look for slashes against any targets, but with the V3 active from the Viper, no teleports are possible, and the enchant is guaranteed as LXM is locked in here. A parry though coming out from CJS and a Wu Chen port to get WBG out. Now, whether or not GG wants to take this chase here, they will look for it, but they look to reset. as WBG were able to find the flank around and just reposition for a nice, clean escape from that fight that could have been very dastardly to begin with.
I mean, the crucial thing is, I don't think there's... Oh, actually, Wolves are in the area. Wolves just took a fight against BBE and killed 2 players from BBE's side. So they do have to be careful they don't run directly into Wolves, given the fact that Wolves are on 5 kills and do probably have ultimates equipped to be able to take a fight afterwards. OUG's you trying to come in with the fan. Only has 1 Fear and Shove left. Does get hit by the Tessa V1 coming on out from Alliance, but we're able to kill the Tessa, and that's immediately going to cancel the ultimate without us having to interact into the urn, forcing the Witch and TP. Alliance get their revive and turn back in onto OUG. They do not have a second cast of the Tessa ultimate, however, so they're not going to fully engage. It was just range poke pressure, especially since 521 just showed up on the scene, and we do not want to try and stick that fight. Now we get to see GG, WBG, and Wolves. I knew that Wolves would be trying to find a third party onto one of these teams eventually, and it looks like the time is now. They're able to find the kill onto Asia. Sleepwalker and Baige having to go into the corruption damage to try and cut noise and hope that Wolves continue heading over towards the east side. They did not see, because of the buildings, they didn't get to see what WBG were rotating into. I don't know if WBG are able to backtrack and pick up that downed player. It is going to be risky, but GG have since moved on as well, so they might be able to. The problem for WBG is, yeah, they are going to stick it. Asia has brought back him. They have to be incredibly careful because, like, Wolves are still in the area and WBG are right next to a realm of gang, which means that a lot of these teams are probably going to start gravitating towards that area. Specifically, GG and Wolves, who've just spotted WBG. Asia was so low. I think they just have to go into the portal. They went into the portal. Do they manage to get all of their players in? 1 person, 2 person, 3 person in. Unfortunately, Wolves decided to just full send it. And both of these teams, Wolves, like I said, in 2023, if they decided to see a target, they would chase it until either they died or the team died. And they full send into the portal we go. And we get the continuation. No DLC. It is right here, right now. As it's going to be Jam trying to come in with that Viper V3, find so much damage with the follow-up on the F3. Asia was absolutely evaporated in a matter of moments with the follow-up on that purple pole sword, and Wolves win it in the blink of an eye.
Zen was quick with those R&B with the pole swords, and of course we're going to the second roaming between OUG and KLA. Coming off this end, KLA having a bit of trouble trying to catch up to you as you went to the sky with no armor, able to find a Fear and Blast coming off this end, but an R&B coming up from the King kind of try to protect his teammate. And as you can see, you looking for horizontals, a very, very wide blue focus attack, mind you, but it is coming to his advantage here as you finds the midair F1 to keep himself propelled and looking for midair pistol shots. I love to see it. A little bit of poke damage you can find in any opportune moment, and of course there's going to be a chance here for the final to get a Fear and Blast coming out here from QGG. Now he's going to have himself into F1, so if a blue focus goes his way, the King has to be very careful into that back line. But with that, there it is. I jinxed it coming off of this end. I'm sorry, the King, but you're going to see a kill off of Cuckoo, but a parry into QGG gives a full priority list as the King gets parried again. This time though, gets caught into a wind blast and is killed. A 2v2, 1v2. Yu is going to be the only person left for OUG to come out here on top, and he's waiting for his F1 cooldown to be here in around 1 second. Finds himself to chase out CXZ, finds a clink off QGG. Another one. Counted down. A blistering edge is going to burn out you for a little bit more time, but an uppercut was all that was needed for KLA. They find victory. They find gold weapon for their main primary source of damage dealing. And of course, I might be coming down towards I would say QGG, but it could be CXC's benefit of having this dual halberds for them. So when it comes down to it, Vermilion Birds might pick up regardless, and they're going to be looking to try to go into the realm of Yang or outside the realm of Yang for some quick tassels against anyone nearby, such as with Bauda. Team Bauda actually in soul form right now, as we can see. But XGG are the only other enemy team, Moxie, that are alive and in the proximity after winning their realm of Yang just right now.
Yeah, Bauda, having lost that realm of Yang, like you said, in spirit form, looking to scout out the winning composition when they went outside of that Yang to see whether or not it's Sand Siphon, whether or not it's Cannonball. Sand Siphon, not the best team to have to try and force the fight when you have Yang depletion, given the fact that Zip just makes the fight last so long. And essentially, if you don't manage to win the fight in the first, like, 30 seconds, you're just going to get third-partied, and mutual destruction is theirs. XEG and KLA duke it out. Smolch ultimates invested for both of these teams. We're going to be able to get into the Karumi V2. Now comes on through NiHQ with a huge parry off of that fan, looking to try and lock down some of these players. Stormstride also in play as Bauta. Just playing surveillance at the moment. They're gonna all in on whatever team is left once these ultimates are all removed. Who's it going to be that they end up going up against? NiHQ just throwing out the fan-charged RMBs. We get to see Merciless Havoc coming on through as well. Here's Bauda deciding to make their move. Did they grab a Soul Blimp? No! Huron wasn't able to nab it in time. Blistering Edge, however, will take down Cuckoo as well as the Yoto F2, making sure to create all of that spacing. And as a result, Bauda continue to apply this pressure. They have to make sure that they catch these players. Lacking one of those Soul Blooms mean that they have to get another kill. XG's NiHQ with the Phantom Step being a little bit harder for them to be able to pin down, but they should be able to manage it. Yeah, there we go. Good news for them as well. Like, the fight's not lasting too long, and XCG and Kaylee aren't getting the opportunity to run into some of these other teams. Blistering Edge now hitting on to Kakaishi from CXC. Bauda, having picked up the Soul Blooms of the players that they'd already downed, now coming to third party this engagement too. Jing with the Phoenix Blast getting to connect onto all of the players stacked on top of each other, doing so much damage, but this was the problem. They all in. They had to chase down Kaylee because they lacked one of the Soul Blooms when they first went for that third party, and as a result, they've now invited themselves to a fight against Wolves when they don't have the ultimates to be able to live through it. Jing has absolutely nothing he can do. Gets hit by the full silence, won't be able to utilize the combo breaker, and just has to sit there, stand, take all of the damage. As moving over to Artisans, another team with that Yang depletion, just having their hand forced, having to take these fights. OUG's you with the charged RMB on that fan. Finds a parry onto Revenge to convert it into another RMB connection. We do see the Wuchen teleport, and this is really unfortunate for OUG. That Tessa V1 means that the Takeda is not going to be able to try and chase as the Lions look to kite into Celestra and lose OUG's line of sight amongst the buildings. Dragon's Roar interception comes through from Revenge, connecting onto OUG's U. The Takeda just sitting inside the focus and trying to buy zoning as much as he can, but OUG might be buying themselves time to recover. What they're not doing is confirming the kills onto Alliance serve. They're down to sub a minute, and if they don't get this kill into Alliance soon, they're going to be out of the lobby because of Yang depletion instead.
Yeah, they're gonna have to climb that stairwell really fast right now, because considering how the block apartment is built, they have only a few steps left. 44 seconds left on the clock for you, or for OUG as a general rule of thumb, for them to find a Soul Bloom for both you and the King. SS has his Soul Bloom covered, but this is gonna have to be a make or break situation for releasing these blue focuses. Coming out here for a hold check, and is allowing for Bo to be the lowest health target for Alliance right now, and that Dragon War is not making things any easier for them, as Revenge is being able to help them out here. But you finds a lockdown for Bo, might be catching himself into that dump element to the RMB, and there's gonna be a kill confirmation with the downward spiteful moment, because now that 521 is here to grief everything, pushing him away from that Soul Bloom is or had him to pick up that Soul Bloom here, is now going to have to invest his ultimate as they are chasing you down. 521 are not going to let him go through here. SS is already pushed away from his teammate, and as 521 is going to consolidate onto you, it's an unfortunate circumstance here, as you has himself at 600 HP, has no more Fear and Blast, has only 2 grapples left to his name, and just
I think SS has been found.
His HP is going through.
I mean, it could be Corruption 6 damage. Actually, it's pretty methodical. As we can see, that yeah, it is just the sacrifice play. OUG's you without that ultimate just tries to solve 521 from being able to collapse onto him for as long as he possibly can, draw them away from his Tumult, who has that combo breaker, as a body does drop, but thankfully for them, it is not that Tumult, it is a BBE's Roy He. As we get a realm of Yang fight, XCG going head-to-head with KLA. KLA already pretty stacked in terms of loot scaling. NiHQ tries to come in with that fan yet again. That moves on in with the Phantom Step, looking to try and disrupt with the gusts into scale rushes, with how quickly it charges up, uppercut into KXC, who has that Kurumi Tether, will be able to live through all of the pressure. Unfortunately, in the meantime, by going for that target, they've actually lost Zhao Nan and Kakaishi very quickly afterwards. The Kurumi keeping everyone healed up right about now. And KLA absolutely walk that realm of Yang. Cuckoo, we saw 30,000 healing last round. Honestly, probably going to be hitting the similar sort of numbers as that is going to be a legendary spear picked up for KLA as well. They can either change it into a staff if they have jabbing, or they can play it with the Heartstopper if they roll for that soldier. And with the amount of money that they have, I have no doubt that we're going to be seeing them make a little bit of a shopping trip stop off before they start using this Mystic Might to try and hunt down some of the teams around.
Yeah, best case scenario, Heartstopper. Best case scenario, jabbing. Worst case scenario, martial artist with Shaolin staff for the 1, 2, 3 Jade. We will talk about that because now we're gonna have to take a look and see what OUG's got in stand because you had just been eliminated. SS is still in the round, just hanging around somewhere around the map. But we do see that KLA finds themselves, if I'm not mistaken, their 9th elimination into this lobby. Now Wolves is at 11 so far, but BBE. We know I see them on the kill leaderboard. They only have one teammate. Their Wei-Shan is the only person here. Wolves, they're scouting over here by Sunbelt Dwelling. They're just looking over the ridge while Alliance misses out on Bauda as they are sneaky for elimination.
So you hide in the bush and we hide in a bush, and together we will be bush buddies.
Bush buddies. High five. You know,
it's always Alliance every single time in trios. It is always Alliance hiding inside a purple bush. There's like 2 universal constants in Nbpl. If in solos there's a player on Ballista, it will be GG Sha. If in trios there's a team in purple bush, it'll be Alliance.
When the good thing goes bad, you know, that's the worst case scenario once you get a Mystic
Might. Oh no, that's not a good thing. That's 100% the worst possible outcome for OUG. SS has been spotted. And remember, you already went down earlier. This is the last player for OUG. And KLA with the Mystic Might are going to be able to keep on top of this tumult and track down exactly where he wants to. So this is just delaying the inevitable, or maybe he can grief. Maybe he can bait KLA and Wolves into taking a fight against each other with the tumult caught in the middle on a silver platter for both to be able to access. As it is going to be... Well, QGG did indeed lose his weapon. He must have gotten parried somehow. I don't know who was able to pull that one off. Wolves actually see KLA's full squad and utilize the Wu-Chen teleport, and KLA suddenly forget about that Tumult that they were tracking. There's a full 3 kills that they could potentially go for instead, and 3 is much better than 1 in terms of overall score.
That's crazy. He's the instigator. Yeah, it's crazy. How's SSD that much of a sleuth to get past 2 teams and within one engagement in the ravine? You know, it's just like he's built different right now because right now XEG they're in roaming and depletion still for at least 2 of the teammates, and this is where things get a little bit interesting because one thing that's going to lead down towards this is KLA going to invest their oceans for this fight in the shadows closing in. They're going to have to do this right now for the tumultual. As QGG has himself to catch a nice hit, but the Wisp is going to deny any sort of that pressure coming out. The Mystic Might working out here wonders for that mitigation, but it's up to them right now to find those eliminations off of XCG. NiHQ burned out his V2 from his teammates Zipping, Sedate, Soul, and there it is. Nice solo pickup for QGG. Has to regroup with his team. He has 2 more Fear and Bust to make this work out here. There's Kakax. He has his F1 to be burned here. QGG looking at Jianan as a ripe tool here for a blue focus spam. Regroups right towards Cuckoo and locking Nakakaxi here. The F1's available for QGG, but just keeps those crouch LMBs handy because, my friend, you're going to catch your team's both elimination. KLA are working this round to their moniker because now that they're at the top of the leaderboard, it's only up to them to just keep that standstill position. But you know, Wolves, listen, I know they like Valiant Challenger more than the next guy, but they've been using Valiant Challengers non-stop, just keeping it going, just kind of trying to keep vision on nearby, but also being a taunting teammates to or enemies to want to go towards where they are, but are they really wanting to take that risk? That's where it really comes down to the benefit.
I mean, it's smart though, because they're on a composition that thrives off of other teams fighting. It's not just one team that sees the Valiant Challenger, it's everyone. So if more than one team rises to the challenge, rises to the bait, then Wolves are going to be able to play a little bit quieter and play off of the inevitable clash that occurs between the other 2 teams that have been baited into taking a fight. As they're doing the exact same thing. Like, they're just using Morris Blessing to try and bait players so that they can third party off the fights or try and just catch on to some of these players if they have to try and use Morris Blessings to pick up Rebirth Charms and run away to find soul altars with. As GG in the area, GG are one of those teams that do like to play for Morris Blessings, especially so they can get things like the Flamers. Drops the Yoto F. trying to use that one to cover all of the range poke coming on through just... Yes, they do manage to get it open. There's CJS immediately making away with the legendary armor, and crucially, legendary flamer. It's not Blood Ripper. Happy days for GG. That's got to be like a slap in the face when you put so much into being able to open up a Morris Blessing, risk so much, because in truth, it has the charge up where you have to be able to stick that loadout, and then you open it up, and then it's Blood Rip, and you're like, what am I gonna do with this? As poor Euron is asking himself what he's gonna do with his position currently, because he is lone wolfing it right now. GG don't notice him. Thankfully, we don't have Mystic Might in play. You don't get buffs in these late Morris Blessings. So as a result, he has gone unnoticed until now. He has been pushed out of his spot. Now decides to take a different one. As GG instead see the attention of JJH. Forced Surfing comes out from Godly to be able to reposition and try to find a good area that they can hold on to. As GG, like I said, this is a team that are incredibly good at translating ranged poke into poaching kills entirely. Keep an eye on the kill feed. They're going to be coming in with musket and bow connections and kill lockdowns in a matter of moments. As KLA start to really run the lobby, that Karumi tower is doing so much to keep that Takeda alive, but Wolves definitely wanting to continue the momentum that they've been picking it through so far. They've already elevated themselves past the 100 mark threshold. So that in itself is a huge achievement for them to feel very pleased about.
Yeah, huge feat for Wolves. You know, it's crazy too, because Zem to the builds, because I was looking at the Jades, I was making sure and keeping track of it. Wolves actually has Zem on a Phoenix Blast on standby. He has a Gold Hong Sword as his primary because it's gold rarity, and it just increases damage output as well. Back to that Morris Blessing with GG. LXM actually finding a Soul Release as an F3, you know, F3 Yodokime with a Flamebringer. So if anything comes out to defensive positions and getting the reset off the skill would be an immense point for GG to get that through. But Godly goes into Overcomer mode, trying to release it off at the top of the Ballista Tower as Moran is at half HP. He's trying to himself get some resets inside of the tower, but the zone is going to close in really quickly. So for JJH right now, they can take any sort of opportunity to reset here, but anyone can find that, find that Wu-Chen outside the zone. But Yin taking some hits off of this, going to go straight towards the enemy opponents while regrouping with his team, because Campy, he needs a beacon right now and he needs a hero, and there's going to be the formation for this Moonbane. Oh man, coming off to the zone, we're gonna see Yin try to look for the RB against the Viper and just try to keep them in control for CC for blue focuses. But Godly drops himself right into the fray, catches himself an ultimate cast to be ready, gets himself an ultimate cast and a Wu-Chen port close. You know, off of that end by the Moonbane, and QGG gets a dreadful whale kill off of 521 in and has his Soul Bloom here on standby. I'm thinking about preemptive ulting here for this. But possibly, I don't know. He's thinking about it. He's looking at the loot and seeing what's available for him and his team. It's going to be of great value. But we're going to see Bo here in a 1v2 against OUG. As it comes out here, a reset for you to come back into the game, as SS has stayed alive long enough to get one of his teammates at least back into this fray, and that's going to give themselves a nice push towards placement. When SS was by himself, they had 6 eliminations. Once he got you back up, now they're up to 8. So this is really close position for both of these offensive base type characters, and of course you is now fully built out here for that purple armor cannon. He loves to have a cannon on standby as a Takeda as he's launching it towards Wolves, and you can see a tuna proc coming out here from Zem. Just keep a little bit more healing when in case those burns start to come through, but also for that armor regen of 15 armor per tick. And Wolves makes a rotation down toward the bodies of the 521 peeps, so it's really up to them and how well they want to take the time to loot while there are fights happening out here, because QGG looking to try to go towards the Morris Blessing, finds a gold dagger that's just laying around in there for whatever reason that was been opened up, and you can actually see CXZ still has ultimate, so for the availability for KLA to find a good position to just rebound on, it's going to be up to them. But SS finds the 9th elimination, goodness gracious, 10th elimination for OUG. They are racking up kills with only 2 teammates, and they are making it worthwhile for their effort for just the amount of pressure that they're going through, Moxie.
Yeah, keep an eye though on Wolves, because they've seen that OUG are licking their wounds and Wolves start to make their move. Cannon pressure comes out from ZK. Unfortunately, OUG just have to take the full brunt of it. GG also setting up to be able to pinch onto this team Takeda ultimate. Now that's the emergency card. OUG trying to push Wolves desperately back. They know If Wolves all in, they're not going to be able to safely move into a different space without first having to push GG out of theirs. You gets the grapple over their head and they puts themselves on top of the cliff to be able to conserve that Takeda ultimate for as long as possible. There's the legendary dagger. There's the dreadful whale getting into the golden focus state. And QGG is going to be able to lock up another one for KLA, putting them onto 14. Tumult ultimate comes on through from OUG to be able to reconsolidate all of their health as KLA starts to go hunting, looking to try and find these players that are a little bit too close to the edges of the zone and use these through and shoves to knock them a little bit further in. GG outside of that Farrier V3 are going to be the ones that everyone turns on to next. Surely they try and put the pressure onto Wolves, but as a result they end up going directly into that Tessa V1, followed up by the Viper ultimate as well. And LXM lasts not but a second before he is instantly ejected from the lobby. Wolves ZK putting themselves up to 13, now 14 kills. Hirumi Tava comes on through from QGG so that the Takeda can live through all of the pressure. Cuckoo getting that legendary armor since everyone starts to turn onto this. Hirumi Tava's going to snap at the moment that QGG comes in with the drop-down dreadful whale. 90% damage reduction. Takeda ultimate in full play. Back-to-back we go. We get hit by the Tessa V1. Wolves immediately utilizing the space to go in with the Wuchen portal and get their way immediately away from KLA. Aurora Burst gets dropped in. Hirumi Tava back into motion. Hits onto that Takeda, and as a result, back in does QGG. Come for that forward position. Gets the pill onto Wolves ZK. Now coming in with the fan, with how fast the charge R&B is able to follow up onto these low health targets that everyone is starting to turn into when they see the vulnerable players. Merciless Havoc comes out from JJH's Godly, zoning KLA further away until JJH are ready to take the fight. OUG's SS trying to play as slow as you possibly can. You building the Takeda ultimate back up, hops over the Merciless Havoc, continues applying pressure, trying to force the teams around him to take the fights and ignore the Takeda. This is what we saw in the past when it was just Wolves, BBE, and OUG left in the lobby. SS goes incredibly low, goes even lower. Whole sword connects onto him mid-scale rush, and as a result, SS is knocked into the corruption, takes damage, and out of the lobby. Now it's just his Takeda, just OUG's you, trying to play for survival as long as he can. JJH is Godly with that Merciless Havoc that was previously used to zone KLA, connecting onto QGG, as OUG's you is gifted a tree to be able to play grapples off of. Wolves also trying to play into the air as much as they possibly can. Tessa V1 connect. We do hear the enchantment go off. The immediate follow-up is there. QGG with the Dreadful Whale will be able to take down Godly. And now it's just 6 players left in the lobby. KLA, the only team, however, with all 3 players left alive. EG trying to play for his life as long as he possibly can with the Wuchen F to keep himself in the air. Viper ultimate comes on through from Gem. 40% damage reduction means that QGG is still going to be able to keep frying with that fan. Pure and Shelf tries to find the knockback onto that Viper to follow up into the charged R&B as everyone from KLA pushes OUG's you out of the corruption, or out of the safety into the corruption to damage. Gem knows the game is up. He's not going to be able to find a kill. He decides to remove the option of one from KLA instead, but it's not enough, surely. KLA walks away with another MVP.
20 bomb coming out here for KLA. They're going to catch a significant point gain to that match. Just holding their wits about them. And no matter the cost that came out from no matter the cost that came out from QGG's fan spam, but the amount of fan spam that he was doing with the blue focus is just perplexes me. Just how much it was coming out to his success with no repercussions. But that's where Takeda really comes out for, if anything happens, all he need to do is pop ult, and it just really comes down to the last second for him if he needed to do so. So shout out to KLA QGG for making it work and making it happen, because we released those. Every single time you see it happen, and you're like, man, I wonder why they didn't parry. That's why they don't think it's gonna happen. They don't think it's gonna spam it. What is he doing? Zen was.
He was releasing a lot of them into people's backs, and he was also like, I think the play that made it for me, it wasn't the fan spam. It was when Cuckoo gives the tether to the Takeda and then snaps it immediately, so we get the full 90% damage reduction for the next 4 seconds, and then QGG literally just like launches himself on top of a team with Dreadful Whale that the second that he hits the ground, Dreadful Whale just comes out, locks everyone up, and they are just forced to immediately rip the emergency get out of jail card and just go, Wuchen TP, we don't know where we're gonna end up, but we need to be out of here, otherwise this is all gonna go horribly wrong. But oh my goodness, like, okay, like the stats are going to be insane. The damage stats, I think, sure. Keep an eye on the Kurumi healing, because that tether, I'm going to continue saying it, that damage reduction, that healing, it was doing work. There's a reason why QGG had the confidence to release back-to-back fan-charged RMBs. If you parried them, nothing would happen. You wouldn't be able to get any of the follow-up. You'd probably have to grapple kick cancel to actually be able to find the full value. And in like those states where there are so many players around you and there are ultimates going off, you don't have the time to be able to sit in the full parry animation or go for a grapple kick combo extension after you find a successful parry. Because if you do, you've been in one state, one position way too long. The Cannon Rupture Gale Flame Breath is going to absolutely roast your health.
That part. You know, and the thing is that, you know, pay attention to Kurumi. The biggest difficulty that I've seen is where Kurumi ultimates being placed, usually in opportune moments, would then shift away. The fight would shift away from that circle, and it's up to the Kurumi to then think about the replacement. But we've seen KLA just like knock it out the park with how much healing that was done before, and even to now, we're gonna see how those stats stack up, because the more that the fights, the more that the Tumultuous and the Takedas stick towards that Kurumi circle as often as they can is one thing. If they get pushed out by an enemy Takeda, right, it's up to the Kurumi to then have to safety net a recast if they need it. But you've seen a very few recasts be needed in the wrong timing from KLA. They use it at the right timing as much as it comes through and keeping the team locked in that circle, no matter the cost, because that 300 heal per tick is just too good to be true. And scoreboard's gonna be coming out here since a 20 bomb first place placement. 32 points comes out to KLA for this massive round as a point injunction. Now, Wolves, actually with Zem being the last surviving member here, secures second placement with 22.1 points. JJH with 15.8. OEG had a 15-point game, 8.2 point game for Alliance. XG was 7.1, GG was 6.3, Battle 5.4, 3.5 for BBE, 5-2-1 with a 2.7, but 0 points on both sides between both WBG and J Team today. I know a lot of players, I know a lot of watchers and viewers are like, man, what's going on with WBG? I couldn't tell you. Just basically just the positions in the beginning and that very first round. You know how that first round went for them against OUG. Did not turn out really great, but healing here, 25k healing for, you know, for Cuckoo too, to have that coming through here. And even though with 2 eliminations and having 11 participation, we are going to look over to QGG, 28k damage. And that's not even all, but wait, there's more. CXZ, 30k damage, 11 eliminations, 9 assists. He had the full mark of full kill participation. He was the main reason that this team kind of made it through and made it happen, and just had the wits about him and just knowing when the timing was right for those ultimate casts to come out. And of course, standings come out here because of that, because considering that KLA had that massive game, this comes to great value for them for placement overall. Now, WBG in 12th, XG in 11th, 5-2-1 in 10th, J Team in 9th, GG at 8th, and Alliance at 7th with that position points of 50.2, finalizing their day 1 games for their point values. And 50.2 doesn't mean that's the end of the world, because they still have to go up against the other group, with Group B, in terms of standings on their side as well. And that group is going to happen on day 2 when we come back in 2 days. But one thing, or actually for next week, but we are going to go through here, or on Sunday I should say. Number 6 has BBE at 61.8, JJH at 5th place with 66.1, 72.2 for Team Bowder in 4th place, KLA in 3rd with 87.7, 101.8 for OUG in 2nd, and then the Wolves cashing out with a plus 100.18.5 game today for a single day performance. I know all the Wolves fans are like, woohoo, oh woo, and I'm like, hey,
I was gonna say not quite woohoo, but woohoo,
woohoo,
woohoo. That sounds more like an owl than a wolf. But no, Wolves are going to be sounding pretty triumphant, because this is a very good day for them, finishing off the day. At the top of the leaderboard, we can have a look and see how Game 6 played out for KLA Cuckoo. Just having to sit in spec mode at the moment as he watches QGG and CXZ win out this round of Yang. Coming on for really good scale rushes, really good spacing as well from QGG. Just holding onto that fan, forcing a lot of the ditto so that his Tumult can come in with the Blistering Edge on that pole sword and deliver the last hit. There's that Kurumi tower. You're going to see a lot of that in the replays as we're able to buy ourselves the spacing off of our Takeda and Tumult to come in with the Merciless Havoc. Loving as well, like Cuckoo, like you said, he's so good in terms of utilizing that Kurumi ultimate, but also just coming in, there you see it, with that V2, managing to make sure that it's still in play, that when we get Furin shoved away from what should be an ultimate, we get instead knocked into the invisible wall behind us so that we still get to sit inside that AoE and we don't have to burn a recast early.
QGG going to go ahead. Nice musket shot coming in from Cuckoo to get off an IHQ. And then into this point, we are going to see these eliminations just keep on ramping up over and over through. And they were fighting the zone in service round for a fair bit of time. With that early V2 ultimate being casted by Kurumi, she keeping those F3 tethers on sleek to get the necessary points to be made. And then here is a scenario where she uses it as a combo breaker of extending past the point. And then with it, having the chase potential right here, right then and there. You know, Cuckoo has been on this mark. Even with that 2 eliminations, look at how much participation comes out of just being able to catch in line for the teammates. And with it, we are going to have our MVP be showcase, which is going to be CXZ as a Tumult. Like I said, like you have the most kills, 30k damage coming through on this as the MVP for the second time this season. 17, nearly 17, or over 16.5k damage for the pole sword, while dual Howard's at 8200, pistol at 31. And with his chances of being able to use those pistol shots, right, dead rounds forming a huge stacker opportunity for his teammates to come through and just go swipe mode. And of course, with the pole sword, focus slide. It's in tandem, guys. Advanced heal, group heal on the Temi, though, that's
11,000 heals. 11,000 heals. That's how KLA were able to play as aggressive as they wanted to. That's how they always had the V2 for whenever they needed it. It's not just the Kurumi healing, it's the Tumult as well. That's really interesting to think about. Maybe when we start to see a lot of these Kurumis in terms of Sand Siphon, to be able to combat the fact that when you're up against the Zip Sand Siphon teams, Zip is still able to keep healing, but still like aggressively keep rolling. So Kurumi needs to have her uptime be as little as possible to still be able to help out in terms of the mechanical melee. So maybe that means that we're starting to see some of these other players, now that a lot of these really important soul jades have been combined 2 into 1, they're able to have the slots to act as pseudo supports themselves, and they can sit on advanced heal and group heal as well, so that your Kurumi isn't always the one having to heal and can help out the team in fights as too.
Yeah, and that's just like the power of these. I'm really glad they did that system where they kind of combined these jades into 2, because Rupture Gale and Burn, like Flame Breath, usually had themselves, you know, like that's slots you had to fill in like that. There's no questions about it. Once you had those 2 jades, you went straight through it and making sure. But now that's combined, it's the best case scenario in both worlds. But just like the best case scenario in both worlds, we're gonna have an interview with one of the players that were playing just recently, and with Jaeger being an interviewer. Let's take a look over here right now.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with QGG and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 钱滚滚，先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KOA 的钱滚滚。
欢迎钱滚滚来到我们的赛后采访。首先要恭喜你们拿下了刚才这把比赛，但是怎么有点垂头丧气了？还是打得有点晚，有点累，是不是 ？So first of all, we like to say congratulations to Team KLA, but it seems like QGG now is a little bit tired because it's already late for him. Okay, but back to our matches today. So I saw like the latest game, we saw that you choose the hero combo, and I would like to know why. 那我首先呢想问一下关于英雄阵容的选择上面，因为在最后一把其实可以看到你们的阵容选择了是胡桃、月山和武田，就特别想问一下为什么会选这个阵容在最后一把呢？
因为如果把这个阵容以前搭配樱子平的，如果换成胡桃的话，可以 counter 现在场上比较主流的冰刀月、妙刀月之类的阵容。
So to be honest, we used the hero combo today is the Kurumi, Yueshan, and Takeda. And in the past of time, it's like we used the Ziping to cooperate in this hero combo. But now we choose it to counter the other hero combo like this hero combo with Yueshan. So that's why we choose this hero combo today. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 让我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills did Team KLA get in Game 6? 这道题目呢是关于刚才那把比赛当中 KLA 到底拿下了多少个击败。那我首先想问一下 ，So first I would like to know because in the final circle it seems like you used the dagger for the most of the time, but at last you changed to the fan. So I would like to know why. 那我们也可以看到，在刚才这把的决赛圈当中，钱滚滚一开始你是用了一个匕首一直在收割人头，但是后面又换成了一个扇子，这是为什么呢？
因为开大的时候的话，扇子比较适合，然后没大招的话用因为我匕首有鬼哭神嚎的惊魂玉。
So it's like because when I don't have the ultimate and I use the dagger and to cooperate with the dreadful whale and it's really strong. And if I have the ultimate at that time and I use the fan to cooperate with my ultimate, it will be very, very strong. Okay, I think all players prepare and let's start counting. 钱滚滚应该准备就绪了，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时 ，OK?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那也请钱滚滚公布一下正确答案，你记住了吗？
是 C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations. Okay, at last, we know for the pass of the time in the spring split. I would like to know how QQGG comment on himself and the team right now in this season. 那我最后呢也想问一下，因为从宏观的来看，我们前面已经打完了2个周决了，那钱滚滚自己怎么评价一下自己对这个赛季一个表现？
就是刚回到赛场，可能和队友磨合，然后也没慢慢积累一下经验吧。
Okay, so for this season, I just back to the matches this season and maybe a little bit not familiar with the speed in the matches right now. But it's okay, we just have to practice a lot and to cooperate our teammate. Okay, at last we would like to say cheer up, okay? 那最后只能说，既然新的赛季又是一个新的开始了，虽然已经过去了2个双周，但是没有关系，今天的表现也是非常的好。那接下来就要祝你们好运，在接下来的旅程当中会有个很好的表现，好吗？期待你们这周打完之后，下周周决的表现跟后面的旅程了。Okay, so good luck to Team KLA and thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our casters.
I want to appreciate Jaeger for that interview, of course, with the dreadful whale and the dagger and into that final round. Big time damage coming out here, though. And as it comes to a close here, we just got to go through some details because first off, I want to shout out to Moonbane for just dropping those bombs, bar for bar, 4x4 time and into B major because, it was a major behind for any of these teams getting smacked and losing all of their health, especially from Mucha imports. But of course, it does make notice that once we have this round to go through, this is only day 1. We still have another day coming out here in 2 days for day 2. But tomorrow there is going to be solos, and just to keep in mind about solos having if you guys like solos, if you guys don't like solos, I mean, it's really an impressive feat of showcasing how these players can perform at the top of the game, especially the best of the world going against the best of the world, right? We got Mike and Spider kind of collabing between one another and toe to toe once again. But then even then, I enjoy trios as much as the next person as well. But when you see those LNB uppercut, slide uppercut, everything kind of going into one fan infinite to another and then catching off a combo breaker, it just makes things a lot better to watch, Moxie.
Yeah. Well, we can see what teams we're going to be watching as we can have a look after day number 1 where all these teams are currently on the standings. WBG, our current defending bi-weekly champions, not off to the brilliant of starts. Going to be finding themselves currently on that 12th spot with only 15.9. XCG on 11th, 521 on 10th, J-Team on 9th. GG also not having a great performance, which is not good news for them, given the fact that they didn't even make last time's bi-weekly finals. BBE going to be 6th, JJH on 5th, Bida on 4th, KLA 3rd, OUG managing to make it past 100 points in 1 day on 2nd, but it's not enough to be able to offset the tempo that Wolves picked up, only having a little bit of a rough patch onto game 2. Really good to see that this team have 100% been working on their macro. We're seeing a lot of decisions that they wouldn't have made previously in 2023. They're giving up kills. There are still times where we see the old wolves coming through, looking specifically at that fight where they all in on the realm of Yang because they just saw a team run directly into it to try and get away from them. But they'd had enough kills, and I'm pretty sure they would have had some Soul Bloom stashed around as well. As we can have a look and see exactly how tomorrow's schedule is going to go down. It is going to be groups A and C in solos going head to head with the usual map rotation and day and night cycle as well. So that second half of the day is always going to be extra spicy.
Yeah, and then, you know, one thing to note as well is that coming into this week, right, with week 3 soon to be announced, we will get to see how in solos with the new changes to Akos, where it can really affect Shayol's, right? Because the fact that Shayol now has a direct counter to her will make sure, and this is us going to solos, where Shayol has now an opposition where she has to be very careful into fighting out Akoses, because you know how much Shayol can dominate with neutrality, and having a V2 active, there's nothing that's going to stop them. But now that since Akos can affect her with the V2 pounce, this is going to open up a lot of gateways in terms of what's going to happen when we end up even to the ends of the earth of finals, where you're going to really want to anticipate how your hero pick selection works in your favor against those mono pick type scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the F2 got buffed as well, this is kind of crazy. It was already insanely strong. You're already able to uppercut confirm off of connections onto the F2. So really looking forward to seeing the combo extensions that we get off of Echoes. Like, I've missed getting to see Mr. Tiger Man. In previous seasons, it was always Takeda and Echoes going head-to-head in final zones, and Takeda would come in with ultimate, Akos would come in with ultimate, and you'd have that sort of like clash of mind games where both would be trying to figure out when the Akos was going for the Tiger Pants and the Takeda was going to use the Fury and Shoves, and one would be able to win it out on the end. But speaking about endings, unfortunately, that is going to be us ending the day here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I've been joined by the wonderful Severio. I've been Got Moxie. Thank you so much, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.